Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2025 Rock the Summit presented by the Founders Region, PCA Potomac, and the Porsche Club of America here at Summit Point Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Bryan Donati, and we've got a full day of racing coverage ahead. We've got 4 sprint races for here in the morning. We'll have another 3 in the, probably another 4 in the afternoon. Great day of sprint racing. And Bryan, if it's anything like we saw yesterday to start off Rock the Summit 2025, we should be rolling into just another great day of racing.
Yeah, Greg, we're going to have a lot of action-packed racing, and you're right. If it's what we saw as of yesterday going to be a predicament of what we're going to see today, I tell you what, you and I are both going to be at the edge of our seats, along with every fan and spectator out here going to be on the edge of their seats, because it is going to be a fantastic day and an extraordinary day of racing.
As we can see, the wind starting to pick up a little bit at Summit Point. We've got a lot of our corner marshals coming out the trackside. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But this is a beautiful 2-mile, 10-turn racetrack. Has been in service since 1969. It saw some changes to the track layout, Bryan, in its very first year, but it is a spectacular circuit. Lots of speed, lots of flow. But now, as our racers for our very first race of the day, our vintage or silver group, are starting to lead the grid, I'd like to ask that everyone here at the track and to all those watching our live broadcast, please let me have your attention, because as the field begins this pace lap, you'll see that they are going to be arranged in what is known as a missing man formation, where the pole position remains empty, a powerful symbol of respect for a cherished member of our racing family who's no longer with us. Today we honor and celebrate the life of Bryan Douglas Henderson of Bedford, Texas, who passed away on August 31st at the young age of 78. For more than 2 decades, Bryan was a foundational piece of the Porsche Club of America, and this lap is dedicated in his memory. Bryan's journey with PCA Club Racing began in 1997, and many will remember him behind the wheel of his E-Class Porsche 911 SC, where his passion for the sport was evident every time he took to the track. But his desire to contribute went far beyond the driver's seat. He was a man who believed in service and in building the community he loved. He quickly became a respected official, taking on his first role as a race steward in year 2000. His leadership and deep understanding of the sport were undeniable. He rose through the ranks, serving our club as the chief national steward from 2007 to 2010, and then taking the helm as the PCA Club Racing chair in 2011, where he held that role until 2014. In fact, the very rules that ensure our racing is fair and safe today were developed with his guidance and are still in use, and his lasting legacy. It is a lasting legacy of his commitment. Bryan's dedication to service was a theme throughout his entire life. Before his time with Porsche, he served our country as a Marine reservist for 39 years. He was an air traffic control supervisor and instructor with the FAA, a role where precision, calm, and safety are paramount, qualities he brought to every aspect of his life. And his commitment didn't stop there. He was a homeowners association president, served on the planning and zoning committee for the city of Bedford, coached 10 years of Little League sports, and was a member of the Knights of Columbus. He was a man who simply believed in making every community he was a part of better. Above all, Bryan was a devoted family man. He leaves behind his beloved wife of 33 years, Tricia, 3 children, Kelly, Charlie, and Nicole, 7 grandchildren, and 4 great-grandchildren who all will miss him dearly. Even after his final race as a steward in 2019, his impact on our club remains. He was an instructor, a leader, and a friend. In his memory and in lieu of flowers, his family has requested that donations be made to the Alzheimer's Association as well as the American Cancer Society. As pole sitter, Corey Friedman now will, as he comes onto the front straight, pull back into position, and as he does that, let us honor Bryan Henderson with a race that reflects the results he championed, a race that is clean, that is fair, and is filled with passion for Porsche that he so generously shared with us all. May his memory Be a blessing. All right, Bryan, let's run down the starting order for our very first race of the day. This is our vintage race group. They had a race yesterday afternoon. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But starting on pole today, driving the number 14 VGTX 1995 RSR, it's Corey Friedman. Starting next to him on the outside of the front row, our VO pole sitter, it's Shane Cease. He's in a 1976 911. Starting on row number 2, in third position, driving the number 531 1980 911 SC is Jared Jacobs, with Paul Amico driving the number 12 1971 911. Jason Nikic is our pole sitter in the 911 Cup class. He drives a 1984 model. He's in the number 27 car and starts 5th. Donald Enger, driving the number 50 1987 911, will start 2nd in the 911 Cup class. Then we move to Jeffrey Nieblum, starts 7th today. He's in the number 249 VO class 1969 Carrera RS, with Scott Bresnahan also in the VO class. He's going to start 8th. He's driving the 09 1988 Porsche 911. Eugene Basha, he's in the Pink Pig, the number 23 1986 911. He's in that 911 Cup class, along with Dwayne Moses, who's going to start next to him in 10th position. Dwayne's in the number 641 1982 911 SC. Then moving over to the VO class, it's Alan Friedman. He starts 11th. He's in the number 123 1973 911 RSR. Nader Fartou, he's in the VU class, and he is your VU pole sitter. He's in the 661 1972 Porsche 914. David Dean will start on the inside of row number 7 in lucky 13th position. He's in the number 153 1969 911, with Sandy Van Leen starting 14th in the 118 1973 911. As our racers come onto the front straight and come to the start-finish line, starter looks over the field, and green flag, Bryan, is in the air. We're racing once again. It's Rock the Summit 2025. As our pole sitter, Corey Friedman, jumps out to an early lead, pulls right across the nose of Shane Cease.
I tell you what, Greg, we did not see Corey Freeman yesterday during our race here, but I tell you what, he has shot himself out of the cannon, really got up in front of Shane Cease, as you mentioned, cut across the nose, went down. He's opened up by about 5 or 6 car lengths right now, coming out of turn number 2 and then heading up into turn number 3. Right now, we talked about him yesterday, Jared Jacobs sitting back in third. Remember, him and Shane Cease went nose to tail for the first half of the race yesterday. He's dropped back a little bit because he ended up dropping back at the end of that race yesterday.
Yeah, indeed. And as Cease had gotten around that machine, Jared Jacobs' car yesterday, it seemed like Jacobs might have lost a little bit pace, that he might have been pushing very hard, very early to stay up with the green number 766 machine. Want to welcome folks that are joining us both on the Porsche Club of America YouTube channel, as well as the PCA Potomac Founders Region YouTube channel as well, including Mike Kelly, who normally would be out flagging for this event. His significant other, Taylor Hyatt, unfortunately suffered another injury and could not make it in today, Bryan, as we've got a driver coming down the pit lane.
And that may be Shane Cease. That is Shane Cease, I believe. Yes, that is. That is Shane Cease, who was your VO leader there for a minute, Greg. So now going to move Jared Jacobs up. So Shane having a problem with that car, coming to the attention of his crew down there on pit road.
Yeah, so big change there. Goes from winning the first race yesterday to retiring after just one lap here today. So as you mentioned, the yellow 531 of Jared Jacobs now moves to the lead in VO. Then sitting right behind him in that light blue and pink number 27, that is Jason Nikic, who yesterday took the win in 911 Cup, but it wasn't without a little bit of drama, Bryan.
Yeah, that is correct there. So evidently there was some drama there with Donald Enger, and that is, we got some big brake lockup coming down into turn 5 through there. So yeah, give Jason Nikic that win yesterday. But I tell you what, Greg, those drivers had a challenge getting across or getting ahead of Paul Amico yesterday. Jason got out in front of Paul Amico today.
Did it
Going to
early.
drive by, don't want to have to sit there and battle with Paul. Again, that's a battle for different in class. When we've talked about this, when you get in multiple of classes, you've got to know who you're racing and where they are on the racetrack as well.
Well, since they all look like older 911s to me, I couldn't tell you. But yeah, I mean, Nikic, great move there, getting ahead of Paul Amico early, and so not only is Donald Enger going to have an issue, but also a little bit further back, Eugene Basha and Dwayne Moses, they've got to find a way around Scott Bresnahan, who is also another one of our VO class racers, if they want to try and get up in that battle. Yesterday, for the longest time, great fight between Nikic, Enger, and also Eugene Basha as well as Dwayne Moses. Again, we had some issues towards the end of that race that broke that entire field up. But we look forward to another close race today. But at the moment, those 911 Cup drivers and VO class drivers are going to have to. They don't have to find a way to deal with one another, but they're just going to have to do it, though.
They're just going to have to deal with it. They're going to have to figure out a way to get by. Remember, we talked about this racetrack yesterday. We'll talk about it a little bit today, and you did it kind of in the opening. This racetrack has a lot of flows. It does have some elevation to it, especially when you come out of turn 3 and you come down the hill in turn 4, which is technically our fastest turn on this racetrack. So you've got to be strategic where you're going to pass. The key to get through a really good lap here is really your throttle modulation through the carousel in the back half of this racetrack and get up the hill under the bridge and down into turn 10 as quickly as you can. That's going to propel you down the front stretch, as we got Dwayne Moses here trying to make a move heading down into turn 1 on Eugene Basha. That would be for that final podium spot here, Greg, in that 911 Cup, and we've talked about them as well. That is a battle that comes down, especially in those top 5 or 6 cars, every single weekend.
Yeah, and so, Brian, yesterday in 911 Cup, as we said, that there were some issues that were going on mid-race with a couple drivers taking to the gravel trap, a couple drivers pushing a little deep. Great finish from Alex Farragut, who finished second in class, and she is currently sitting, I believe, 5th, which is where she spent most of yesterday's race until, I think, with 2 laps remaining. She just had a great little mix-up with Nate Dos Santos and Jeff Herridge down at turn 5 on the previous lap. Dos Santos, another one of our 911 Cup drivers. He's in the black 911, right at second from the last in that group just now coming through. And Jeff Herridge in the yellow and blue 914. Now, he, of course, not in 911 Cup since he's not driving a 911. He's in the VGTU class that he currently leads.
Yeah, and you talk about Alex Farragut. She's got David Dean, I believe, right there in front, too. So she's trying to get by David Dean to try to move up to get to Alan Friedman. Again, not in class, but the 911 Cup guys, Eugene Basha would be the next one that she would come up. She's trying to pull. As a matter of fact, Eugene Basha now on pit road, lane. Greg. So obviously still a problem from where he went off yesterday there in turn number 10. So definitely having an issue.
Yeah, he finished up yesterday's race watching the finish from the turn 10 gravel trap. And unfortunately, whatever might be ailing that car that caused that off yesterday may still be an issue as he pits in after just 3 laps.
Yeah. So what that's going to do is that's going to move everybody up, right? So that's going to end up moving Nate Dos Santos, Alex Farragut up, because he was sitting in 4th right there trying to catch Dwayne Moses. So that's going to move everybody up 1 position. So move Dwayne Moses in that 911 in that number 641. Move him up to 3rd. He looks like he's trying to make a move on Donald Enger, where Dwayne ended up getting pushed back a little bit yesterday. So look for him to start to make a move to move up the ladder there.
Okay. I'd like to, if we can, and actually I think we've see if we can pick it up, but it's a little bit ahead of this. It's actually the battle for the lead in the VO class. A little bit further up, another one of our, it's the dark green with white stripe. There they go, just coming through turn 10. I think we've got Paul Amico and Jared Jacobs. Amico having gotten around the yellow 911 of Jared Jacobs, and now as they come down into turn 1, Jacobs gets back around Amico. They're the 2nd and 3rd cars in the line here, Brian. So Jacobs retakes the lead in the VO class. Great little dice going on between those two racers in that battle for the lead in VO. Of course, we talked about Paul Amico, a nuclear engineer who also hosts the Fearless in the Kitchen YouTube channel. And I think he had a pretty big contribution to the social last night at Summit Point for our volunteers.
Yeah, definitely shared his recipes, and I can tell you what, I had some of those recipes, and wow, fantastic food. I really didn't want to get up this morning because I was so full from that. The meatloaf, coming from a good Italian, very good.
Very good meatloaf.
Very good meatloaf.
All right, so Paul Amico, and he has we've over 300 episodes on YouTube. The channel is called Fearless in the Kitchen. Another battle that I've been watching, Brian, I was watching, but I think it's now opened up. I was watching in VU Nader Fortui in his silver 914, and then Dean Drewer in the green number 911. But that now has expanded out. So let's jump over if we can. And I think they're going to be coming down into turn one here in a moment. The white 964 chassis and the blue 911 of it's Bob Mulligan and Sandy Van Leen. And I believe, let's see if we can pick up. I think that's them. This is the battle that I couldn't find yesterday, Brian.
They just came out of turn number 2, I believe, and starting to head up into turn number 3 just now. You've got the white 15 there.
Yeah, there they are. Mulligan is in the 15 machine, and then Van Leen in the blue number 118. Just a little bit behind. So yeah, I think it's the second and third cars in that little grouping right now, coming down under braking into turn number 5. Again, great little fight going on there.
Yeah, and remember, they were kind of nose to tail battling pretty much 90% of the time frame we had yesterday in the 30-minute race, and it wasn't until like the last 10 minutes where they got into some of the traffic where Mulligan was able to get in front and open that up over Van Leen quite extensively.
And want to try and track down here. Let's see here. Just person I wanted to call out all in the VO class in that same race with Jared Jacobs and Paul Amico. A little bit further back in the field, just turned in his fastest lap. It's Todd Simpson. Todd's in a lighter blue. It's like a light metallic blue. It is the number 806. And I believe that's actually him now just cresting over the top of turn 3. Simpson's out of Moorestown, New Jersey. Joined us, as you might imagine, for the New Jersey Motorsports Park Thunderbolt race. Has been a PCA member for 28 years and has been PCA club racing now for 15 after moving up from the ranks of doing track days, HPDE events for almost 10 years before that. The car that he's driving there, that 118 machine, he's owned it for the 28 years that he's been a Porsche Club of America member.
Well, Simpson's in the 806, and he's just now going down into turn number 5. So, so I think you're talking about Sandy Van Leen, which is in the 118.
Yeah. See, there you go.
There we go. We got you
lost
already.
Again.
Right? So,
but everything that I said, there's Simpson, and but everything that I said about
true.
Todd Simpson is true. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so it looks like also, Greg, we had Jason Nikic is letting, I think, Paul Amico get around him, or, well, not necessarily. So he thought about it for a minute, but really what he ended up doing was letting Amico go as they come out of turn number 2 and head up into turn number 3. He thought about it going into one and then backed out of it and then decided to drag race it down in
what
there.
It's done for him, Brian, now is it's let Amico by, but it's brought Donald Anger, who's running second in the 911 Cup, right up to his back bumper. So in doing that, Nikic now definitely has a fight on his hands, but that does free up Paul Amico to take on Jared Jacobs just ahead. Mm-hmm. I think Jason Nikic has just made things very difficult on himself.
Well, I think you're right, Greg, because now, remember yesterday we talked about this right on the very first lap, is where Jason Nikic was able to get in front of Paul Amico. Now he's behind Paul Amico, and again, it's brought Donald Anger, just as you said, right back up to that back bumper. So not only are we going to have the battle there in that VO class going through, and now you've got to get Nikic. He's going to have to hold on in battle Donald Anger, and you really can't. You really don't want to get up into the VO class battle,
right,
but you got to be able to defend and hold on to your lead. Is now as they come down into turn number one, you can see here, there's Donald Anger going to pull out driver's left brake. Looks like our leaders there may end up going side by side in, but Nikic is going to take the optimum line and go all the way through and hold on to that lead.
Good defense by Nikic there to hold off Anger, but it looks like Anger's a little bit later on the brakes. They're going into turn one. It's just that there was very good car placement there from Jason Nikic, and was able to hold him off.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, again, as you said, was able to take that line and get through there. So we'll have to see, how long that's going to battle on, and again, getting back past Paul Amico and probably Jared Jacobs.
All right, Bryan, well, as we're getting close to halfway in this 30-minute race, let's do this. Why don't we take our first break of the day, thanks to our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag for our Silver Group, our vintage race here at the 2025 Rock the Summit, presented by PCA Potomac, and of course, this race presented by Miller Oils. We'll be right back.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Point Raceway, it's the 2025 Rock the Summit presented by PCA Potomac, and this race brought to you by Miller's Oil. And while we are at break, big changes there both in the VO class and the 911 Cup class, as Jason Nikic, our 911 Cup leader, puts himself once again between Jared Jacobs and Paul Amico, and one that makes things a lot more difficult for Paul Amico, but it now makes things very difficult for Donald Anger, who's running second in that 911 Cup class. As Amico, we talked about this yesterday, Bryan, where the bottom half of the course, the carousel, what some of us like to call the talent section of the track, has been a challenge for Paul Amico. And while he's got a lot of straight line handling, as we're going to see here as he comes down on the front straight, it's creating big challenges for Donald Anger as he watches Nikic start to open up his lead.
Yeah, not only did we have that, Greg, but we did have a car that went off in 10 right as we were coming back from the break up against the tire wall. He has moved, that driver has moved down a little bit kind of into the cutout there right before pit out. They're just kind of holding him. Can't get the number on there, but definitely has lost the underside of it, and now they're going to cut across and come back out here. So we'll get you that number of who that car is as they go by the window here, but definitely lost the splitter there in the front nose there, and that's the 00.
Nate Dos Santos, I was just going to say is I think, and did he get the car back underway?
He has.
Yeah, because I showed that he just tripped the start finish line a moment ago, but that 911 Cup driver just lost a number of positions, lost 6 positions with that off.
Yeah, well, the front bumper cover is sitting still up in turn 10 on the other side of the gravel trap. So next time you see him when we come through in the camera shot, probably the best is going to be down at the bottom of 4 into turn 5. You can see the whole front of that nose is completely gone. So, look for Nate probably to come down pit road. There it is. There's a good view of it right there, Greg, where you can see that whole front portion of it is still sitting up here in turn 10.
Well, all right, let's jump back to that battle for the lead, Brian, because I think we might have a change up towards the front here. Indeed, as Paul Amico not able to hold off Donald Anger any longer, and Amico now drops back considerably, but that puts Donald Anger right up behind Jason Nikic, and Anger is going to take a look to the inside going down the chute, and Nikic goes to cover as they come down under braking, now starting to have to work their way through some slower traffic. They've got the white Porsche 914 there just ahead of them, and that is I thought that was Nader for Tui, but I believe it's another one of our machines, as now they've made their way clear, but they've got some other slower traffic, in some cases too wide. Matter of fact, now Jason Nikic, Brian, he's challenging Jacobs there for second place overall.
Yeah, no, and again, Greg, we saw this yesterday where Jacobs ended up falling back halfway through the run, and now he's falling back into the clutches again, as you just said, with Jason Nikic and Donald Anger. Remember, Donald Anger and Jason Nikic, they were going at it pretty heavy yesterday towards the end of that race when Nikic had that little slip up down there in turn number 1. Jacobs going to pull away, but now Nikic is going to get underneath one of our slower cars there as they come down into turn 1. That's going to bring, again, Donald Anger right back up, but Nikic is able to get better drive off of turn 2, Greg.
Yeah, and so what we're seeing here, I mean, this is pretty amazing work here. Donald Anger really just filling up the mirrors of Jason Nikic as they were coming underneath that slower car going under braking into turn 1. Anger poked to the inside, and it really wasn't a move that would have been a high percentage move, Brian, but going back and looking at what happened yesterday where Donald Anger, when Jason Nikic was under pressure in turn 1, and Nikic didn't handle it very well and took to the gravel trap momentarily. I think Anger's trying to pull that again. That being said, Nikic takes a quick look under Jared Jacobs, as Jacobs now is running almost 3 full seconds off of his earlier pace.
Yeah, we've talked about it. And again, 9 minutes left to go in this race, Greg. I tell you what, this is where we saw yesterday where Jacobs' car just didn't seem to want to handle the late portion of these races.
All right, well, as we are now under 10 minutes remaining in this group, let me make a quick call to the grid for our next race group, Brian. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Green group racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Green group racers, this is your first call to the grid.
You know, Greg, one of the drivers we haven't talked about pretty much the entire race, and that is our overall leader, Corey Friedman, in that VGTX. Well, the reason we really haven't is because he's on a lap by himself. He's lapped the entire field in this group. So Corey Friedman running basically by himself overall, and in that VGTX group all by himself.
Yeah, he's had, and there is coming down in the turn 5 as he's coming up on this other battle that we've been watching. I mean, he has just been absolutely flying today. Brian, I want to, and actually this gap is opened up a little bit. I want to try and get back to we've been watching the battle for the lead in the VO class with Jacobs and Amico, but I want to cover the battle for third right now. Jeffrey Nieblum in the blue 249, and then we've got in the red 09911 Scott Bresnahan. And I think that's the. Yeah, I think they're coming down the front straight now. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the
911
Nikic
Cup.
and Anger fight.
Yep. So it looks like Donald Anger is going to make that move. We'll see. We talked about it with Nikic, whether or not he's got that drive off. I'll look for that battle that you were talking about a couple moments ago, right before we went back to that. But it does look like that now Nikic, and again, there's that drive off out of turn 2, Greg, that I've been talking about. Nikic gets such a run. Anger took a bad angle coming out of turn number 2, headed up into turn number 3, where that outside groove, and you know this, that outside groove will just give you additional speed through there, and it causes that inside guy to really have to get on the brake.
All right, let's take a look here now, because I think they're going to be coming down to the chute here momentarily. That battle for third, Jeffrey Nieblum and Scott Bresnahan. There they are, the blue 249, and then the red with white and blue. The 2 911s, and then a little bit further behind, we just saw him go through David Dean, who just turned in his fastest lap, currently running fourth in the VO class. He's in the second of the 2 red cars in that shot. But good fight here as now Bresnahan starting to close things up a little bit on Jeffrey Nieblum, Brian. Last time by was about 0.4 of a second faster than the driver ahead. And the challenge for him, though, is he does have another racer directly ahead of him that is in another class that is, again, making things kind of difficult.
Yeah, you've got the 257 there, Wyatt Isabel in the in that black machine there, trying to make things a little bit difficult for Nieblum and Bresnahan. Nieblum is able to open that up for that third and final podium spot there. Over Bresnahan, but it comes back with that 257 machine kind of in there as they go through out of turn number 2, and the 257 machine just doesn't get a good run through turn 3, but that enabled Scott Bresnahan to get right back around him. So move those 2 cars right there in that blue, and then that next red car, as you talked about, that's Scott Bresnahan, so starting to make that move again.
Yeah, and so as you mentioned, that darker colored car, that's the 257 VGTO machine of Wyatt Isbell. He's currently running 21st overall, and I would be shocked if the battle that was going on just behind him between Nieblum and Bresnahan, if they weren't expecting that car to maybe stay drivers left on line, instead he trying to be a gentleman, pulled offline, pulled to the inside, right where Bresnahan probably wanted to try an overtake on the car ahead.
Yeah.
All right, let's quickly here, Brian. We'll make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, green group drivers. This is your second call to the grid. Green group drivers, please head to the grid. Your first race of the weekend is next.
And Greg, I tell you what, if you look back up here, Jordan, if we can, let's stay right there. That's the battle for the 911 Cup lead with Jason Nikic and, Donald Anger. I tell you what, Paul Amico's gotten right back into him, because Donald Anger and Nikic, every single lap now, coming out of turn 10 down into turn number 1, they end up going side by side, and what that does is it's almost a big parachute that comes out, and then they've got Jared Jacobs right there in that number 531 machine just ahead of him. I think Jacobs could be holding them up at this point, and what's happening is Anger's having to take some difficult lines to try to figure out how to get through that pass.
Well, and I think this may be the end of it. So Nikic has, for the last 6 laps or so, tried to come underneath the yellow machine of Jared Jacobs down in turn 6 and 7, but now does it at turn 10, which is going to really cause Jared Jacobs to scrub a lot more speed off as he comes onto the front straight. He's got to... the problem is Jason Nikic just doesn't have any top end in that car, and even Donald Anger is able to at least get it nose up. The one advantage that Nikic has had is he's just been a lot more aggressive under braking than Donald Anger.
Yep, no, absolutely, you're right. That top end just doesn't, for whatever reason, Nikic just doesn't have that You know what? Let's throw in, and I know he's going to be a lap down, but Shane Cease has worked his way back up where he's going to unlap himself to Jared Jacobs. So he's right there in that battle as well. And I know he's trying to do everything he can probably to get back on the lead lap per se. That's still going to move him down. You know, he's still down at the bottom of that list, sitting in 8th overall within that group. But if he can get by Jared Jacobs, that would move him back up into, still in 8th, but at least put him on the lead lap after coming down pit road for some attention to the crew.
All right, so once again, Nick is trying to come underneath Jared Jacobs going through turn 6B, and because of how Nikic has to jump over the curbing there, he just never really gets a good exit, and this time Jacobs has a rebuttal to what Nikic tried the lap before as they come on to turn 10. Now, Brian, on this prior lap, I did see a little bit of white smoke coming out of the back of Jared Jacobs' yellow 911 as they were coming down through the chute under throttle. And so, again, the Jacobs machine might be just a little bit off of its normal pace right now.
Yeah, probably not full song there, where it needs to be. And again, we noticed it a little bit yesterday, too, as he really fell back behind the 911 Cup guys in yesterday's battle, but seems like he got a little bit better drive off of out of turn 2 and up into turn 3 because he's opened it up by about 2 car lengths there. This is the part of the racetrack where, again, we're going to come up on some slower traffic. I believe that is going to be the 65 machine of Pinto.
Yeah.
In there, so that's going to cause
in the 914.
Yeah, that's going to cause a little bit of heartache as well. Sorry.
Yeah, indeed, and so probably also some heartache. Maybe not for long, though. Sean Cease trying to unlap himself just got around Jason Nikic. So Cease, who is actually running at the moment 20th overall and was early on your leader in the VO class, now finds himself right behind the VO leader, Jared Jacobs, again wanting to unlap himself. If Cease could get by, I think this will have, since Cease's machine now seems to be running well, regardless of what happened early on in the race that caused him to pit in after just a single lap. I think this is going to give Jared Jacobs a lot to think about as we go into this afternoon's race.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, both of those drivers went at it yesterday in that VO class until, again, Jacobs had whatever problem he was having, maybe setup, tires, whatever, where Shane Cease was able to really, really open up the gap and really take a commanding win there. He's now going out and past him. But, Greg, we've got the checker flag out, so all these drivers now that are just now taking, as Corey Freeman has just gone past the start-finish line here, that battle for that 911 Cup, it's going to come down to the last couple corners.
Yeah, I was going to say, as he was a lap up, had lapped the entire field in his VGTX 993 RSR. Congratulations, Corey Friedman, our winner here today. Didn't make our vintage race yesterday afternoon, but he wins race number 2 with the overall win and, of course, wins VGTX. Now, look at this. As they come through the carousel, Brian, Donald Enger gets around Jason Nikic as they come through the carousel and come out of turn 8 up the hill towards that Toyota bridge. Only one turn remains, and we've seen where Nikic just does not seem to have the pace. And as they come out of turn 10, it is going to be taking the win in VO, Jared Jacobs. But Don Enger, your winner here in race number 2 in the 911 Cup class, takes the win over Jason Nikic. Paul Miko, he's going to come across the line 5th overall, finishes 2nd in VO. Jeffrey Nieblum, who is just now coming to the line, he's going to take the last step on the podium in the VO class. Scott Bresnahan, 1900ths of a second back from Nieblum, will finish just off the podium in 4th. Jeff Herridge will take the win. Does he take the win? Yes, takes the win in VGTU over Nando Silva Pinto in his number 65 911. In the VU class, Nader Fartui in his Porsche 914 takes a win over Dean Drewier. And then we've got Bob Mulligan, the race I can never seem to find, Brian. Bob Mulligan takes the win over Sandy Van Leen. VGTX, Corey Friedman, as we mentioned, our overall winner, Michael Ballo, will finish second in class. Wyatt Isbell, our sole VGTO leader. And as we look at VO, as we mentioned, Jacobs, Amico, Nieblum, Brejnahan, and David Dean will round out the top 5. All right, so Bryan, as we get ready, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Green Group drivers, this is your final call to the grid. Green Group drivers, please head to the grid. And so, Bryan, as we get ready to take a break, I want to let everybody know about a great event that's going to be taking place on the Porsche Club of America's YouTube channel starting at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, celebrating PCA's 70th anniversary with PCA Sim Racing. The 70 for 70 special event tonight commemorates the 70th birthday of the Porsche Club of America from its humble beginnings in 1955 to becoming the largest single mark automobile club in the world. 70 for 70 is a 2-driver team multi-class race, and the event is going to last for 2 hours. Drivers can choose between Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars or the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport for 70 laps around the virtual Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Again, that starts at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time tonight on the Porsche Club of America YouTube channel. All right, so let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our Spec Boxsters, our green group, here at the 2025 Rock the Summit, presented by the Porsche Club of America and the Founders Region, PCA Potomac. We'll be right back. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing Headers exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Repaired Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program. Welcome back, everybody. It is the 2025 Rock the Summit presented by PCA Potomac Region, the Founders Region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Bryan Donati, and our next race, it is the Spec Boxsters. They're on track now for their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving the Care Bear car, and you just finished sending messages over YouTube to us from the pit lane. It's Robbie Wilson. He's driving the 029 machine. Starting next to him on the outside of the front row, driving the 771 1999 Boxster, it's Daniel Rubel. Hunt McMahon will start third today. He's in the 611 car. That's also a 99 Boxster, with Ryan Farragut starting on the outside of row number 2, starting fourth in the number 29 Boxster. Of course, they're all Boxsters, so I'm going to leave that out going forward. Lawson Wilder will start fifth. He's in the number 161 machine, with William Calcagno starting in sixth. He drives the 56 car. Sam Halabi will start seventh today. He's in the number 145 car, with Hoyt Amadon in the 83 machine. He starts eighth. Peter Kaufman will start ninth. He's in the 671 car, with Ian Bryant starting in 10th. Ian's driving the 414, with John Beadler on the inside of row number 6, starting 11th, driving the 410. Bill Thomas is in the 144 Porsche. He starts 12th today, with Mark Francis, who works for our sponsor, OG Racing. He is going to start lucky 13th. Starting 14th is Sadir Kalra. He's in the number 216 car, with Daniel Judge driving the 787 machine. He starts 15th, with Jordan Applebaum rounding out the 16 car field. Jordan is driving, we'll talk a little bit more about Jordan because he's not on the grid, but if he were, he'd be driving the number 107 machine. And then this race is presented by our wonderful partner, OG Racing, located in Sterling, Virginia, as our pace car takes to the pit lane, turning the field over, Bryan, to the Care Bear, to Robbie Wilson in the 029 machine. He's got Dan Rubel directly to his left as they come onto the front straight, and the starter looks over the field. And as they come to the line, green flag is in the air, and they are underway. And we are racing once again here at Summit Point Raceway, with Wilson and Rubel side by side as they go down into turn 1. Heavy underbraking with McMahon and Farragut very close behind. And should be a very good fight today, Bryan, although as we saw in qualifying, Robbie Wilson qualified almost a half second ahead of the rest of the field. And as they come down out of turn 2, heading through that oil dry into turn 3, it is Wilson. It's Rubel, McMahon, Farragut in the orange machine. And then we've got Lawson Wilder, William Calcagno, as they come through all that dust and dirt and oil dry and head down into turn number 5.
Well, I tell you what, Greg, as they went through turns 1 and turns 2, Daniel Rubel and Hunt McMahon, they were kind of side by side, as you talked about, with Robbie Wilson out in front. But Hunt McMahon really didn't get the drive off out of turn number 2, which enabled Daniel Rubel in order to get back in front in that 771 machine. So, again, currently put Daniel Rubel in second. Robbie Wilson, as you talked about, our leader. Hunt McMahon kind of got stuck out there a little bit. Now you're going to see a little bit of side-by-side action there with Lawson Wilder and Ryan Farragut in that the 29 machine and in that 161 machine. For both of those drivers, what that did is that enabled our top 3 as they come out of turn number 10, start to head down the start-finish line. That's enabled them to pull away just a little bit.
Yeah, indeed, as Farragut didn't have a very good start, actually lost the position to Ryan Farragut coming through turn 2 and had the battle back down in the carousel. And with all that, as you mentioned, big gap now from our top 3, Wilson, Rubel, McMahon, back to Farragut, and Farragut's got Lawson Wilder, Sam Halabi, Hoyt Amadon, Calcagno. Well, he's got about 8 drivers all behind him here as he tries to break clear, and he has now managed to break free of Lawson Wilder and Sam Halabi as they made their way down to turn 3.
Yeah, Halabi and Wilder, they came out of turn number 2, headed up into turn 3 right there. they were side by side, which enabled Halabi to really get on the outside and go around. Well, Lawson Wilder had to get hard on the brakes, took that line that we don't really like to see that line, Greg, because you really have to get hard on the brakes to make that turn, because while it seems like it's a nice left bending turn in a fast corner, it's really not. There is some turn there. You have to get on the brakes to set the nose of that car to get that turn in. And if you are on driver's left, it is going to be hard to get that car to turn over those rumble strips.
All right, and so Bryan, we talked, or I mentioned during as I was running down the grid that Jordan Applebaum was not in the field here today for this race. So we've got 15 drivers. Applebaum at the end of yesterday afternoon's qualifying had a bit of a moment coming through this corner here, coming through turn 10. Lost control of the car, and unfortunately the damage incurred is not going to allow him to race through the rest of the weekend. But I talk about commitment from PCA Potomac and the PCA Potomac drivers, of which Jordan Applebaum is a member, that after the incident he went up to talk to the stewards, asking how he could continue to contribute this weekend. And out on one of our corners as a corner marshal today, as a flagger today, is Jordan Applebaum. So we want to thank him for helping keep all of our other racers safe over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, no, applaud him for doing that. Again, I had the pleasure of speaking with a lot of the volunteers last night at the volunteer dinner, and I tell you what, not only, and we talked about Paul's food, but great. It's all about family, Greg, right?
Yeah.
And we can't do this, meaning you and I can't do this if we don't have the volunteers. So, applaud them, thank him, and unfortunately, thank you for Jordan for sticking around and kind of helping out, because of what it does is it puts somebody else in a position, again, as you talked about, with the safety for the rest of these drivers.
And another good sign, and here he is now coming through turn 10 with the Grateful Dead logo on the hood. Hoyt Amadon in the cockroach, as he calls it. Last we saw that car yesterday, Bryan, it had let out a huge belch of white smoke and was parked over next to the tire wall down in the carousel. We thought maybe Hoyt had lost an engine in that Porsche Boxster, but he indeed is back out on track today and racing. So, again, talk about perseverance. And my understanding is he got help from a number of racers in the paddock last night to get the number 83 car back up and running.
Yeah, right now sitting in the sixth position, just ran his personal best on his third lap. Right now, 125.815. So look for that to come down as everybody's really starting to get a feel for this racetrack. And again, right now at 11 o'clock, right? So we're the heat is really starting to filter in here and starting to get into this racetrack, Greg. So this is going to be the group where we're going to be able to tell what this racetrack is really going to do for the rest of this day. Is it going to pick up a little bit of speed? Is it going to slow down? How is it going to do as we go back a little bit further, and you see here side by side with Lawson Wilder right there. Lawson starting to fall out, and it looks like we have one car going off through there, and I'm not sure if that's Peter Kaufman in the 671. I think
that's Kaufman in the white 671, putting in a big tank slapper. We'll see in a moment here up at turn 10 if he comes through.
Yeah, he's not coming through. So that was definitely him. Well, I think that's him. Maybe
now,
the first white car going through there. So again, Peter's got a lot of track time here on this racetrack. Not only here in Spec Boxster, but definitely in other forms of cars out here with other organizations. So Peter able to hold off on that, make that complete 360 and keep going. Kind of like the spin and win, but I think for Peter it's kind of spin and hopefully I hold on to the top 10.
Exactly. Well, and unfortunately, Bryan, he's fallen out of the top 10. He was running 8th. He drops back to 11th position as John Beadler, Ian Bryant get by him on that exchange, as again he spent more time going up the hill sideways than going up the hill and up the hill forward.
Well, again, Greg, we've talked about this. There has not been any rain here in this area except for I think maybe one day last weekend or the weekend before where we had some significant rain. This track is really, really dry on the outside. So as you come up out of that turn number 9 and start to head up the hill, you can see there on that driver's left, which is really where you want to track out right there. That is nothing but dirt. That is like just running on ice right there. If you get that left rear in that dirt. It will spin you around.
Well, it looks like now is he's going to be. We're going to see him come under the Toyota bridge there, right there. He's getting back on pace, and he now has Bill Thomas there, very close behind. But he's got a long way to go now, Bryan, to catch back up to Beadler, Bryant, Wilder, and Calcagno up ahead.
Yeah. Tell you what, the car that I'm looking at here, Greg, and that is Sam Halabi, and that's in the fifth position right now, where we saw him and Ryan Farragut kind of going a little bit there. A couple laps later now, Sam had dropped back, but he is starting to close that gap. He's now back within a second of fourth place in that 29 Ryan Farragut. So Sam Halabi right now, a little bit slower on the last lap, but has started to make ground. So look for that to be a battle here as this race continues on for that fourth position.
Yeah, and so Sam, he's been a PCA member now for, I believe, 13 years, Bryan, since 2011. But this is only his first year of racing with Porsche Club of America, and a great car provided by Provost Motorsports. And I'm sure he is certainly looking to get into this fight. Now, one of the racers who has not fared so well today, at least so far, Bryan, we'll watch him come through the final corner right now. That is Mark Francis in the black number 91 machine. Again, Mark, a longtime associate at OG Racing, our race sponsor. And he started off today's race back in 13th position. And, he finds himself still in 13th. He just hasn't been able to advance one bit, even with some of the issues that the other drivers ahead have had.
Yeah, I tell you what, he's got a pretty good battle now going down into turn number one right now with Bill Thomas just in front of him. And that's for, like you said, 12th and 13th with that 144 and that 91. So Mark Francis getting through turn 10, closing that gap, just went his personal best on lap number 6 as well as Bill Thomas. So where that gap kind of moved in a little bit, really wasn't able to close it, but a pretty good battle between both of those drivers. And then a little bit further ahead of that, that's that Peter Kaufman machine that they're really trying to reel into throughout this race. But again, this is a class, Greg, that we've talked about and we've seen many, many times. You can utilize the draft with these cars when you come out of turn number 10 down the front stretch. So if you can get close to a car, you will feel the effect of that draft to help you either push you or pull you through where you need to be. So this is one of those groups where you kind of need to have a partner throughout the entire race. Unless you're Robbie Wilson, then you don't need a partner. You just take off and go, right? I mean,
exactly. or you chat with us on YouTube. Well, whichever works best for them.
Yeah, you chat during the delay, and you just say, "Hey, it's really hot in here," and open your door. You got a couple minutes. You're going to go fast, so you'll cool off.
That's right. And so Robbie, again, our overall leader in that 029, the Care Bear machine. And you really have to see this car up close. And I'll tell you, our camera work just does not do the livery on that car justice, Bryan. But he's been racing now with PCA for 11 years, started in karts and moved to autocross. He's got 8 different PCA track records as well as 3 different national championships. And he lists his occupation as being a rocket scientist. Not only is he is a mechanical engineer, but he says that he's a rocket scientist.
Well, there you go. Well, we're all rocket scientists.
We all are.
We all are, right? Everybody's a rocket scientist. It's just whether or not you really pursue into really what you want to get to, right? So
that's right. Yeah, and so, as we said, he's got a number of 3 different national championships. In Spec Boxster, his best is second place in the national championship standings back in 2023. And as far from what I know from the events that we covered, Bryan, I think he's on line for at least a second place, possibly a championship at this point.
Yeah, he's always been strong at every racetrack that we've seen him, run this year. Pretty much. So I do believe he could be up in the points championship. But again, Robbie Wilson really, really strong, and definitely another strong race weekend already from qualifying yesterday and even in this race number 1. He opened up by about 6.5 seconds over Daniel Rubel, and then Hunt McMahon. Hunt McMahon now only a second back to Daniel Rubel, so the second place overall in the spec Boxster class is really starting as they're on screen right now, coming through turn number 6 and headed up into turn number 7. McMahon trying to reel Rubel in.
Yeah, and it is getting close now. Rubel is out of the Riesentoter region and has been racing for 3 years now. He's 5-time Riesentoter region autocross cup champion. As we're seeing here in Spec Boxster and so far this season, it's translated very well. It says he got into PCA sim racing during COVID, and he has been an active HPDE instructor for Riesentoter region ever since. And as I can attest to, Brian, usually autocrossers make very good road racers. Road racers typically going back the other way. Not so great.
Maybe I need to start doing autocross.
Yeah, exactly. Well, heck, I ended up road racing because I was a miserable autocrosser. So there you go.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. Maybe I should start it out road racing. Maybe I should go do the autocross. Maybe that'll help. So as our field, completes about 16 and a half minutes left, Greg, in this race here. Everybody's starting to stretch out. The only really battle we have is that Point Amadon, William Calcagno and Lawson Wilder. They're now coming through turn number 2 and headed up into turn number 3. And I tell you what, that's where that battle starts to open up, but just really cannot seem to close the gap there.
Well, I was going to say another good fight going on, Brian. We talked about Peter Kaufman, obviously, with his spin to win over at coming out of turn 8, going up the hill earlier. He's gotten around Ian Bryant and John Beadler now, but both of those racers right on his tail. Let's see, they should be in I think the next group coming through, if I remember right. So we've got the white 671, the white 414, and then the silver 410.
That's the battle you're talking about. That's
right there.
Yeah.
And so that right now is the battle for 9th. As Beadler takes a look, or probably not, Beadler takes a look to the inside on Ian Bryant as they come up the hill, and he's going to slide right underneath Ian Bryant coming through turn 10. And as they come to the line, we'll see if he's able to hold it off. And I think Bryant was able to fight back a little bit there, Brian.
Yeah, able to fight back a little bit, but just, again, when you take those two different lines, he kind of gave up that position to John Beadler.
Lost a lot of exit speed.
He kind of gave that. Right, exactly. Lost that exit speed now, so it's about 3 car lengths back. Ian Bryan is over John Beadler. But, knowing Peter Kaufman the way that we do, I'm going to go talk to him later today and say, hey, nice spin to 9th, because that's really what it'll be. No, I'm kidding. No, like I said, Peter's got a lot of laps around here. He knows he made the mistake, and that was a product of looking out the window in front of the car in front of you in not being able to see where the racetrack is and just tracked out way too much.
Yeah, and interesting. I mean, as I look through, and we've had the racers here this weekend send us a lot of information on what they do away from the racetrack, Brian, and Kaufman, who lives nearby Potomac, Maryland. Not only is he a retired gastroenterologist, but he's also been a National Ski Patrol member for 20 plus years. I think 23, 24 years, which is I just find that amazing. And obviously we know what he does during the winters now. He doesn't go down to Florida.
He's not a snowbird. He doesn't go down there. He goes into the snow. So
that's right.
Yeah, I think Peter is actually retired now. So Peter is spending a lot of time racing his Porsche.
All right, so let's do this, Brian. We're just actually a little bit past halfway in this race. So let me make a call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock. Blue group racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Blue group racers, please start heading to the grid for your first race of the weekend. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll thank some of our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here at Summit Point Raceway, where it's the 2025 Rock the Summit. Please stay with us. Founders Region Racing is comprised of dedicated PCA Potomac Founders Region members who have united to become a gold-level sponsor for 2025's Rock the Summit. We're proud to support this premier event for our region and thank the hundreds of volunteers, racers, crew, and spectators who make this event the best club race in the nation. As we say, it's not just the cars, it's the people. Here's to Rock the Summit 2025.
Kansas City region is excited to host their second annual club race in the rolling hills of the Ozarks. The 2025 Race the Roller Coaster Club Race will be held on September 27th and 28th at Ozark International Raceway. The challenging 3.97-mile, 19-quarter course has almost 1,500 feet of combined elevation change per lap. The track is in Gravois Mills, Missouri, a few hours from Kansas City. There will be 3 sprint races, one on Saturday, followed by a happy hour with drinks and refreshments, and 2 on Sunday. Both days will have charity parade laps during lunch and give friends and family a taste of the roller coaster. The points races at this club race will earn points towards the 2025 Mid-America Series as well as the 2025 PCA National Championship Point Series. Register at clubregistration.net.
With almost 250 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion and he wants to share it with you. Although there are recipes, Paul's emphasis is on creating from what you have on hand at the time as an inspiration and using old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul provides ideas on variations of the dishes, but really hopes that you'll see opportunities to put your own twist and add the flavors and ingredients that you prefer. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations, so come and join along on this voyage. Paul tries to post a new episode every Saturday and hopes that you enjoy. As a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2025, Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday Volunteer Dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who make this event possible.
The last PCA East Coast race of the season is at Carolina Motorsports Park, October 17th through 19th. The Carolinas Challenge is held at the 2.3-mile road course that's about an hour south of Charlotte. The event will feature the Vintage Class runoffs, 3 sprint races, and a 65-minute endurance race on Sunday. Wind down after Friday's practice with a social presented by Narrow Escape Motorsports, and after Saturday's sprint races, enjoy the award ceremony in full Southern hospitality with music and barbecue. Visit clubregistration.net to sign up.
It's the 2025 Rock the Summit presented by PCA Potomac Region, the Founders Region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Bryan Donati, and we are deep into our Spec Boxster race. And Bryan, we've been watching a great fight for second here in Spec Boxster between Daniel Rubel and Hunt McMahon. Rubel in the blue, white, and red 1999 Boxer, McMahon also in a 99. That's the silver, green, and black machine. And look at that. Just as we jump to it, Hunt McMahon takes over second place in Spec Boxster.
Yeah, I tell you what, that was a really good pass, really good smart pass going down into turn 1. And it looks like Daniel Rubel may have just let him go at that point, even though that is a battle for position, because Hunt McMahon had the preferred position and the preferred line to go down into turn number 1, got the drive off of turn 2. There was nothing that Daniel Rubel in that 771 machine could do just in order to get right back on the back of Hunt McMahon and follow him through the best he can. Again, now it's opened up by about a car length and a half. Last 2 laps, Hunt McMahon has made up over 2 seconds a lap, 2 seconds within those last 2 laps. So just under a second a lap to put himself now officially in second position behind Robbie Wilson, who is about 20-some seconds ahead of this group right here, or of this race right here.
And so, Bryan, when I was talking about Dan Rubel before, and you know how great autocrossers turn into great road racers, I was tempted to break out the little baby violin when for Daniel, but turns out not only is Daniel Rubel a real estate agent, he plays bluegrass and plays the banjo.
Ooh. Man of many talents.
Absolutely. I should break out a little sound effect for banjo here during this race. But some people are gastroenterologists, some people are rocket scientists, and they're banjo players. So
Tell you what, Greg, and if we can, Jordan, let's go a little bit further back. This is actually going to be for 6 and 7. That's Hoyt Amadon, who we talked about probably having that motor issue yesterday, and William Calcagno in that 56. Last time they came by, they're just now headed probably up over the hill. I think that's them there going down into turn number 5. Calcagno looked to the driver's right going down into turn 1, but wasn't able to make that stick. Got down to about the 300-foot mark, thought better of it, moved back over. So Hoyt Amadon and William Calcagno in that 56 machine, they've been battling. You can see that Sam Halabi just ahead of them. They're starting to catch Halabi just a little bit, a couple laps before. Now that they're starting to battle, Halabi's starting to pull away just a little bit in that fifth.
Yeah, I was just going to say, probably going to open up just a little bit more now as all three of them come through turn 10. On the previous 2 laps, all 3 of those racers were lapping within a couple hundredths of a second of one another. But this is definitely going to give Halabi, who's in a little bit of a pocket right now. He's got Farragut almost 6 seconds ahead of him. He's got this battle between Amadon and Calcagno about 3.5 seconds behind him. He can, now just instead of having to watch his mirrors, maybe just put his head down a little bit as Amadon and Calcagno now go door to door, side by side into turn 3 with Calcagno to the outside and a great pass from the outside over Hoyt Amadon. And Brian, we talked yesterday about when you're going side by side with somebody into turn 3, if you're that inside car, if you've got the room, you want to be almost center of track, and that time through, Amadon was almost hugging the white line all the way to the left of that pavement, and when you do, it makes turning in for turn 3 so hard because there's a lot of camber there, and it will actually kind of pop you out of the groove if you stay all the way to the inside.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Greg. You're 100% correct. We've been talking about this, and again, we'll talk about it again. Is even on camera it looks like it is just a bending turn that you can keep speed. It's not. It's pretty much a heavy braking to set the nose of the car. If not, it's going to throw you all the way out driver's right. You will lose a ton of speed again, and then trying to get up the hill. There is a little bit of an incline there, and in these spec Boxsters, if the harder you get on the brake, obviously because of the momentum, you've really kind of scrubbed the entire turn 1, 2, and 3.
All right, Brian, with just a couple minutes left in this race, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, blue group racers, please head to the grid. Your first race of the weekend is next. Blue group racers, this is your second call to the grid.
Yeah, because Greg, as you were talking about, right, you start to get on the brake there. You really got to work hard, especially to come back down through here to turn 5. Again, another hard braking zone. And again, this is in this class here. This is where we really want to be on the throttle as much as possible. This is what we consider here the longest straightaway, and that's really from the exit of turn number 6 all the way till you get to turn number 10. You really want to be on the throttle. That's going to actually help your lap time all the way through it. So the longest straightaway is really technically not coming out of turn 10 down into turn 1. Right?
You're straight, Brian.
It goes through. It goes all the way through.
Yeah, it's nowhere near straight, but that entire section down there, especially with these Boxsters, you want to be continuing to feed in more and more and more throttle, and so that when you do get up to turn 10, you can carry as much speed through there. The other part is, when these cars start to come down the hill through that chute, that is the fastest corner, or it should be the fastest corner on the track, and I think these Boxsters probably doing anywhere between 115 and 120 miles an hour at the apex, whereas they only go through turn 10, Brian, at about 85 to 90 miles an hour at the apex. And what makes it so incredibly difficult is that they do have to slow down as they come through here, and you can see the rear end stepping out a little bit on the car as they get into the throttle, is because this next corner, turn 5 at the bottom of the hill, that's the slowest corner on the course, and they're going through there at about 45, and that's why we've seen so much brake lockup there all day long.
Yeah, and it's a pretty big downhill run, right? Coming through that chute, what we call the chute, but really coming through turn 4, that fastest turn, it's downhill. Same thing when you come up underneath the bridge there, going down into turn, coming out of 9, coming up the hill. Then you got to come down the hill, right? You get to that peak right there at the bridge, and you are coming downhill a little bit, down into turn number 10. And so it does play with your mind a little bit on this racetrack. Okay, I know I got to get down there. It doesn't look like that from the camera, but you can see as they get to the bridge, that's a little bit of downhill, right? So when you're doing that, that's where we also, another position on this racetrack where we can see, and we do see a lot of brake lockup, and that's what it entails some of these drivers. Unfortunately, that's when they go out into the gravel trap out of there in turn 10.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so if we could, Jordan, I know time is running down. I wanted to key on a battle a little bit further back in the pack for a moment, and that is the 144 silver machine of Bill Thomas, and then Mark Francis, who we saw a little bit earlier in the black number 91 machine. And there they are right now, the last 2 cars in that group. So Francis has been slowly but surely reeling Bill Thomas in. That last time, though, Thomas actually managed to open the gap back up. Francis on the previous lap had made up a 2.5 seconds on Bill Thomas. Thomas responds with his fastest lap of the race and managed to expand the gap back out by about 0.3 seconds. So good pace when he needed it. And Thomas is actually starting to close up a little bit on John Beadler ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was just getting ready to mention that, Greg, as Thomas is starting to move in on Beadler, and I think a product of that could be because Robbie Wilson, our overall leader, kind of went through them in terms of going around them, not through them, but going around them. If knowing Robbie, he probably did want to go through them. They kind of moved around a little bit, and so while that did open up that gap a little bit for John Beadler, Bill Thomas was able to close because he was 2 seconds faster that last lap. So again, Beadler was racing there with Robbie Wilson in that 029 machine.
Indeed. Hey, want to welcome, and I know he was with us in New Jersey, Bryan. Jesse, Prince of Cats, joins us once again here on the Porsche Club of America YouTube channel. Thank you, Prince Jesse, for joining us. Wanted to know if they still have the FBI training next door, and yeah, they this facility, Summit Point Motorsports Park, has grown so much over the years. Besides having 3 different road race courses. Of course, the main circuit here, the Jefferson Circuit and the Shenandoah. They also have a circuit specifically for autocross called the Washington Circuit. They've got a rallycross circuit just outside behind our camera at turn 10. And of course, the big skid pad. And yes, they do a lot of anti-terrorism training. The State Department, the FBI have been training at this facility for so many years. This facility is so much more than just road racing, and has been really since around the year 2000, actually since 2001, as we celebrate the 21st anniversary, I guess, or 24th anniversary of 9/11. So, Bryan, I believe we're working last lap now.
Yeah, we are. Yep.
All right, so our overall leader, Robbie Wilson, and we haven't said much about the Care Bear for most of the race here, but here he is now coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight for the final time and taking the checkered flag. And we're trying to get one of our cameras back up and running right now. We apologize that you can't see it, but taking the win in Spec Boxster is Robbie Wilson. He goes from chatting with us in YouTube on the grid to winning his second spot, or probably winning the first Spec Boxster race, as we're still waiting for Hunt McMahon and Dan Rubel to cross the line. I mean, that's just how
crossed. Yep.
Yeah, they just now came across 21 seconds back from our winner. So Hunt McMahon will finish second ahead of Daniel Rubel, who takes third. Ryan Farragut, great weekend so far for the Farragut family. Ryan Farragut in that black and orange number 29 machine. He'll come home in third. Sam Halabi, there is Sam. He just came out of turn 10. and he will cross the line. He's going to finish 5th with William Calcagno 6th. Hoyt Amadon, who we just saw come out of turn 10, will finish 7th with Lawson Wilder, and Peter Kaufman will be the next racer to cross the line. He'll round out, or he'll finish 9th. Peter Kaufman will finish, actually, Wilder will finish 9th. Kaufman will finish, let's try this again.
Yep.
Amadon will finish in 7th. Wilder will finish 8th. Kaufman will finish 9th. And now that I've gotten through all of them, Ian Bryan rounds out the top 10. We're just gonna edit this part out of the YouTube feed, you know.
Ian Bryant will be the last car that took the checkered flag. Everybody
There
else
you
is
go.
taking it because Robbie Wilson.
They were all lapped down.
Yep,
Exactly.
correct. Yep.
All right, so that's going to wrap up our first of 2 Spec Boxster races today, Brian. Scheduled to start Spec Boxster race number 2, scheduled to start about 2:40 because of the delay that we had because of the oil cleanup. That may change by a couple minutes or so, but that's when they're going to be going back out preemptively. Let's see here. So what we're going to do, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Final call for race group blue. Blue group, please head to the grid. You're going to be on track here for your first race of the weekend in just a few moments. Matter of fact, they've just given the 5-minute warning, so if you haven't made your way to the grid, you need to do so now. And with that, Brian, let's take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action from 2025's Rock the Summit.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit hankookmotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget, and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities. A spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manibal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manibaltequila.com.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Rock the Summit, presented by PCA Potomac, the founders region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati. Next up, our blue group, and let's run down the starting order, Brian. Starting on pole today, driving the number 777 J-Class 2010 911, it's Franklin Prey. Starting on the outside of the front row in that beautiful Rothman's Porsche 944 S2, it's Ken Agnaw. Starting on the inside of row number 2 in third position, driving the number 77 2008 911, it's Ryan McGrath with Greg Rochick starting in fourth. He's driving the number 320 SP3 class 944 S2. Dominic Belvedere is going to start fifth. He's driving the 556 car. That's a spec Cayman. With Kenyatta Jenkins starting sixth. He's in the 027 1999 Porsche 911. Then we've got Terrence Judge. He starts seventh today. He's in the number 159. Like Kenyatta, also in the H class, he is driving a 1990 964 chassis 911. Wahid Shahadi is our second spec Cayman. He's driving the 147 car. He's going to start eighth today. With Sam Amano driving the number 4 I class 2014 Porsche Cayman S. Mark Salvador's in the H class. He's driving a 05 Porsche Boxster S. That's the 667 machine. He starts 10th. David Nissenbaum starting 11th today, driving the 411 car. That's a G-Class 2000 Porsche Boxster S. Jordan Simon in a 2004 Boxster S, also in the G-Class. The number 54 car starts 12th. Starting lucky 13th today, driving the number 47 car, another one of our spec Caymans, it's Andrew Murphy. Dan Matthews will start 14th today. He drives the 315 I-Class 2008 Carrera. Then we've got starting 15th, driving the number 215 SP3 Class 1989 951. It's Stephen Wilson. Stephen Corrali is in the J Class. He's driving the 2009 Cayman S. He starts 16th. With Connor Henderson in his 1986 951. That's the SP3 class number 341. He starts 17th. Starting 18th is James Clemens. He's in the G class 2000 Boxster X. Boxster S, and that will give us our first 8 rows as the pace car is on the pit lane. Starter is looking over the field as they come to the line, Brian. And the starter gives the green flag, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point. Franklin Prey, Ken Agnaw on the front row and jumping out as we somewhat expected here to an early lead are the 911. So Franklin Prey, Ryan McGrath, both getting ahead of Agnaw as Agnaw has to hold off Greg Rotrick, Dominic Belvedere as they go into turn 1.
You know, Greg, we saw this in New Jersey as well. Ken Agnaw just does not get the start that I think he really wants to in that number 5 machine pretty much at the start of every single race. He's fallen back again, like you just said, with Ryan McGrath and Franklin Prey getting the start that they wanted. But as the race goes on, that's when Agnaw really starts to come up back through. So we should see a pretty good race here between the top 3 as well. But Ken Agnaw now, he's going to have to battle with Greg Rochick. He's going to have to hold on for that SP3 as it looks like Agnaw's got a car in between there over there. And I think that could be Terrence Judge in that H-Class number 159. This Judge gets a little sideways coming through turn number 8, or turn number 7 there, Greg. I tell you what, again, we've been talking about this. That's the throttle modulation, right? Again, first lap, you want to get as much as you can. And I think Terrence Judge just got almost a little bit too much right there on the ragged edge.
Yeah, I was absolutely, as we saw Greg Rochick going at Judge as they came out of turn 8. And so Rochick, though, not able to get around Judge, but I'll tell you, Wahid Shahadi and Dominic Belvedere right behind him came through turn 10 practically door to door, and that typically creates an issue for not for the drivers behind, but for them, because it means they're going to get a slow stop. As we see a couple passes going into turn 1, Connor Henderson getting around Stephen Wilson. That's for 14th. Henderson in the what would you call that? I wouldn't exactly say that it's camouflage, because we can see him pretty well.
It's kind of the fighter. It's got the fighter pilot paint scheme on it, right? It's got the tiger teeth on the front. But I tell you what, and we've got one car that's going to go off down into turn number 5. That was a product of trying to get down underneath. I don't know if that was Dominic Belvedere that kind of went, because it looks like he was, made the pass earlier on, and I think that's exactly who that may be, Greg. Him and Wally Chetty, when they went down into turn number 1, got past Greg Rochick. Both of those cars got the great run off of turn 10 all the way down the front stretch. but I don't believe that Dominic Belvedere was able to make that turn in turn number 5, trying to set up to get back around.
Well, and it wasn't just not being able to make the turn, Brian. When you come down through turn 4, through the chute there, as we said, it's the fastest corner on the course. He found himself really pinched to driver's left, which is great because it meant he was able to carry more exit speed down the hill. But he actually ended up dropping his left rear tire in the grass under braking there, which obviously unsettled him. And the good thing is that the trailing cars didn't end up getting collected in collateral damage as he shot right across 3 machines that were behind him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it was a great move there, and I believe that would have been Wally Jetty that was right there. Great move to not only get on the brake, but then get back hard on the brakes so he didn't get into the back of Belvedere in that 5.56. So that's really what that's done. Has dropped Dominic all the way back down into 19th overall in that spec Cayman.
Hey, I want to see if we can stick with this battle for a moment. The battle of the 944s, or actually the 951 chassis, there with Connor Henderson and Steven Wilson, as Henderson just now picks up another position to move up to 3rd in the SP3 class. Agna and Rochik are running 1-2. But Henderson has been so late on the brakes and hard on the brakes going into turn 1, and it took him a couple corners to get it done on Steven Wilson. But he has just been catching drivers unaware, and you can see now as they come out of turn 10, Henderson's just got a lot of pace at his home track.
Yeah, I tell you what, you're right. I've noticed that a little bit, and I noticed that a little bit yesterday. Remember, Connor had that problem going down into turn number 5 late in the race yesterday, or late in qualifying, I think it was yesterday, where really the back end stepped out, didn't really go around, but really lost a lot of time. But yeah, that car seems to be making its move right now, and again, move Connor Henderson up into 3rd place in that SP3 class.
All right, so Franklin Prey, our overall leader now, resets fast lap, and he is, I believe, our only J-class. No, I take that back. Stephen Corrali is also running in J here today. Prey is out of Briarcliff, New Jersey, represents the Jersey Shore region of the PCA, and he's got so many national championships in Porsche Club of America racing to his name. We're seeing him funny in one of the fastest cars, not in our red group, out here today. And of course, we see him in what he says is the lowest powered car in the entire field, back in the vintage group as well. But he's also former winner of Skip Barber Open Wheel Series many moons ago. And, we talked to him, or at least I talked to him at length down before the Road Atlanta round, Brian. And he is a very invested person in PCA club racing. When he's not here racing, he's another one of the PCA stewards.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, I talked to him on Thursday when he was entering, and you were talking about in that other car, that number 20 car. Remember, he was the one that had that incident down into turn 1 yesterday, I believe during qualifying in that silver group, which ended up basically cutting that qualifying group short. I think they only got like 3 or 4 laps as a group. And that car did not come out today for the silver. I think that car may be done for the weekend. We have one car that's coming down on the pit lane. I'll get you that number. But Franklin not able to get that car back together in that silver. So really dependent on this and having a good run.
All right, so fast lap now, Brian, has just been reset by Waleed Shahadi in the 147 Spec Cayman. He's out of London, Ontario, Canada, and we talk about folks that moved to road racing from motorcycles. He was only doing HPDEs while he was in college, but was 3rd place overall in 2023 in Spec Cayman, which was his very first race, very first year racing with PCA, and so interesting, Brian. Former Canadian National Wrestling silver medalist, and he's an internal and critical care doctor up in Canada.
Well, I'll tell you what, he has got that Spec Cayman I don't know if that's spec right now because he is flying. He just went by Ken Agnaw, so move him into third overall.
Wow.
He's coming up on Ryan McGrath, so that Cayman is actually literally flying around this racetrack right now because he is, as you just said, put down the fastest lap. He may even go faster. There you go. You can see it right there. There's Ken Agnaw behind him, and they're coming up on Ryan McGrath. So Waleed got that spec Cayman full song this morning.
Yeah, and last lap, Chahadi was 1.3 seconds faster than Ryan McGrath ahead, as a lot of these racers, and it's a little bit over 70 degrees, like 72, 73 degrees ambient air temperature at Summit right now. It looks like his tires are definitely coming in as our quarter marshal is starting to give some of the slower traffic blue flags, letting them know faster traffic is behind them.
Yeah.
And there we go as Chahadi takes a quick look for a second before they got into the brake zone at turn number 1. Wasn't really close enough to McGrath, who has, I think, a little bit more straight line speed than that spec Cayman behind.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He does have that. I mean, McGrath just went his fastest lap of the race, his personal best, over that 1:22.78, and Chahadi was still 0.3 of a second faster than there. So again, not his personal best. Actually, he was a second off his personal best. From the lap before. So again, I think once he does get around McGrath, and McGrath will realize, hey, this is not, this is a battle in position, not for class.
Not for class, exactly.
At some point, if Waleed starts to really put the pressure on him, knowing Ryan will let him go and set himself up to get back in line.
Yeah, indeed. And so they're coming up on the number 72, a 944. That is David Mann, he'll likely see for the second lap in a row a blue flag from our flaggers, letting them know that there's some faster traffic ahead.
Yeah,
or behind.
That they're behind, and they're just getting ready to go ahead. So he just received it at the start-finish line.
Yeah, there you go. And so both McGrath and Chahadi get around, and it's going to be up to Ken Agnaw to clear that car as they come out of turn 2.
Yeah. Another good battle on the racetrack, Greg, is a little bit further back. Again, not for class. This group here has got just a plethora of different groups in it, but Sam Amano in that 4, Jordan Simon in that 54, Sam Amano in that I class, Jordan Simon in that G class. When they came by the start-finish line, Jordan tried to make a move on Mamano, was not able to do that coming out of turn number 10 down in the start-finish line, had to get back into it, and he's lost just a little bit of time there. Mamano starting to pull away, and he should be coming up. There's Mamano right there behind Greg Rochik, and there is Jordan Simon, but it was a lot closer until he went to make that move, and then he ended up having Kanata Jenkins right there as well in the 027. Had to get back in line quickly because Kanata looked like that driver wanted to go all the way over into driver's right down into turn 1 to make that pass on Simon.
All right, and so Mamano, who gets around that slower car, a 5-time PCA G-Class champion. Of course, he's moved over now into the I-Class. Jordan Simon racing, as you mentioned, Brian, in the G-Class. Now also trying to get past some of that slower traffic in his 2004 Boxster. He was your 2022 and 2019 F champion and finished second in 2023 and third last year. I'm sure he'd like to kind of reverse that. Probably doesn't want to finish 4th this year.
Yeah, correct. Right. Exactly.
He's going the wrong way.
Yeah. Got to keep that up. You really want to go forward, not, okay, well, we drop back one more. No, you don't want to do that at all.
No, not at all.
Jenkins again, last time by, he just went over the hill right there. Last time by down into 1 and 2 again, tried to make that move. Simon moves to the center of the racetrack, down into turn number 1 and kind of takes that, and Jenkins moves all the way over to the driver's left. Greg, the optimal line that we like to, not only teach here, but we see to get through that turn on that entry. But Simon's able to hold him off coming off of the turn 2, and that's really where that helps him a little bit from that power band. But you can see here now, we've got some of our slower cars there on the far driver's right. moved all the way over. Kind of had a bottleneck there between Mamano, Simon, Jenkins in there as well. So.
Hey, Brian, I'd like to thank a couple more folks for joining us here on our different YouTube platforms. On the PCA Potomac channel, we've got Don and Marion Matron from our race sponsor this weekend, Foundry Wealth Advisors. I want to thank them for all they're doing to help bring you this coverage this weekend from Summit Point Raceway in the 2025 Rock the Summit.
Yep.
And welcome.
Yep, welcome. Thanks for coming. Thanks for helping out. Thanks for sponsoring it. As again, we look at that battle coming up out of turn 2. Again, another car. That's the 72 machine. They go around Mamano with Simon. Jenkins falling a little bit further back overall, and again, that's just trying to get set up coming out of turn number 3. But Mamano's got his hands full. Again, not for the battle in the class, in that I class, but he's definitely got his hands full with Jordan Simon.
You know, but Brian, I was say right back behind him, Simon in G, Jenkins in H, Nissenbaum in G, Salvador in H. So there are two different class battles now forming up right behind them. As some of these racers are again making it through the lap traffic. I mean, they're all right there. We definitely want to continue to watch. We've got the white and orange machine in Nissenbaum, the 411. He's got Jenkins directly ahead. He would love nothing more than to get around Kenyatta Jenkins and really give Jordan Simon a fight at this point, as Simon is continuing the fight with Mamano as they're all coming down the front straight now across the start-finish line.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, you talked about, with Salvador and Jenkins, right? That's the battle for the last podium spot here in H class. So Salvador falling just a little bit further back. Last time it was about a second. Now it's about another, 2 seconds back behind. So, again, that's kind of open up. And, again, that's the product of coming up on some of this traffic as we get later on in this race. And, Greg, we got side-by-side action here right there just out of your screenshot with Simon and Jenkins. Jenkins ended up going really far driver's right. You and I have done a lot of stuff here. That's where you don't want to be.
No.
He was really driver's right, ended up with that right rear kind of on the rumble strip there, going up to the top, almost the Tristan Herbert line, and that car got really, really loose. That's not where you want to be.
He was inches away from the gravel trap, but just to his right.
His right rear touched the gravel trap, and so really got loose. And so really powered through that. You can see it doesn't look like he lost a lot of time coming up over the hill, but I think it was a product of him just powering back through that car with everything he had, because that was a really good save, because that really could have gotten ugly, got there at the top of the hill of turn 3.
Yeah, we typically see, and we talk about other cars with other organizations that have considerably less power than that machine. And you can actually put 2 wheels in that gravel trap and be somewhat safe, because the track, it actually meanders and winds back to you. If you just straighten up the steering wheel, you'll end up right on the back on the race surface. The downside is you try to feed in throttle coming out of this corner, coming up turn 3. You don't get a lot of grip. Even with a limited slip, you don't get a lot of grip with that gravel trap there. And you can see where Terrence Judge just took, I don't want to call it evasive action, but I think he ended up ripping the car back over to the left-hand side, because I think he felt he was going to probably end up there in that gravel.
Yeah, no, agreed.
All right, let's do this, Brian, as we've gone a little bit past halfway. We've got about 15 minutes, a little bit less than 15 minutes, about 13 minutes remaining in this race. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call for the red group. Red group drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Red group drivers, your first race of the weekend is next. Please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action from Summit Point Raceway in our blue group, sponsored and presented by MCS, in just a moment. Stay with us. At Foundry Wealth Advisors, we believe that every client deserves our full and focused attention, the kind of attention required for smarter decision-making and effective goals-based financial planning. The atmosphere at Foundry Wealth Advisors is one of camaraderie and collaboration. Our people work together intensely, giving you a top-to-bottom, big-picture perspective. At Foundry Wealth Advisors, we view wealth management differently. To us, it's not only about investing your money, it's about investing in a relationship. Redefining wealth management means we really get to know our clients, their businesses, and their needs, and that we take a bird's eye view of your financial picture. Ask the right questions and hard work to help you understand the issues and risks you face. Our clients call us their financial therapists or their personal CFOs, but no matter how they describe us, it's clear they're experiencing a different way of working. By remaining in continual contact and checking frequently, we're able to achieve the type of working relationship where there are no surprises, which means our clients are able to make a more informed decision in achieving their goals. Foundry Wealth Advisors is proud to be a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2025, and we thank all the volunteers, racers, and crew for their participation.
Maverick Region PCA is excited to announce their Eagles Canyon 2 Club race on October 11th and 12th. They will be racing the counterclockwise 2.7-mile course with 15 turns and over 200 feet of elevation change. All races have points towards the PCA National and Mid-America Championships. Expect 2 practices, qualifying, and a 30-minute sprint race on Saturday, and 2 additional sprint races on Sunday, one 30 minutes long and one 40 minutes long. Podium-winning trophies for race classes with a 4+ car count and additional awards will be presented at the Saturday evening banquet at the Over the Top Bar and Grill at Eagles Canyon Raceway. Register today at clubregistration.net.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission. Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Rock the Summit. And this is, Bryan, really turning into a great race, this blue group race presented by Motion Controlled Suspension MCS. And we've been watching it all during our break as we've got now, what is this? It's Mamano in the blue Ford, Jordan Simon, Kenyatta Jenkins, Dominic Belvedere in his Spec Cayman now has entered the chat. David Nissenbaum and Andrew Murphy there as well. I look at this conflagration of cars coming into turn 5.
Well, I want to hear you spell that word, but
CONFLAGRATION.
There we go. I knew you'd be able to spell it.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted you to spell it. But I tell you what, Dominic Belvedere, remember, he had that spin down in turn number 5, per se, kind of cut a little bit across there. He's worked his way all the way back up to 10th overall, Greg. From after dropping down into 19th. Jordan Simon seems to get the run on Mamano. Here we go. We're going to pick this up, and it looks like Jenkins tried to make that move, but as Simon comes off of turn 10, it seems like he has the better drive off of turn 10, but Mamano has the more top speed, and that's what puts him back in front. But Jordan Simon, I believe, is faster on this racetrack right now across from really turn 1 all the way through to turn 10 for that position.
Well, luckily for him, the white and orange car, which I think is like the 4th or 5th car in that group, Bryan, is really who Jordan Simon has to keep behind him. And luckily, with that additional pace that he has, there's the white and orange car, second car from the back of the field. That is David Nissenbaum. Simon's got, I'd say, a little bit of breathing room. But as we've seen in some prior races here today, he's having to concern himself as much with the mirrors and seeing what's going on behind him as what's ahead of him as well.
Right, absolutely.
Because it only takes one move by Belvedere or one move by Jenkins, and all of a sudden Simon's going to have to defend for his life with only 7.5 minutes left to go in this race.
Well, you look at this battle right here, and really behind Nissenbaum, you throw Andrew Murphy back in there as well. So, again, this battle is really 7th overall, 7th to 11th. But again, Nissenbaum trying to get ahead of Jenkins or of Simon, just can't do that in that G class. So again, you got to look at that as well. So that battle with all of these cars, and now you can see we're going to go 2 wide, maybe even 3 wide as we head down into turn number 1.
There you go. And Mamano moves to the inside. Had to move to the inside because they've got a slower car that they're all putting another lap down. So really, I don't know if it was as much a defensive maneuver as it was just something that he had to do there. But all the cars in this group ended up having to duck underneath that machine. And again, the corner workers doing a great job showing a blue flag to that slower Boxster, letting them know that the faster traffic's behind.
Yep, Belvedere getting past Jenkins there too as well. So that ended up being that moved Belvedere back up to 9th place.
Attention in the paddock, Red Group racers. This is your second call to the grid. Red Group racers, please head to the grid. Your first race of the weekend is next.
Again, move Murphy ahead of Nissenbaum there for 11th overall, Greg. So closing the gap a little bit in that G class. Try to move up into up into the next position, right? So Nissenbaum trying to get. He's going to fall back. I should say fall back from time perspective from Jordan Simon. Last time by it was like 1 point some seconds, but now it's 2.7, and that's because he ended up with having Murphy battling him and getting by.
So interestingly enough, Brian, ahead of this battle, we were watching it earlier. We saw Wahid Shahadi put in fastest lap times early on, and we thought maybe Ken Agna, as he once again had a non-optimal opening lap, might be able to start making up ground and moving forward. The SP3 racer, though, he's now running about 2.5 seconds off of his fastest laps from the race. He's really fallen off here as this race is worn on. That being said, and I think they're coming onto the front straight now and across the line, he was within about 5 car lengths of Jihadi ahead. He's now fallen a little bit further back. Here we go as Jihadi and Agna come down under braking into turn 1. And once again, Agna running almost 6 tenths of a second, almost a half a second off of Jihadi's times.
And Greg, it could have been that Jihadi had fresher tires at the beginning of this race, and now they've kind of leveled out, right? They've kind of, and we've seen that in all forms of racing. You get maybe 1 or 2 laps fresher tires, or probably 5 to 10 here in this case. They get fresher tires. You really get that run there, and then all of a sudden they kind of level out with everybody else, and you kind of just stay stagnant on your lap times, just being consistent. And then next thing you know, they start to fall off even more. So yeah, pretty good battle right there as you see Agnall going around some of the slower traffic right there, trying to catch back up to Waleed Shadi in that 147.
Getting around, I think, Bart Welty, the 33 machine there coming through the carousel. Should also mention both John Patton and Don Matron Jr., the 2 SP3 racers, retired early on in this race. Matron in that beautiful red, white, and blue American flag Porsche 944, retired after just 2 laps. And then in a much newer chassis, John Patton in his 1992 968 chassis, retired after 6.
Yep. Franklin Prey here now going across down in turn number 4. Kind of Franklin kind of on his Sunday run right now, Greg. It's just kind of nice and even and consistent. Looking at his lap times the entire race, pulling them out kind of right in that 122 flat range. So on average, so pretty good run by Franklin in that machine.
Yeah, and he has just been the sign of consistency, Brian, in that 997 chassis. here every race where we've seen him take it out or bring it out.
Still that pretty good big battle going on a little bit further back that we were talking about early, Greg, with the 4 of Sam Amano, Jordan Simon, and then Dominic Belvedere. Move him up ahead, move Kenyatta Jenkins back a little bit further. And again, they came up on some lap traffic, and Jenkins had to really make an evasive move kind of going into turn 3. We've talked about this being product of drivers left going into turn 3. Had no choice, had to go drivers left, and really had to get hard on the brakes to get through that turn if they wanted to be able to make the turn. If not, it would have washed all the way out had that not happened.
Yeah, and so Dominic Belvedere, Bryan, running second at the moment. Inspec came into Shahadi ahead, and and as we talk about all the great little hobbies, we'll say, besides road racing, that our entrants have this weekend. Now, Dominic is in the construction business, but when he's not road racing or when he's not building things, he goes snowmobiling, scuba diving, and boating. And he's out of he's a member of the Metro region. He's out of Miller Place, New York. This is his very first season of road racing with the PCA.
Talk about boating. Boating is like just taking on. There you go. There's Belvedere with a really big brake lockup going down into turn number 1. I went from boating to looking
swimming
at the
in the gravel
going,
trap at turn 1,
wow.
Bryan.
Talk about boating.
That's right.
Kind of locked up that right front going down into turn 1. But boating, it's like taking a bunch of money and just setting it on fire anyway, right?
That's like the top 3. When I it's funny when we talk to racers who talk about club racers that talk about the endless money pit that road racing is. I always say that there are only 2 things that are financially maybe a worse proposition. 1 is owning a racehorse, and 2 is owning a boat.
Well, 3 an RV. Trust me.
Yeah. And oddly, most of these folks, besides owning race cars, they own an RV to tow them with. All right, we are, I believe, Bryan, probably going to be working our last lap in a moment. Next time, Franklin Prey. Actually, I think Prey has already crossed the start-finish line. So he is working his last lap with only about 5 seconds remaining on the clock with Ryan McGrath second. And we are continuing to watch this fight with Mamano, our I-Class leader, Jordan Simon, our G-Class leader, and then Kenyatta Jenkins a little bit further behind. Kenyatta currently running 3rd in the H-Class.
Yeah, again, that's been a battle pretty much all race long within all 5 of those drivers as Franklin Prey crosses at the start-finish line, Greg, taking the checkered flag. So that battle there that hopefully they're going to be able to settle everything out as they're coming up out of turn number 3 now. They're going to have their last few corners here to settle that overall, for position overall and things. So last couple of corners here to go.
All right, so Ryan McGrath crosses the line. He'll take the win in the H-Class in his 997 chassis car, while Shahadi takes the win in Spec Cayman. While Ken Agna crosses the line, he will take the win in the SP3 class in his 944 S2. And next to cross the line should be Terrence Judge in his 964 chassis, the 159 machine. He does with Greg Rochek now crossing the line, and that leaves this group coming out of turn 10. Sam Mamano in the number 4 I-Class machine. He's going to come across the line. He'll take the win in I, while Jordan Simon, only 26/100ths of a second back, will take the win in G. Kenyatta Jenkins comes across the line, takes the silver in the H-Class, with Dominic Belvedere finishing 2nd in Spec Cayman. Andrew Murphy will finish 3rd in Spec Cayman, 11th overall. David Nissenbaum will finish 2nd in the G-Class and 12th overall, with Connor Henderson finishing with the win in SP3, finishes up ahead of Stephen Wilson. So congratulations to Connor. Then Don Matthews will round out your top 15, and he finishes 2nd in the I-Class to Sam Amano. All right, Bryan, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call for the Red Group Racers. This is your final call to the grid. And so, Brian, let's take a quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, one more race before lunch here at Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 Rock the Summit presented by the Porsche Club of America and the Founders Region, PCA Potomac. Stay with us.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your Porsche today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 Rock the Summit, and the big guns are out now, Brian, in this race presented by Eurosport. And it is bound to be a, as I like to say, a barn burner. It's gonna be a banger here, Brian, as our racers are out on their pace laps. So let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving the 014 GTA 3 2019 Cup car, it's Corey Friedman with a qualifying time of 111.812. Michael Levitas in the number 236 GTA 4 992 Cup car, that's a 2022 chassis. He'll start on the outside of the front row. Joseph Viola in the number 262 GTC 8 2022 Cup car will start third with Dwayne Moses in a 2019 machine. He's our pole sitter in the GTC 7 class. He starts fourth. Jeff Smith is our pole sitter in GTC 6. He's in a 2016 Cup car. The number 924 machine starts fifth with John Coster in the 573 GTC 6 car. That's also a 2015 chassis. He starts sixth. Starting seventh, Chris Dooley start in the number 751 GTD 3. 2024 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport will start alongside David Dunnigan, who's in eighth. He drives the number 400 2014 Cup car. Then we've got Rami Farid. He starts ninth. He's in the number 53 GT4 Club Sport at the 2019 chassis. with Kerry Brown starting on the outside of row number 5. Kerry's in the number 707 2016 Cup machine. That's a GTC 6 car. Then we got Peter DeBusman starting 11th. He's in the 125 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. That's a 2016 chassis. And he is alongside Kyle Hoyer. Kyle is in the number 61 2010 Cayman. He is your GTB1 pole sitter. He's going to start just ahead of Ed Dunn, who starts lucky 13th in the number 98 GTB1 2015 Cayman S. And Ed, right alongside another GTB1 racer, it's Chuck Palmer starting 14th in the number 55 2014 Cayman S. Then we've got Jonathan Draper. He starts 15th. He's in the number 62 2015 Cup car, starting alongside the GTC Cup car entry of John Bauer. And I'm now finding out we've got a second pace lap, so let's run down a few more of our starters, Brian. So starting on the inside of row number 8 in 17th position will be, row number 9 in 17th position will be Mitch Bowling. He's driving the number 51 2014 Cayman. And then we've got the GTD3 entry of Chris Karras. He starts 18th. He's driving the number 138 GT4 Club Sport, GT4R Club Sport, pardon me. Then we got James Wilson in the GT2 class. James is driving the number 129 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. And then starting on the outside of row number 10, Jimmy Martin. Jimmy is driving the number 57 GTD1 2016 GT4 Club Sport. Starting on the inside of row number 11, we've got Glenn Spiegler. Glenn is in a 2018 Cup car. That's the number 58 machine. He starts alongside Charles Liu. Charles is in a 2016 GT4 Club Sport in the GT3 class. Starting 23rd, David Felker, driving the number 45 GTD1 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, and he'll start alongside David Wasser, starting 24th. David is driving the number 112 2009 Cayman S. And then we move over to Steve Garrison, starting 25th today. Steve is driving the number 127 GT3 2010 Cayman. He'll start alongside Keith Powell in 26th position, driving the 322 GTB1 2012 Cayman S, and then rounding out the field, starting 27th, driving the number 16 2006 Cup car in the GTC4 class is Chip Santes, with Michael Vitz starting 28th. He drives the number 22 2003 Cup car in the GTC3 class. So, Brian, that is your 28 car field. Thank you for 2 pace laps, Porsche Club of America, as they come underneath the Toyota bridge. Pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitter, Corey Friedman, in that beautiful 0114 2019 Cup car. As the starter now going to look over the field on the front straight, and as they come to the line, Brian, green flag is in the air, and we're racing once again here at Summit Point.
You know, I tell you what, Greg, watching Corey Freeman, Michael Levitas, I tell you what, I talked to Michael last night, asked him what he was doing to the car. They were underneath the right rear of that car pretty much all night long, off and on, making some changes. Watched him during the warm-up as well. Made a little bit more adjustments on that car. Look for him to be pretty quick up against Corey Freeman in that 014 machine. But tell you what, Corey looks really, really quick. We've got a couple cars a little bit further back, Greg. When they went down into turn 1, we were 2 wide, 3 wide coming through. They had to get settled back in. Looks like everybody now is starting to get single file through the middle half of this group.
All right. And so we talked a little bit during qualifying last year, Brian, yesterday, that Michael Levitas had a lot of problems with this chassis at this event last year. Only made it through qualifying, did not make any of the races. It is a car that has been strong out of the box all weekend, and the fact that they spent a lot of time underneath that car last night just trying to make it faster, I think says a lot. Corey Friedman in qualifying was about 1.5 seconds faster than Levitas. Now, they're not in the same class.
Correct.
Again, Friedman in GTA 3, Levitas in GTA 4, but about 1.2 seconds separating them after that first lap as they come down into turn 1 now.
Yeah, that Michael definitely having some problems on the back half of this racetrack, Greg, and that's really what he wanted to really work on quite a bit. early on in this race, and then hopefully look to get it perfected for tomorrow and then hopefully for Sunday. So again, yeah, like I said, really working on that car yesterday mid-afternoon all the way through. Not for class, just as you mentioned. So we'll have to see. Corey's been pretty quick here. He's quick in the first group this morning, and he's definitely got that GTA3, that GT3 Cup car, kind of up on its toes right now.
He does, and Corey Freeman, who had 2 top 5 finishes in class at the 24 Hours at Daytona, as well as an SRO Drivers Championship all the way back in 2017. Racing that Autometrics Motorsports machine. He is also just shown to be so strong in every race that we've seen him. He comes up to us from Charleston, South Carolina. We saw him at the beginning of the year down at Sebring, Bryan, where he was strong. We saw him at VIR in Road Atlanta, and he was very quick at the Glen as well.
Yeah, very quick 2 weekends ago, too, as well, at Road America. Ended up sharing a car with Charles Liu, who's also in this race in the Enduro. So, again, Corey Freeman pretty much being at the top of this red group the last couple of events.
Yeah, indeed, and this car that he's racing was actually built to run the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, and of course was brought back over here to the States by Manthey Racing a number of years ago. But it is a heck of a chassis. As things are now, again early on, we had a lot of fights there at about mid-pack going down into turn 1 for the start. Things are starting to ease up a little bit around the middle of the pack. But I was just watching Rami Farid in the blue and orange number 53 GTD2 Cayman Club Sport. He's got Peter DeBusman, Ed Dunn, DeBusman in the green and black machine, Ed Dunn in the black machine, Kyle Hoyer. And hopefully sometime this weekend we'll have some in-car video from Kyle Hoyer. I don't know if that's I don't know if we have that today or for this race. Maybe we'll have it later this afternoon.
Tell you what, good battle going on a little bit further back there, Greg. It's the 2 white 991 Cup cars there at the 64 of Dwayne Moses and Jeff Smith in the 924. When they came out of turn number 10, Jeff Smith was right on that back bumper. You can see Dwayne Moses opening up just a little bit more over Smith. Again, that's not for a battle in class, but a battle for position. That's a GTC 7 with Dwayne Moses compared to Jeff Smith's GTC 6. So pretty much, as you said, everything's starting to spread out in single file out here. That was the closest battle right now that we have for position within the group.
Yeah, and so Moses, who comes to us from, I would say right outside the gate, Alexandria, Virginia. He's a PCA Potomac member. There you go, Bryan. Going from motorcycles to cars. He's actually a former motocross racer that has been doing this now for in cars for over 30 years. Was second place in the first ever 24-hour WRL race held at Sebring, and has been focusing a lot more on the sprint racing in the last couple of years. He was your GTC 3 national champion in 2015, 17, and 18.
Nice nickname that he has too there within the bio there. Dr. Awesome.
Dr. Awesome, and he's driving the car. This always concerns me, though, when he's driving a car known as the new one, because you always want to know what happened to the old one.
I think he still may have the old one.
Okay.
Like I said, he did drive the old one, I think, at the beginning of the year, and then kind of moved over to this one. So
yeah. The old one is a fickle mistress.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, well, boy, we've heard that before.
Yeah. Oh, one too many times.
Yeah. Motorsports racing.
Actually, this is a neat little story. Ashley Freiberg, who has been doing quite a bit of pro racing in the National Porsche Cup series, actually won a couple of races in Sprint Challenge with it. It was a car that was run originally by MBK, and so Moses has picked this chassis up in the last year or so. So it's got a nice winning provenance to it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been pretty strong. I think he ran that a couple weeks ago when we were out at Road America, as well.
Yeah.
I think, and so again, getting a lot of seat time in that car. Again, runs multiple groups, right? I believe he ran in our silver group maybe before, and then out here running again running that 991 Cup class, and then running this. So getting a tremendous amount of seat time, pretty much over the last couple of events, everywhere he's gone.
Everywhere.
Pretty much everybody here single file all the way across. And Greg, a little bit further back, one of the drivers that we've seen quite a bit, definitely saw him up in New Jersey in that 129 in that blue Cayman GT. James Wilson also runs in other organizations with that exact same car. So good to see James out here running this as well. Along with the other organizations. So again, running that same car, getting the most out of it. He's kind of in a little bit further back than I think he wants to be in that 20th, but he's definitely in a battle there with Charles Liu in the 079, kind of that multicolored white with a lot of different yellow and black on it as well.
Yeah, and so he's the only racer today in the GT2 class in his very new GT4 RS Club Sport, a 2024 chassis. And as you said, we've seen him in a number of different series over the course of the year. Nice little fight going on there, coming through the carousel, Bryan, and now up through turn 8. And I'm fairly certain that is... I believe that's Karis Bauer and Lou, perhaps? Or is that actually a little bit further ahead? That might be Ed Dunn, Draper, and Kerry Brown now coming down the front straight.
No, I think that's Charles Liu that just went down into the front. I mean, if you're talking about Ed Dunn, he was just now going up over the hill out of 3.
That's what I thought.
Sitting there, and he's our leader in GTB1 through that. So, yeah, battles are starting to pick up, as this race goes on. And, we talk about that GTB1 with Ed Dunn, Kyle Hoyer, Chuck Palmer in that group. Remember, yesterday, Ed Dunn didn't have a good qualifying session, Greg, and we picked him out there a couple of times. That car just looked unsettled. Well, I think they've definitely got that figured out because he's definitely got now a 2-second lead over Kyle Hoyer in that 61. So, again, probably making some changes coming back after qualifying with that team and that crew. And so really starting to open it up a little bit more there.
All right. Well, we talked about Charles Liu here, and I think as we watch and he's leading that group now, there he is right towards the front of that pack right now, driving the GT3 class GT4 Club Sport. He's out of my current hometown, Charlotte, North Carolina, Bryan, but I think there's a reason why this might be a good race for him. He won his very first race. He's only been racing now for 3 years. Won his very first race at the tender young age of 72 years old.
Oh, I got plenty of time then.
Yeah, exactly. And he got into this crazy sport. Why? Because Corey Friedman made him do it.
It seems a lot of the bios we've gotten, and again, real quick, if you haven't filled out a bio, with some of these races, you guys got to start doing this because this is where we talk about you, both good and bad, right? But it seems like Corey Freeman has gotten a lot of drivers in those bios that we look at. It's all Corey's fault, right? So Corey gets the blame for everybody spending money to come and do this type of racing, right?
Well, more importantly, look, this is club racing. Not only is he having fun with them all on track here, but as we watch him put a couple more cars a lap down, in addition to that, there's a lot that goes on off the racetrack as well. Bryan, you talked about the great social last night for the volunteers. There's going to be a social tonight at Summit Point for not only the volunteers but for the road racers as well, and a lot of activities going along around the track to support all of these drivers and their families and their friends that come out to watch them race.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm going to be down there tonight, and I end up with a dinner and kind of go through that. Again, come over, talk to me, meet me. I'm here on site. Give me some information. Look, I can tell you,
Say
one of the
bad
things
things
I'm
about
not.
Greg. He's not here to
Yeah,
respond.
correct, right? I mean, that's really what we're all about here. But one of the things I'm not going to do is I'm not going to go talk to Corey Friedman because he may talk me into racing again. It seems like he's talked a lot of other people into racing. I'm going to try
Bryan,
to stay away from
you
Corey.
said so many times this year that you would pay money to get into the driver's seat of a cup car, and admittedly, getting you out of that seat would be much more of a challenge than getting you in. But Corey Friedman might be the person you want to talk to. We just saw Rami Farid, our GTD2 leader. I believe he's leading GTD2 at the moment. Just make a nice pass going down into turn one. Actually, well, he better be the GTD2 leader because he's the only one in the class at the moment. But he just turned in his fastest lap at a 1:17.7. Great run for Farid, who we talked a little bit about yesterday. He humbly explains that he has the track record at New Jersey Motorsports Park Thunderbolt in the GTD2 class, but he also mentions that it was set like a couple of weeks after the repave.
Pretty good.
Wasn't able to get down to his track record time about a month and a half ago when we were there for the Thunderbolt round of the Porsche Club of America Club Racing Series.
Yeah. Tell you what, Greg, if we go back and we look, and Jordan's been having that on screen, and that is that battle in that GTB1 class there with Ed Dunn, Chuck Palmer, and Kyle Hoyer in that 98, 55, and 61. That has really started to take place, within the last 3 laps here, as now Palmer's gotten around Kyle Hoyer as they head down into turn one. Again, Ed Dunn leading, but tell you what, Chuck Palmer has really been closing the gap a little bit lap over lap, been the most consistent of those 3 cars. Just can't get enough as they come out of turn number 2 and start to head up into turn number 3. Right now you get one of the slower cars in there in that 22 machine. Palmer tried to make that move on Dunn, couldn't do it, had to get back.
Yeah, just wasn't close enough.
Yeah, and then Hoyer ended up he was the unfortunately the odd man out there because he got stuck behind that 22 machine coming through turn 2 and just could not get close enough.
Yeah, so Hoyer's the car just ahead of the one that went through, and I will call it the German flag liveried 2010 came in there, white, red, black, and yellow, and he works at Microsoft. Bryan, he's out of Manassas, Virginia. And let me add one more to the list of what adrenaline junkies might do. He also, besides auto racing, enjoys flying airplanes as well. And he's been racing for 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, you talk about the adrenaline, right? I mean, you get into one of these and it's adrenaline. As we go down into turn number 1, you see, here comes Chuck Palmer. Look, he's going to pull out, try to outbrake Ed Dunn. Looks like he may do it, but we're going to see Ed Dunn may pull that over and under, Greg. It's not the first time we've seen that. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. I think Ed Dunn's going to go ahead and let him have it right now and then working his way back. But what a great power move under braking by Chuck Palmer in that 55 to go back in front in that GTB1 class.
Well, Bryan, speaking of braking, it's about time that we take a break. And thanks to our partners and sponsors that are bringing you the 2025 Rock the Summit here at Summit Point Raceway. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, Europros Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, Europros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-6600. 7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2025, Europro's Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing in this premier annual event.
The Carrera of the Americas on November 22nd and 23rd at COTA in Austin, Texas is the final PCA Club race of the 2025 season. Hosted by the Hill Country, Lone Star, and Maverick regions, the Circuit of the Americas, a Formula One venue, is a 3.4-mile, 20-turn track and is one of the most challenging in the United States. There will be 2 race groups contesting for the final season points toward the 2025 PCA Club Racing National Point Series and the 2025 Mid-America Championship Series. This event is limited to just 100 racers. To mark your calendars for registration, open October 6th at clubregistration.net.
Radial Tire Company is your trusted provider of high-quality new tires, custom aftermarket wheels, and tire repair and maintenance services. We are dedicated to giving you the very best tire experience, focusing on upfront and honest quotes, timely response to issues, and quality products and parts. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has provided the Washington, D.C. area, including Bethesda, Arlington, Washington, and surrounding areas with quality tires and the most exemplary service. We have earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications, stocking tires from all top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs and trucks. Our mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them at 301-585-2740. Radial Tire Company is pleased to provide gold-level sponsorship to this year's Rock the Summit 2025. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this year's event such a success. Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Rock the Summit, presented by the Porsche Club of America and the Founders Region of the PCA Potomac. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Bryan Donati, and making us do stuff we want to do and some that we don't want to do is Jordan Worth, our director here today. As we're watching this great red group battle going on right now, and I'll tell you. In GTC 6, Jeff Smith has opened up almost a 20-second advantage over John Coster, and David Dunnigan. But another one that we might want to jump back to is a nice little fight between David Felker and Jimmy Martin, both in the GTD1 class. The red, white, and blue Cayman of Felker. Then we've got the white Cayman of Jimmy Martin. We'll try and pick those up here. If we can, in just a few moments. They should be coming to the line now, I think.
They just came by.
Yeah, there they are, right on the front straight. They are the second and third cars in the line.
Yep, Wilson leading that group there, but I think they're passing him, so that could be a part of that. But yeah, you're right, Greg. Felker and Martin, they started to go nose to tail. Like I said, they're passing the 29 machine there. Of Wilson, they started to pass him, then they had to get hard on the brake going down into turn 1. So, that car ended up where Martin ended up falling back just a little bit further.
Yeah, well, let's track these guys for a couple laps. Obviously, as they've got, as you mentioned, Robbie Wilson just ahead of them.
Tell you what, why we track that, and there they are right there. We'll pick that up. There is a new second place driver in GTB1, and that's Kyle Hoyer. He'd gotten around and had done last time by through turn 1. Okay. Definitely outbroke him going down, and it looked like Ed just let him go. I mean, it was one of those products. If you've got the spot, I'm going to let you go.
Yeah, and so they've got, again, a nice little fight going, but they've got actually it's still not that far up to Chuck Palmer in the lead in GTB1. They've got Jonathan Draper's GTC 6 car sitting between them currently. But things are starting to close up a little bit in GTB1 because Mitch Bowling, as Hoyer and Dunn have been fighting, Mitch Bowling in his 2014 Cayman started to close the gap down just a little bit. He's sitting 4th in class right now, but not that far back from it.
Yeah, he's got about 12 seconds back a little bit, but you're right. I mean, he's made up a ton of ground over the last couple of laps, with Ed Dunn. And again, Ed Dunn was battling quite a bit there with Palmer and Hoyer for a couple of laps. Here comes Dunn. Here comes, actually, you know what? Now move Ed Dunn back. He's gotten back around Kyle Hoyer. We'll see where Bowling is. Mitch Bowling just now coming across the start-finish line now. So, again, still got quite a bit of gap there. That's opened up now 14 seconds. So he's lost
now
some
falling
time
off that
here.
pace.
Yeah, has fell off that pace a little bit. But now move Ed Dunn back into move him back into second place over Kyle Hoyer in that 61. So GTB1 always has great racing here, Greg. No matter where we go and which track, they always seem to have a battle, either for the top three or definitely within the second and third, if somebody seems to go out and just kind of pace the field.
All right, so I want to just give a heads up to all of our viewers on our two different YouTube channels that this is our last race before we take a short break for lunch. But don't worry, we've got a lot more sprint racing coming up this afternoon. We've got 4 more races for you. Scheduled to start about 2 o'clock. We'll put the restart time on the screen as soon as we get it. The schedule has been thrown off a little bit by that oil cleanup earlier, but also during lunch today, going to be giving some drive arounds. We have some charity laps for the Aaron Levitas Foundation. That is our charitable organization that Rock the Summit is supporting here this weekend. Of course, we have out on track right now Michael Levitas running second overall. He is the director of the Aaron Levitas Foundation, and hopefully we'll get to speak to Michael a little bit later this weekend, either later today or tomorrow, to get a little bit more information about all the wonderful things that the Aaron Levitas Foundation does. But if you haven't signed up already, head over to the charity tent in the middle of the paddock.
Yeah, and you'll be able to get, if you want, for a $500 donation, Michael, as soon as he gets out of this, and give him a chance to get a drink of water, because I'm sure he's going to need it, as he just went by the start-finish line. But, give you a ride in one of the vehicles that they have down there. It's a $500 donation. Michael will take you out here and do some charity laps. He's also going to do some coaching later on today, some tips as well. So, again, pretty good individual and driver there to get some tips from.
Yeah, I was going to say $500 and maybe either a jug of water or maybe some Gatorade or something.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're exactly right. You may want to bring 2 drinks with you, one for yourself and one for Michael.
And one for Michael. The foundation would love the donation, the monetary donation. Michael would love the hydration donation. Yeah,
absolutely. Greg, one of the things that we were just talking about, I was like kind of looking down at turn 1, looking down at the camera, and we talked about in that GTB1. I'm wondering if the handling and or the tires are starting to go away on Kyle Hoyer's car, because he went down into turn number 1 and just could not get that car to turn in, and ended up missing basically the entire turn and stayed all the way out to driver's left. You can see there as he got down on the brakes a little bit, started to lose the nose a little bit.
Yeah.
See what happens here when they come out of turn number 6, when he goes to get back on the throttle. If that car is a little loose, it seems to be a little tight kind of in the center of that corner of that car right there.
Well, and as he comes through turns 6A and 6B, almost center of track, I think we'll probably see him start to adjust his line a little bit, maybe open the wheel up a little bit more. As I say, as we were talking about, horse racing and what a waste of money that is, give the car some reins and don't fight the front end of the car all that much, because he is, I think, as you said, starting to run the front tires on that machine off.
Yeah. That car just does not look as stable as it did at the beginning of this race, for obvious reasons, right?
Yeah.
But I just think now it seems like you can see here, like definitely missing the entry going into turn 1, and that's opening up that gap between him and Ed Dunn, where they were close the last couple laps. So Ed Dunn opening up by about 6-7 car lengths now over Kyle Hoyer in that 61.
All right, as time is starting to run down, we've got under 5 minutes remaining in GTC 3. John Bauer is your leader. Michael Vitz who started, I believe, at the tail end of the field today, started 28th in the 28 car field. He's 2 laps down now from John Bauer. In GTC 7, it is Dwayne Moses. He's got a full lap on Glenn Spiegler at the moment. In GTC 6, Jeff Smith with over a half minute on John Coster, with David Dunnigan about 7 seconds back in third. We've been watching the GT3 race between Charles Liu and Steve Garrison. Garrison now showing as a lap down. In GTD3, same Chris Dooley over Chris Karras. In GTD1, a race that we had been watching that battle for second. And that battle for second, Brian, we might want to jump back to that if we can. The red, white, and blue, the American flag livery David Felker machine still just holding on over Jimmy Martin's 911, probably came in GT4 Club Sport, but Peter DeBusman now has opened up, I think, almost 20 seconds. There they are. It's just like we left them a half hour ago. DeBusman has pulled out a considerable advantage over both Felker and Martin. And in GTB1, it is Chuck Palmer over Ed Dunn with Kyle Hoyer third. We've been watching that race all race long. Mitch Bowling sits about a quarter of a minute back and forth.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on that Martin and Felker as they came out of turn number 10 and head down the start-finish line. It opened up to about a second now, but a lot of that had to do with I believe the car that was putting them kind of a lap down as well when they came through there, and I believe that may have been it wasn't Remy Farid because he was already
Dennis
ahead.
Wasser, who's in the
Yes.
white with the red striped. With the right stripe heading, a red stripe, pardon me, heading up the nose. There he is, heading down. He gets now by both of them, both Martin and Felker. So that might, again, give Martin maybe a little bit of an impetus there to put the screws to the American flag machine.
Yeah, well, we'll see here right now. It looks like they're coming through turn number 7, getting ready to head up through there. Kind of close that gap down a little bit. So again, pretty good battle in that GTD1 as you just talked about. Last time it was a little bit wider of a gap, and it just seems like now that looks like Martin has closed that gap. The checkered flag is now officially out, so they just took that. So it looks like they we either really talked a lot, Greg, or they may have just cut this through a couple minutes
we were
early.
still about a minute short there.
Yep.
So that will wrap up our first red group race of the afternoon. Corey Friedman taking the overall win, and he is your winner in GTA 3. Michael Levitas, get the water or the Gatorade ready. Levitas takes the win in GTA 4, finishes second overall, only 6 seconds back. And so, again, Bryan, I think he certainly found a lot of pace over the course of this race with a fast lap of 1:13.1 for Levitas, a 1:11.4 for Friedman. Joseph Viola takes the win in GTC 8. He's going to finish third overall, with Dwayne Moses, your GTC 7 winner, finishing fourth overall. Taking the win in GTC 6, finishing fifth overall, is Jeff Smith, with John Coster finishing right behind, well, not right behind him, about half a minute back, finishing fifth overall. And second in GTC 6, David Dunnigan, now finishing a lap down, third in GTC 6, seventh overall. Chris Dooley takes the win in GTD 3, finishing 8th overall, with Kerry Brown finishing just off the podium in GTC 6, 9th overall. Ramy Farid, your GTD 2 winner, will round out your top 10. Well, great morning of racing here, Bryan.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, we've seen some really good battles, not only for position on the racetrack, but even in some in the other classes as well as within the class. So this is really going to get interesting as the weather starts to get a little bit warmer. We're going to see what they went through yesterday for qualifying in our afternoon races.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick, as we mentioned, take a break for lunch. As soon as we get the restart time, we'll put it on the screen. We'll also let our silver group, our vintage racers, know when that restart time is, because they're going to need to know, Brian, because they're going to be the very first race once we return from lunch, where we have 4 more races this afternoon. And then, of course, tomorrow is Endurance Day. Now, remember, in addition to our coverage here on the PCA YouTube channel, tonight at 8:30 p.m., it's the 70th anniversary of PCA, and therefore a special event. It's the 70 for 70 PCA sim racing event, where we've got 2 driver teams, multi-class, with drivers behind the wheel of virtual 911 GT3 Cup cars, as well as the Cayman GT4 Club Sports. They're going to be racing around a virtual Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. That action starts tonight, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, on the PCA YouTube channel. So stick around this weekend and watch that. But we're going to take a quick break for lunch, and we'll be back in just a little bit with more action from Summit Point Raceway, where it's the 2025 Rock the Summit, presented by the Founders Region of the Porsche Club of America, PCA Potomac. Stay with us. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of 2 components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow track day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway and the 2025 Rock the Summit, presented by the Founders Region of the Porsche Club of America, the Potomac region. I'm Greg Ginsburg, he's Bryan Donati, and we are getting underway with our second round of sprint races this afternoon here from Summit Point, Bryan, and heading out on track now for their third race of the weekend. Our vintage racers, let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving the green number 14 993 chassis. It's an RSR. It's Corey Friedman. Jared Jacobs driving the number 531 VO class, the yellow 911 SC. Will start on the outside of row number 1. Shane Cease in his 1976 Porsche 911, also in the VO class. That's the green machine you see there. He's going to start on the inside of row number 2 alongside Jason Nikich from our pole sitter in the 911 Cup class. He's in a 1984 911. That's the blue machine. And then starting right alongside, starting on the next row, starting 5th, driving the number 50, the white 1987 911, also a 911 Cup, is Donald Anger. Paul Amico will start 6th today. He's in the number 12 VO class 1971 Porsche 911. That's the dark green machine. And he will start just in front of Eugene Basha. Basha starts 7th today. He's driving the number 23, the Pink Pig. We'll see. Bryan, I don't know, did you see that car make it out for the pace lap? There it is. He's out there.
Yep.
Because he brought his car home early in the last race. He starts 7th. Starting 8th is Jeff Herridge in the VGTU 1970 Porsche 914. That's the yellow and blue machine we just saw go by. Del Rey is scheduled to start 9th in the number 521 blue 911 Cup car. That's a 1979 machine. With Michael Ballo starting on the outside of row number 5. He's driving the number 135 gray VGTX 1985 911. Scott Bresnahan will start 11th. He's in the number 09 red Porsche 911. That's a 1988 chassis. And then Nader Fartui in a 1972 Porsche 914, the silver machine in the VU class, starts 12th. As the field comes around turn 10, the starter starts to look the field over, likes what he sees, and green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point as we've got the yellow machine of Jared Jacobs on the inside lane, and it looks like once again, Bryan, perhaps Corey Friedman not coming out for this vintage race. He didn't come out for race 1 either, as Jared Jacobs and Sean Cease, our top 2 racers in the VO class, go side by side through turn 1, and Cease ran wide going through turn 1, throwing a lot of dirt up in the air. That's going to drop him back to 3rd behind Jason Nikich, our pole sitter in the 911 Cup, as they go into turn 3 and over the hill.
Yeah, Corey Freeman not liking the odd number of races this weekend, so decided to only run race number 2. But you're right, Greg. Shane Cease going really, really wide there. A lot of drivers did the same thing, kicking up some dirt. Again, very dry here at Summit Point, so kicking up that dirt, really putting some rocks in some of these windshields. Really have to tiptoe through there as to do it. Now, as it looks like Jason Nikich is going to get a run on Jared Jacobs coming through turn 6 and heading through turn 7. We're going to go too wide here, Greg.
And Bryan, that is a move that he tried over and over and over again in our race this morning, and it usually didn't work out for him. As we've said that Nikich just doesn't seem to have the straightaway speed, certainly, of the VO machines. But also, in addition to that, it seems as though he may be down on power compared to some of his 911 Cup competitors as well. And I think he wanted to get around Jacobs as early as he could, possibly to hold off a charge from Donald Anger, who has been his nemesis all weekend long. Sean Cease, who retired from our morning race after 2 laps and actually got around Jared Jacobs to unlap himself at the end of our morning race. He, after that pretty disastrous start, he's hanging in there now. He gets back around Nikich, rolls up in the 2nd place behind Corey Friedman, behind Jared Jacobs in that battle for the lead in VO.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Cease having to go back behind Nikich on that 1 lap. And you're right, Greg. Jason Nikich trying to get around Jared Jacobs as early as he could there going through. As it looks like we got a little bit of brake lock up there. That may have been the Alex Farragut machine going down in turn 5. But, again, there's been that battle really all weekend long, even during qualifying, even during the first 2 races here that we saw, one yesterday and then obviously the one this morning, is that Jared Jacobs starts to back up, right? The car starts to slow down a little bit, tires start to go away, handling starts to go away. And what ends up happening is that puts that 9-11 Cup battle right in the middle of that, and they want to try to get ahead of him because they know he's more than likely going to back up, has been evidenced over the last 2 races and even during qualifying.
All right, and we see where Paul now coming down the front straight. Don Anger moves to the inside all the way, driver's right, tries to outbrake Jason Nikic going into turn 1, and we saw earlier today where Nikic was definitely later on the brakes than Don Anger, but Brian, as far to the inside as Anger was, and Nikic kind of pinned him in there. There was no way that Anger, even if he'd managed to get alongside Nikic, was going to pull any speed out of turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, well, you can definitely see that as well because Anger had to get on the brakes a lot harder than he wanted to make that turn, not only turn 1, but out of turn 2. And you can see where it's dropped him back a little bit by about 2 or 3 car lengths. Starts to make that up coming through over the hill out of 3 and down through 4 because that seems to be the fastest part of where Donald Anger is the fastest on this racetrack right now. But again, Jason using that to his advantage, kind of cutting off the line here, going down into that turn in order to keep Donald Anger behind him.
All right, and Eugene Bosch out of Short Hills, New Jersey. I think all the hills in New Jersey are short. He's trying to take advantage of that. He's cleared himself from Paul Amico and his next competitor, Del Rey, and he's definitely making up some ground on both Anger and Nikic ahead as they continue to fight for position as they complete lap number 3 and start to make the run down towards turn 1. And this time, Anger, he's just going to sit in line here behind Nikic. A little bit further back now, and maybe taking a quick look at Paul Amico, Del Rey there, and actually I think that was that Dwayne Moses in the 911 Cup making a nice little move down the inside. Might have picked up a spot on Scott Bresnahan's VO machine.
Yeah, kind of still side to side. Now you've got Alex Farragut and Dwayne Moses side by side, so they've put it up. And Alex Farragut goes off in turn number 3 down on the left-hand side of the race course here, Greg. You can see the car still moving right now, but that was a product of still going too wide. Her and Dwayne not wanting to give up that position early on, and that car just did not hold on to the racetrack. She's now underway again, but a lot of time lost there. That was going 2 cars going for the exact same position on the racetrack early in this race. Yeah, and it looked like Farragut, and Farragut had some issues when we saw her at New Jersey Motorsports Park, as she's still trying to get up to speed after racing in a 944 for a number of years, trying to get up to speed with one of these older 911s. And Brian, the rear end started to walk out on her, and I think it's probably because she, again, going side by side out of the groove there, maybe with a little bit too much throttle on the outside, and as she laid out of the throttle, the rear end just lightened up on her and went around, and luckily for her, Dwayne Moses, who was right there with her, didn't end up collecting her as she came right across his nose. Yeah, absolutely. Again, product as you and I both said, got 2 cars going for the same exact spot, trying to use that outside line to get that position early on, just not able to make that stick. Car just coming around, but able to continue there. So we'll see whether or not she comes down the pit road. Doesn't look like she is. So looks like she's continuing. She's just now going down into turn 1. So good to see her back out there. I tell you what, though, we've got 2 good battles here, Greg, and we're talking at the top spot in VO as well as overall with Jared Jacobs and Shane Cease. And then a little bit further back, that's the 911 Cup that we've been talking about pretty much all weekend long. Jason Nikic and Donald Anger as well. Eugene Bosch kind of on an island by himself there, all with that 3rd place in 911, just kind of hanging on to the coattails there of that those first two guys. Yeah, and so Jared Jacobs, as he comes across the line to complete lap number 5, just resets fast lap, Brian, turns in a 1:21.86, just almost exactly 0.2 faster than Shane Cease.
But, if I'm Shane Cease, I think at this point, and having seen what we've seen over the last 2 races for this group, if I'm Shane Cease, I just want to be able to stay close to Jared Jacobs, until we get maybe halfway, because there has been this just marked drop-off from the yellow 911 once we get about 15 minutes, 20 minutes into a race. The problem is it's about a 30-minute race.
Yeah, correct. As we get to the back half of the races, that's where that car starts to fall off pretty considerably.
All right, here is, again, we watch this fight now. Just behind them, Jason Nikic and Don Anger. And yeah, indeed, Eugene Basha, he is now making up a little bit of ground. Bryan, that last time by, ran about a 10th faster than Donald Anger, just ahead of him. Now it's, knocking off a 10th here and a 10th there. It's going to take a couple laps for him to get up into this fight, assuming Anger doesn't, start attempting any moves on Nikic. But we've seen in the past where Anger has not been afraid to show the nose and attempt to pass early on, even if Nikic isn't necessarily in a vulnerable position. And as we watch now, as they're both coming down the inside, as Nikic went to defend, and Anger now moves all the way back over driver's left. Nikic, he has a little bit of room to move over, but again, late on the brakes, we'll see if Anger can get the over-under done, and he's just not able to pull close enough. I was expecting Nikic to maybe move a little bit more to the inside there to really shut the door on Don Anger. It didn't happen, but it didn't really need to happen.
Yeah, Jason Nikic, when he comes down the down the front stretch, Greg, when he goes down into turn number 1, kind of stays center of the racetrack. So, Donald Anger really doesn't have a position which way to go. That one there, he ended up going and staying driver's left, which is the exact position you want to be to make that turn. And you saw on entry, he was able to make that up. But Nikic just has that, and I said it earlier this morning, just has that much more drive off out of turn 2 that Donald Anger just can't hold on. But again, what that's doing, that's bringing Eugene Basha right back into the race when these guys go too wide down into 1.
All right, as this field, they're all starting to work their way past, I believe that's Nando Silva Pinto in the number 65 machine. And being shown the blue flags. The corner workers doing an amazing job this weekend, Bryan, keeping our drivers aware, letting them know when they've got faster traffic coming up ahead. As once again, Jason Nikic moves to the inside center track, and there is now a local caution at turn 1 as one of our cars has gone around.
That is actually Jared Jacobs that has gone off down into turn number 2. Just outside of our camera. He looks like he may come back on that road there, but doesn't. Nope.
There
he is actually parked down outside of the camera. You can see him just off to the right there. So something definitely happened with that machine as he went down into turn number 1, pulled all the way over there really to the tire barrier, trying to get as far out of the way as possible.
Yeah, and that's a good thing is Don Anger might have had his view of the corner workers somewhat obstructed by Jason Nikic being a little bit to the inside, caught it. That we don't want any passing under a local caution down there. And that has maybe given a little bit more of an advantage now to Jason Nikic as they come through the carousel. And look at this, Eugene Basha, Bryan, he's a-coming.
Yep, he's definitely, as we like to say, he's definitely got that pig on a roll. He is rolling that pink pig forward. Hey, look, another thing, Del Rey. Remember, Del Rey at the end of our first race this morning ended up putting some oil down turn 1 all the way into turn 3. Seemed to be pretty good right now as he's starting to catch Eugene Basha as well, as it now looks like Donald Anger is going to be able to make that move headed down into turn number 1, and he is driving the Jason Nikic line, Greg, staying center track going into turn number 1.
And he gets it done. And as you're talking about Del Rey there in the 521 machine, Bryan, in that kind of light bluish machine, that last time by, he was a second and a half faster than Anger, than Nikic, and Eugene Basha.
Yeah,
and he's coming.
Yeah, one of our emergency vehicles, Greg, going to go all the way down here and try to give Jared Jacobs a pull there, trying to get him out of the way, move him back behind there. So it looks like we're going to do a hot pull there. So be good to keep that going. See if they can get that car pulled back behind kind of that tire barrier down there.
Yeah, get it back behind the wall over there.
Yep.
A little cutoff road back to the skid pad that I don't think is being used this weekend. So as we watch this, and we should have mentioned also, Brian, of course, with Jared Jacobs going off track there and being disabled. Of course, that moves Shane Cease to the VO lead. And next driver in VO is going to be the next driver we see here come. Well, would have been the next driver we would have seen come through turn 10. That is Paul Amico. And Amico not really showing the pace there he is coming through turn 10, leading both Dwayne Moses and Jeffrey Nieblum through turn 10. Nieblum currently running third in the VO class behind Paul Amico. And I was going to say Amico hasn't really shown the pace early on that he typically shows early in these races, as he's now fallen almost 12 seconds back of Del Al Rey.
Yeah, one of our animals has just now run across the track. So between turns 2 and into 3, you probably picked that up on the camera. That just
deer,
the deer
groundhog,
just ran across
or other.
the. But you know what? It looked both ways before it ran across, so there was no cars coming. So, that was pretty smart deer this weekend. But you definitely ran across from come through there.
The problem is, Brian, most of the deer at Summit Point, they're not the brightest. Those West Virginia deer, and they can look both ways. A car will still be coming, and they'll still make a run for it. Yep. There have been a lot of changes to the Summit Point facility in order to limit the deer population around that track. But in my years at Summit Point, I've seen so many different types of animals, whether it be deer or turkeys, or groundhogs, or the best one is I ran an endurance race one year. Hey, and there goes Jared Jacobs' car just flying by our camera, getting a tow back to the paddock.
Yep.
Probably the most interesting animal that I ever encountered, Brian, at Summit Point was during a night endurance race. There was a cow that decided to plant itself right by the apex of turn 1, and how it got there so quickly that nobody noticed that a cow put itself at the apex, I do not know. I was behind the wheel. I didn't know.
Well, I tell you what, we go back a little bit further. There's Donald Anger. There's Jason Nikic. Now, you know what? Eugene Basha and Del Al Rey. Del Al Rey has caught Eugene Basha, Greg, and it's starting to close in even more. Yeah. So that car's still picking up speed. Maybe that's what we need to do. You need to have if you want to go faster, have your car drop some oil down in the section before you go out.
He's dropping some more, Brian. You can see it as he comes through the carousel.
There is Eugene.
I'm looking at Del Al Rey, and there is so much white smoke coming out of the back of that car. You can see big puffs of it there as he comes through turn 8 and up the hill. It's very noticeable once he gets the car going through turn 6. And it might be an issue with as oil is sloshing over to the right-hand side of the motor.
And he's definitely going to make that move now because he has definitely gotten past Eugene Basha here. So move Del Al Rey up into 3rd in our 911 Cup and move him up to 4th overall in this race. But yeah, I mean, it looks like both of them may have, when they were coming down into turn 5, and that may have been brake lockup that I saw from Eugene Basha, right? There was a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of that, but that could have been from tires getting, down into turn 5 and just kind of missing the braking zone there. But I tell you what, Del Al Rey is turning laps here pretty darn quickly than what he did earlier this morning.
Yes.
And he has definitely got that car wound up as well because he is
amazing what a couple extra quarts of oil in the
and Greg, we've got a car spun down in there, and that's the 249 machine. So that's Jeffrey Nieblum right in the center of the racetrack. So these other drivers really got to get hard on the brakes to go through there and stay kind of drivers left. So you definitely can't take the Jason Nikic line to come down the center of the racetrack.
And it looks like he's getting that car fired back up. Matter of fact, Brian, I'm seeing some flames out of the back of that car.
So am I. I was going to say, I see the flame out of there, and it looks like, I don't know if that's him trying to,
and I don't know if the corner workers know that that's going on right now, but he's done. And if I were him, I don't want to necessarily bail with cars coming straight down, but if I were them, if I were him, I'd look for an open space and try to get out of that car. But should note, of course, that Nieblum was right behind Paul Amico in the battle for the lead, for second place in VO. And with him going off, that's now going to move Scott Bresnahan into the last podium position.
Yeah. Yeah, so a lot of things happening here in the last minute and a half, and it does look like, Greg, we are going to a full course caution here.
All right.
For that Nieblum machine down there in turn number 1. So,
all right. Well, Brian, as we go to a full course caution, let's do this. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group and then take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, first call for the green group. Please start heading to the grid. Green group racers, this is your first call to the grid. And with that, as we have the emergency services workers heading out to look at the Nieblum machine, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action here from Summit Point Raceway to the 2025 Rock the Summit. We'll be right back. Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2025, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
Get ready for Rocky Mountain Thunder, the PCA race at High Plains Raceway in Colorado on September 20th and 21st. Rocky Mountain Region hosted the very first PCA club race in 1992 at Second Creek Racetrack, and the members of the Rocky Mountain Region take pride in this historic event. The region has run the race at Second Creek, at Puebla Motorsports Park, and now at High Plains Raceway. This race will earn points towards the 2025 Mid-America Series, the 2025 West Coast Series, as well as the 2025 PCA National Championship Point Series. The race weekend will feature 2 30-minute sprint races on Saturday and a 65-minute endurance race on Sunday. Registration can be found at clubregistration.net.
Fitzwater & Dean PLC is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater & Dean are proud to be a gold-level sponsor helping support live streaming for PCA Club Racing, the first in the nation to do so. We thank all of the racers, crew, and their families, volunteers and spectators both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from around the world. All right, welcome back, everybody. It is the 2025 Rock the Summit presented by the PCA Potomac region. And this race, this third and final vintage race of the weekend presented by Toyo Tires, as we're under full course caution. Quickly we'll run down some of our class orders here. In VO Plus, Sandy Van Leen is your leader over Bob Mulligan in 911 Cup, a race we've been watching quite a bit here. Donald Anger, Jason Nikic, Del El Rey, your top three, with Eugene Basha and Dwayne Moses. And we are going back to Green Flag Racing, as we've got a couple drivers that brought their cars down the pit lane. We'll try and pick those drivers up here in just a moment. In VGTU, Jeff Herod, your leader. In VU, Nader Fartui, your leader. And in VO, Shane Cease, Paul Amico, Scott Bresnahan, David Dean, and Todd Simpson, your top five.
trying to get the number on those cars. It looks like, you know what? Is that Del Alray in one of them? No, yes, that is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
No,
that
it's not.
Alray
That is
was
the
one of the drivers to come down the pit lane.
That's Todd
and
Simpson. Todd Simpson in
Tom
the 806
Simpson.
came in, which was in the kind of the light blue silver, almost the same.
Okay, got it.
The same car, and
then also Lenny Stan, I think, in the white one, the white car just ahead as well.
Yep. Yeah, kind of a lot of moving actions going on there. For that, as some of them were coming down the pit lane as the green flag was coming out. So, again, that's one of those, Greg, you product of a driver. The person in front of you comes down pit lane as the green flag starts to come out. You're like, what do I do? Where do I go? Right? It's like, are we doing, are we bringing it down here? What are we? Because you really can't see if you're coming through turn 10, the flag stand.
Exactly. All right, so as we go back to green here, and Brian, this full course caution has brought the 911 Cup drivers closer together, as Del Alray, who had been coming into that full course caution, I think the fastest of the 911 Cup drivers, was able to close right up to the back of Jason Nikic there with Donald Enger just ahead. Eugene Basha falling a little bit off that pace after one more lap under green. Then we've got the VGTU leader. That is Jeff Herridge, and he's got a lot of ground that he doesn't have to worry about anybody else in class for quite some time. But in VO, Scott Bresnahan has Paul Amico right there with him once again. They're going to be coming up over the hill here in just a moment. There, the red, white, and blue machine and of Bresnahan, and then Paul Amico in the green number 12, the dark green number 12 directly behind.
And then Nate DeSanto's right behind him. In there, so a good battle as well as for that, and good. Unfortunately, the double yellow that came out for the car that was down there in turn 1, Jeffrey Nieblum. What that's done is that's allowed Alex Farragut to come back up. So she's starting to make a charge. You can see her right there coming out of turn number 9 and headed up the hill. She's starting to make a charge, although I think it's going to be a little bit too late for her to try to catch up to Nate Santos and Dwayne Moses, because that's the kind of the time frame she was running before she had that off in turn 3 with Dwayne Moses.
Yeah, indeed. So Farragut, who yesterday finished second in the 911 Cup in this race, unfortunately did not have the best of races this morning, where she finished, I believe, she finished just off the podium, 4th in class this morning, but obviously with that spin over turn 3, not what she was hoping for. As things are getting a little racy there mid-pack, Brian, as we've got the 914, I believe that is, I think that is the Fartui machine, or... I think that's the Fartui actually, it's Jeff Herridge. Yeah, Jeff Herridge in that yellow with purple machine was taking a look to the inside on Dwayne Moses a couple times there, going out of turn 2 and then into turn 3 as well.
Yeah, that car's been picking up again. We talk about a little bit of smoke. There was a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of that machine as well, but that car seems to be getting faster and faster. And when we look at some of these times that these drivers just went across the board, Greg, everybody went their fastest lap the minute we went back to green, just because those tires had a chance to cool off down a little bit for that first lap. This is the lap that we'll see how far the drop-off they're going to have after that one lap after those tires cooled off.
Tension in the paddock, tension in the paddock. Second call to the grid for the green group. Green group racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Green group to the grid, please.
Greg, right before we went to the break and we were talking about Del Alray, Jason Nikic, and Donald Enger, Del Alray, again, trying to really make that move on Jason Nikic in that blue number 27 911 Cup car. Jason Nikic just not let Del Alray get by there, just trying to make that track as wide as possible, which has moved Del Alray back just a little bit now. Just behind them, that's the battle that we were talking about. Dwayne Moses, Jeff Herridge, Paul Amico, Nader Fatui, and then Scott Bresnahan. Again, some of those are for a battle at class just behind here with Eugene Basha. You see them getting ready to come through there. These drivers have been kind of nose to tail the entire time. There's Moses right there, I believe. And then you got Harridge behind him, Paul Amico. Again, as you were talking about with Nader Fatui and Scott Bresnahan. Those guys, they kind of started to make a move, and when I say they, I'm talking about actually Scott Bresnahan tried to make a move on Nader Fatui as they were going through the carousel, couldn't make it stick, and basically had to almost get completely out of the throttle.
Yeah.
You saw the car get a little bit, kind of moving side to side, and that's because when he got out of the throttle, the car just wasn't set correctly doing that, trying to use the throttle to turn the car.
All right, so Paul Amico now looks to the inside on Jeff Harridge, gets the pass made as they come out of turn 2, making their way to turn 3. Good move there. I don't think Harridge put up much of a fight. That being said, Amico, an out-of-class car, and I think Amico, just trying to buy himself a little bit better positioning, because he's got Fartui, a VU car behind him, but Scott Bresnahan in that red, white, and blue number 09 machine, currently sitting third in VO. He's been pressuring Amico quite a bit now that there are actually 2 cars between Amico and Bresnahan.
Yeah, a lot of brake lock up there by Alex Farragut. She went down into turn number 5 there, right behind Bresnahan. I don't think she expected Bresnahan to brake right with this. You can see him coming out of turn 9. She's got a great run out of there, but I don't think she expected Bresnahan to brake that soon. I thought maybe she thought he was going to go a little bit deeper and didn't, and basically had to completely lock up all 4 of those wheels where she could in order to make that turn, but she's definitely got to run out of the carousel.
And, as I'm looking, Bresnahan considerably off the pace of where he ran this morning, Brian. This morning he was running mid 1 minute 23 second lap times, and he's been running the last couple of laps almost a second later as Ryan Farragut goes around again.
Alex Farragut,
pardon me.
The Nader Fatui machine.
Yeah, Fartui looked like he was very slow coming out of turn 1. And Farragut, again, I think got out of the throttle, and just the rear end of the car just went around on her, Brian.
Yeah, there was really nothing she could do there, right? I mean, it was more of when you get a machine like that just gets stopped on the gas, right? Just not allowing the car to just rotate through there. What ends up happening is that the people behind you, they got that run, and there's just no way to stop that car.
So that is going to move her back. And just as that was happening, Brian, I was going to say here that Bresnahan, who Farragut was chasing, was almost a second and a half off of what he ran this morning, and Farragut was lapping almost a full second faster than Bresnahan, about the same times that she's been running all weekend. As we start our final lap here, Shane Cease, our leader in the VO class, our overall leader, now looking for his second VO win of the weekend, making it 2 out of 3 if he can. Just about 7 turns, about 1 3/4 miles, actually less than 1 3/4 miles, about 1.1 miles remaining here for him, and it has been a fairly quiet race for him after Jared Jacobs made his early exit.
Yeah, he's been quiet. Again, when we went to that full course caution, it became where he was going to be under pressure under Donald Anger, Jason Nikic, but they're just not able to catch up to him as that battle goes on with the last couple of turns left to go in here. So this is going to be a battle for that 911 Cup.
Yeah, Brian. And if you remember in our morning race here, Donald Anger, he waited until the very last lap to make a move on Jason Nikic, was able to get around and take the win. And I think Nikic had some visions of making a return favor there to Donald Anger, but he's not going to be able to get it done. And as our drivers come out of turn 10 and to the line to complete the 21st and final lap, Shane Cease is going to take the overall win, wins the VO class. Donald Anger, for the second race today, will win the 911 Cup class. Margin of victory over Jason Nikic, 1/4 of a second. Delaware Ray will come home in third. In 9/11 Cup, fourth overall. Eugene Basha finishes 10 seconds back from there. So the Pink Pig, we see him coming down into turn one, just not squealing all that hard, Brian, after the full course caution. Jeff Herridge, who ran his fastest lap of the race on the last lap in his VGTU Porsche 914. He will finish with the win in the VGTU class, with Dwayne Moses finishing 7th overall. Paul Amico will finish 2nd in VO, 8th overall. Nader Fartui will take the win in the VU class, finishing 9th overall in his Porsche 914. And Wyatt Isabel in the VGTO class will take the win, and that is in his 1977 black Porsche 911S. He finishes 10th overall. If we go and break down some of these other classes, let's take a look at well, we'll go a little bit deeper into some of these classes. In VO, we talked about Shane Cease. Paul Amico will finish 2nd. David Dean will finish 3rd. Scott Bresnahan will finish in 4th. In VU, we talked about Nader Fartui. Dean Dreer will finish in 2nd. In VGTU, Jeff Herridge, we said, took the win, with Nando Silva Pinto finishing in 3rd. In VO Plus, Brian, I didn't have a chance to miss this race again because, well, we didn't talk about it. Sandy Van Leen, your winner with Bob Mulligan, 2nd. And then in 9/11 Cup, Donald Enger, Jason Nikic, Del Ray, Eugene Basha, Dwayne Moses rounds out the top 5. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Green Group Racers. That's Spec Boxster. This is your final call to the grid. Green Group Racers, please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments as the smoke clears from turn 1. You're watching the 2025 Rock the Summit presented by PCA Potomac here at Summit Point Raceway. Stay with us.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche Performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Rock the Summit, presented by the Founders Region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg with Bryan Donati, and next up, it's the always exciting Spec Boxster. And let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving the number 029, the Care Bear car, with a qualifying time of 1:23.887. It's Robbie Wilson. Daniel Rubel will start on the outside of row number 1. He's driving the number 777 blue, red, and white machine. Hunt McMahon in the 611 car. He's going to start on the inside of row number 2. He's in the silver, green, and black Boxster with Sam Halabi starting alongside him in 4th. Sam's driving the 145 black 1998 Boxster. Ryan Farragut, that's Alex's father, in the number 29 black and orange machine, starting 5th, with Hoyt Amadon in the white car with the Grateful Dead logo there on the hood or on the front. He is starting 6th. Lawson Wilder in the blue 97 machine, the 161 car, starts 7th, with William Calcagno starting in 8th. He's in the blue number 56 car. Then we got Peter Kaufman. He's in the white 671 car. That's a 1997 Boxster. He starts 9th, and rounding out the top 10 today, driving the number 410 silver 1998 Porsche Boxster, John Beadwer. Starting 11th, Ian Bryant. He's in the 414 car, the white Boxster, that starts 11th, with Bill Thomas starting 12th. He's in the 144 car in a silver Boxster. Then we got Mark Francis. Mark starting lucky 13th. He's driving the black number 91. Sudhir Kalra will start 14th today. He's in the orange and black number 216. And then finally, Daniel Judge driving the number 15 machine, and driving the 787 machine. Daniel will start 15th as the pace car heads to the pit lane and turns things over to our race 1 winner from this morning, Robbie Wilson. As they come around turn 10, Wilson and Rubel side by side, door to door, as the starter looks over the field. And if he likes what he sees, we'll have the green flag and we'll go racing. Does he like it? Does he like it? Yes, he does. Green flag in the air. We're racing once again from Summit Point as the inside lane, Bryan, seems to get a nice little jump there as Robbie Wilson's pulling Hunt McMahon along with him. But Daniel Rubel, he fights back. He's right to the door of Robbie Wilson, but as they come through turn 1, Wilson, even from the inside, carrying a lot of speed through that corner, and Hunt McMahon now pulls right up alongside Dan Rubel, and he might have a bit of an advantage as they come into turn 3. No, he can't get by as Hunt McMahon has to deal with Sam Halabi right at the apex of 3, and going wide, going off. Ryan Farragut through the gravel trap goes the number 29 machine. Second race in a row where he just hasn't had a strong opening lap, Bryan.
Yeah, they kind of struggled there, right, coming up through there. But I tell you what, Greg, on the start, Sam Halabi I don't know if he missed his shift or whatever, but he has dropped all the way back into the back half of this field. I think he may have been taken under surprise there, so he's going to have a hard fight to get through there. But yeah, Ryan Farragut trying to do as much as he could to try to make that pass on Hunt McMahon in that 611 machine. Ended up getting the car really, really loose up into turn 3 and up through the gravel trap, able to continue, but he's going to have his work cut out for him if he wants to get back up into that top 3 position.
Yeah, and as you said, Sam Halabi, who started 4th today, the rookie driver out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, he drops back a number of positions. We'll see here as our racers come across the line, and Halabi drops back in the 7th position as we do have one driver now coming down the pit lane. Looks like they're calling it an early end to today's race. We'll get the number on that car in a moment, but I think it might be Lawson Wilder.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that. I know Lawson's had some problems, again, early on yesterday, and I believe even this morning, and it definitely is the Lawson Wilder machine. So his day is now officially done for this race. Hopefully we can see him come out in tomorrow's Enduro as well. But, Lawson Wilder calling it quits and didn't even really complete a lap here.
All right. Hoyt Amadon now, Bryan, who had his issues in qualifying yesterday. We thought that he might be done for the weekend. Amadon, who finished 7th in our morning race today after having started 9th. He's now up into 3rd place. What a great start for him in the white number. Actually, now I guess he falls back to 4th, but still, good start for him in the white number 84 machine.
Yeah, good start for Peter Kaufman, too. Peter Kaufman all the way up into 5th here in between Hoyt Amadon and Ryan Farragut. So, again, Peter starting out 9th on in this race, moved his way all the way up into 5th, and I think that could have been a product of, number one, Peter getting a good start, but Sam Halabi either A, missing that shift, held up that outside line. Peter, as soon as he got by the start-finish line, moved to driver's right on that opening lap and was able to move up.
Yeah, and so Kaufman, who had that spin about midway through our morning race, ended up finishing up 9th. But was showing a lot more pace, was considerably faster than most of the racers just ahead of him, was actually running about a full second faster than the 4 cars that 4 of the 8 cars that finished ahead of him. So we'll see how he does here today, as he is an instructor with the PCA Potomac region for their driver's ed classes, and he's been racing now for 15 years and probably has as many laps around Summit Point as anybody we know, Brian.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And he just gave up 2 positions back to Ryan Farragut and Sam Halabi going through turn 1 and turn 2. And it seemed like that was pretty uncontested. I think Peter just let them go because he knew they had the run. Again, we've talked about this a little bit. You can utilize this spec Boxster class, Greg, and you come out of turn 10 down the front stretch. You can use the draft, and that's exactly what both of those drivers did, was utilize the draft between both of those, and they went right by Peter Kaufman as they got down into turn 1.
Yeah, and I mean, there's an advantage to that. Instead of him having to push the car and spend early laps in this race, again, it's a 30-minute race, defending against those racers, let them draft by you. You sit back and, in a couple at one, you get to see what they're doing, how they're racing, what mistakes they might be making on a regular basis. And you may use that to your advantage to pass them maybe in another 7 or 8 laps. But you also have the advantage of, maybe keeping the temps for your tires under control and even your braking under control. As we got a nice little pass here going into turn 1.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's going to be William Calcagno. He's going to get by him as well. So Peter Kaufman's going to drop back into that 8th position. And remember, before he had that spin earlier this morning, this is kind of exactly the position he was in before when he was battling with Beadler and Thomas as well. So Peter dropping back a little bit after that great, fantastic start. Ryan Farragut now moved up to 5th after that off in turn number 3, still trying to run down Hoyt Amadon, and he just set his personal best on that lap 3, so he is definitely reeling in that 83 machine.
Yeah, last time by, picked up about 0.3 of a second on Amadon ahead. So, again, Farragut has had issues, and we saw it obviously this morning, but we've seen it at some other races this year as well, where his opening laps maybe put down the full race effort, and he's usually having to fight back. He's on the back foot, as they say, having to spend almost 3/4 of a race fighting back to where he started.
Yeah. Ran really well in New Jersey. Again, that's their home track. Did really well on that Thunderbolt. Ended up finishing 4th, I believe, in both of those races. So again, very well raced there. And again, unfortunately, had that incident off now. So Anwy's really got to fight back. Had a decent run this morning. Again, finished 4th this morning. So that seems to be the number that he's trying to get back to.
All right, as we watch here, it is Robbie Wilson now, and on that last lap, Wilson lapping about 1.2 seconds faster than Daniel Rubel in 2nd, now with about a 3.5 second lead to round out or to finish up our race this morning. And there goes the Wilson machine, the Care Bear car. Wilson had an advantage of 21.5 seconds when the checkered flag came out over the rest of the field. I mean, he is just shown to be head and shoulders above our other Spec Boxster drivers here this weekend.
Yeah, pretty dominant right now by Robbie Wilson. We talked about, Rubel and McMahon. Remember, McMahon was in the same position last race as well. And then once we got to that halfway point, it was kind of go time. That's when he was able to run down Daniel Rubel in that 771 machine. And with that battle that went on, you're right, that enabled Wilson to open up that gap even twice as much as what he did on his own.
And Rubel is there much sooner than he was this morning. It was McMahon. Pardon me, that McMahon is there a lot sooner than it was this morning, as McMahon ended up pulling out, I think the at the line, it was something like 0.2 of a second was the margin that McMahon had over Rubel. And Rubel, again, taking it somewhat easy here early on in the race, managing his pace, not challenging Daniel Rubel, every single lap, every single turn here. And I think that was his strategy this morning, and it played out very well for him as that car started to drop off.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Take care of that equipment to get to that halfway, and then it's time to go. Because some of these drivers, I know it's a 30-minute sprint, it's a full-out sprint, but there are some of these drivers pretty strategic that they can take care of their equipment pretty decent through the first 15 minutes, and then once they get to that halfway, then it becomes go time. And it's amazing to watch the lap times. Those lap times come down faster and faster with every lap as they take care of that equipment.
All right, so Bryan, and they're going to be coming to the line here, and I'm interested to see what the difference in lap times are between Hoyt Amadon and Ryan Farragut. And that last time by, Farragut still picked up about 0.08 of a second, not much, as he comes under the draft right to the back of the white number 83 machine. Prior lap, he was about a half second faster than Hoyt Amadon. And I noticed as they came into turn 10 this last time, Amadon, at least through there, not getting a lot of bite from the front of the car, getting a little bit of understeer, pushing wide, not getting good exits out of some of these corners, where the Farragut car, it's run through the gravel trap on the opening lap, be damned. He seems to have a car that is, at least at this point of the race, set up quite a bit more. He's also doing things, if you notice at turn 5, he actually moved out just a little bit to driver's right at the entrance of turn 5 to not load up those outside tires as much. And he didn't really lose anything time-wise to Amadon ahead, but once we get to the end of the race, little adjustments like that are going to serve the number 29 car well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think what ends up happening, though, is, you come up out of turn number 9, you come up the hill underneath the bridge right here, you can see where, that number 83 machine just, again, doesn't get into the corner that much, as much as he wants it to. And then when you start looking in the rearview mirror, because you see that big orange front of that car coming, you got to try to defend a little bit. So you end up missing your exit because you cut the corner too quickly, and then you end up screwing. It says now Ryan Farragut tried to get under braking to keep from running into the back of Hoyt in that number 83 machine, really got the back end loose, but it looks like he may utilize that to an advantage and gain going out of turn number 2 and up into turn 3.
Yeah, and he takes a quick look to the inside on Amadon as they go under braking in the 3. Now, when I say they go under braking, at turn 3, it's a brush of the brakes. It's not a heavy braking moment unless you're all the way to the inside.
Yeah,
at which
it's a heavy
point,
brake.
you got to stand on the binders to help get that car to rotate. But it's still looking very good. But even now, as they seem to be fighting, Sam Halabi, Peter Kaufman, they're now starting to show where they have maybe at least the same pace as Farragut and Amadon ahead. At least Calcagno and Halabi do.
Yeah, exactly. Calcagno's, they were, he was a second and a half faster that last lap there. So again, you can see the difference where Hoyt Amadon and Farragut, Amadon trying to defend, Ryan Farragut trying to get around him, and then Calcagno and Halabi, they're just running their exact same line. They're staying in line as quickly as they can, and they are utilizing a little bit of that draft to run those two down. Definitely going to be a 4-car battle here coming up for 4th spot.
Oh,
Greg,
and this is going to be
this race goes on.
Bryan, as they came down under braking into turn 1, Ryan Farragut took a quick look, and actually not a quick look, a long look to the inside of Hoyt Amadon, and under threshold braking, decided he wasn't going to be able to make it, moved back behind Amadon, and as Amadon turned in, I think that Farragut was still foot down on that middle pedal, and the car got very loose and almost ended up in the door of the white 83 ahead.
Yeah. You see there, the 83 there took the exact same line as that number 29 machine going down into turn 5, Greg. He learned exactly what he did, what Farragut did the last time, and said, we're not going to do this again. I'm going to run that exact same line. And it does kind of break a little bit, not only of the air, but now it takes the car behind them, knowing they have to get on the brakes a little bit more because they can't use that momentum to release the brake to make the turn.
Yeah, indeed, and even through the carousel, through 6A and 6B, we saw where Farragut kept a much tighter line, and Bryan, that is primarily to defend against Calcagno behind him, and Amadon was able to open that portion of the track up a little bit more, again, taking some of the load off those outside tires. And so as they come down the front straight now, look at this. Calcagno is going to take a look to the inside on Farragut. He is nowhere near close enough to get that pass made, however.
Yeah, that was a hey, I'm going to stick my nose out here, let you know that I'm here, but I'm definitely not close enough to make that pass. Let's see if the 29 makes the mistake going in and lets me have it, or does he continue to run the same line? He did run that same line, to try to work to get back up to Hoyt, but it seems like Ryan may have run the tires off a little bit, Greg, early on, trying to get back up into that 4th position after going off on the very first lap. He may have to take a lap or 2 off just to go ahead and let those tires relax just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it took. And then he just didn't have the good run out of turn 10. And now you see with a little bit more freedom and less of a need to defend, Hoyt Amadon starting to again open up the wheel a little bit, give the reins a little bit to that 83 car, and Ryan Farragut has just the opposite situation. He is now in full defense mode from both Calcagno as well as Halabi, who is now there as well. And of those cars, maybe Calcagno is in the most difficult position because he thinks he's got the pace to get around the orange and black machine, but he's got to really concern himself with Sam Halabi behind.
Yeah, no kidding. And as they come down the front stretch here, there it is. Calcagno looks like he's going to try to move that. Let's see if he's going to be close enough, or is he going to stick it in and try to outbrake that 29. Again, we went to that new kind of camera angle, Greg, that we have coming up underneath the bridge down into turn 10. You can see that 29 of Ryan Farragut. That car is just very, very unstable under braking coming down through there. That whole front end is just really moving right to left down in there. So that car makes it very tough to turn when that car is like that. Now, he pulls away a little bit here, but when we get back to the backside of this racetrack, we'll try to pick that back up and see how does that work with Calcagno and Halabi, whether or not they just kind of stick nose to tail and try to work together to get by him.
Yeah, and Bryan, as Calcagno again just came from so far downtown to try and make that pass on Farragut going into turn number 1. Farragut did have to adjust his line because there was a chance there that Calcagno could have just outbroke himself and used Farragut's door to get the braking finish. But it also shows that Farragut still, with that wider and later entry, was able to get the power down that Calcagno was not. And Farragut now has perhaps his greatest advantage over Calcagno coming out of turn 1 since the start of this race. But let's move forward. To this fight right here, Bryan.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we can, let's move forward up. There is that Hunt McMahon and Daniel Rubel. Again, these two went at it this morning. They're going at it again here late in the race as we got about 13 and a half minutes left. I'll tell you what, Greg, this is going to be a battle for that second and third place last spot on the podium.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the battle for best of the rest in Spec Boxster as Robbie Wilson once again has just absolutely walked away from the rest of the field. He's up by now about 10 seconds. But, the way this race ended this morning with Rubel conceding second position to McMahon with 2 laps remaining here, it's just going to be the question, did Hunt McMahon save the equipment to the end? And we're only about halfway through this race. And Bryan, since we're going to take a quick break, thanks to our partners and sponsors, but we're going to still be able to watch this action as all that goes on. You're watching the 2025 Rock the Summit here at Summit Point Motorsports Park. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program. Attention in the paddock. Blue Group racers, please head to the grid for your race. Blue Group racers, this is your first call to the grid. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Rock the Summit presented by PCA Potomac Region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Bryan Donati, and this is the Spec Boxster race presented by OG Racing with our leader, Robbie Wilson. Then Dan Rubel second, Hunt McMahon in third, and big changes there just past the top three, Bryan, as we saw right in the middle of that commercial break. Hoyt Amadon, lots of trouble under braking down at turn one.
Yeah, saw that orange Spec Boxster in his mirror for too long and ended up overdriving going down into turn one. The car just got away, ended up moving all the way over to driver's left into the grass. We really thought he was going to do a complete 360, but was able to save that and continue on. But what that's done is that moved Ryan Farragut back up into fourth and William Calcagno up into fifth. Sam Halabi now is trying to get past Hoyt Amadon as well. So again, you can see some of the focus went away there, or some of those tires went, but that was just a complete overdriving down into turn one.
Yeah, and I think also, Bryan, one of the challenges that racers have, if they do end up leaving the track surface and at least going into these gravel traps, and turn one in particular, it's a different type of pea gravel that they use at turn one compared to, say, at turn three. The car can really pick up a lot of small stones underneath the car, and I've found in the past, not that I would know this because I've never gone off into that gravel trap.
Never.
Not once. But you can have some of those very small stones actually wedge themselves. We might be coming back up now, Bryan.
Coming back, yeah.
Yeah, I want to apologize to everybody. We're getting things back underway here. We had a couple small technical issues. This is our Spec Boxster race. We've got now about 7.5 minutes remaining in the race. Robbie Wilson, your leader. Dan Rubel, Hunt McMahon, your top three, as we watch fourth, fifth, and sixth now come down the chute into turn five. That's Ryan Farragut, William Calcagno, and Hoyt Amadon. And Bryan, just after I finished saying that Amadon might have found his pace dropping off because of his little ride through the gravel trap, he just turned in his fastest lap so far and was actually lapping about 0.3 of a second faster than Calcagno and Farragut ahead. So we'll see what happens when he starts to pressure the folks that just a few moments ago were pressuring him from behind.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you know what, Greg? We weren't the only ones having technical issues and technical difficulties. As Peter Kaufman went down into turn one, again got very loose as well. So, you know, he didn't do a complete spin, but Peter Kaufman having another challenge down there.
Well.
We're trying to work through some of those difficulties there. But yeah, you know what, Greg? Here is a battle that's going on. This is the battle for fourth, and it's continuing to rage on through the entire event. And that is William Calcagno staying right with Ryan Farragut pretty much the entire race as they come up out of turn two and head up into turn three. Now, this is where Ryan is able to pull ahead just a little bit of Calcagno, but Calcagno is able to be a little bit quicker on the backside of this racetrack, especially when we get down into turn 6 and 7 and come up through the backside here on Farragut, just not able to make that pass, and that's allowing Hoyt Amadon and Sam Halabi to reel back in. So again, this is that battle for fourth, you know, between those four drivers.
Yeah, and Farragut now, Brian, you know, we talked about it a couple of laps ago. The handling on that car definitely starting to go away. As they came through turn one, both the front and the rear, it was very strange because he was battling going from understeer to oversteer. That car just started to wash out on him almost sideways, and just was not able to get not only wasn't he not able to get the power down, he wasn't able to get the nose to stick and change the trajectory of that car to lead out. And that is where Calcagno now is starting to look very strong. We'll see if he pops out again. Again, he's shown the nose a number of times, but Hoyt Amadon instead, he's going to come very deep from the inside. I don't think he's close enough to really challenge Calcagno ahead, and he does have to slot back in here. You know, the straight line speed on these cars very closely matched, and I think what's happening, Brian, is when these drivers, they feel that draft, as soon as they move out into the clean air, they're pretty much hitting a brick wall and just not able to make up the ground they think they could make under the draft.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Greg. That is a product of, if you've ever been down on like 95 or even 81 here, and a semi-trailer, you know, pulls out beside you or pulls next to you, you feel like, you know, like that parachute has come out on your car or on your truck. That's exactly what these drivers feel like when they go to make that pass, when they just start to feel the, you know, the draft part. If another car moves one way or another, even just a couple of inches, it's like that parachute comes out and you just cannot make that pass happen.
Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Blue group racers, please head to the grid. Blue group racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, as we now have less than 4 minutes remaining in this Spec Boxster race presented by OG Racing. It is Robbie Wilson now with 15 seconds on the rest of the field. Daniel Rubel, Hunt McMahon, Farragut, Calcagno, Amadon, Halabi, Kaufman, Beadler, and Thomas, your top 10. I wanted to, Jordan, if we could drop a little bit further back for a moment. We've been watching one orange and black car, and that's Ryan Farragut. I wanted to drop back to 11th position to Sudhir Kalra in the 216 orange and black machine, because he's been under attack now by Mark Francis, and he's been in a great fight with Ian Bryan in the 414 machine. As a matter of fact, here come Bryant now and Kalra down into turn number 1. Kalra trying to get the position back, comes down the inside and not able to outbrake the 144 machine. So there's Kalra now dropping back into 12th position. Let's watch when they come down the hill.
I'll tell you what, Bryan's opened up a little bit again. Greg, that's a product of Kalra coming down into turn 1, getting hard on the binders, thinking he's going to be able to outbrake it. When the driver on the left-hand side has that go through to get through that entry, that's where they open up that gap, because that person that's on the inside driver's right, they have to wait before they can get back on the throttle, or that rear end will come around because it does tighten up down there through that turn.
All right, so and there you go. How just one simple I don't want to call it a mistake, but how being maybe overly aggressive going into a corner can cost you, and maybe he's not going to get another chance to move up a position here with less than 2 minutes ago. As they say, slow in, fast out, not fast in. It usually means slow out. So there they go, coming through turn 10. And the gap now, instead of being less than a tenth, Brian, as they cross the line, it's now 3 seconds.
Yeah,
so that's
you
how,
can see. You can see the product of making that mistake for that lap. That has really opened up, especially in these cars, in these spec cars, where, again, it's going to take about 2 or 3 laps before he can do it. By that point, Ian Bryan's already going to be taken off because he was running the consistent line and the consistent lap times in order to do that. So he's not going to drop off because that was a 4-second lap difference than what Callara had the lap before.
Well, and I'm not saying he's going to get there, because I believe at this point those racers have this lap and perhaps one more, Brian.
Actually, I think he's only going to have one more when they come around, because I think Robbie Wilson is on his last lap.
Right. Well, and I think he's behind them on track,
yes,
Brian.
He is. Absolutely.
Yeah. So these guys, they're going to finish this lap and probably get then one more.
Yep.
And Bryant ran almost 2 full seconds faster than Bill Thomas ahead, but we can see the gap. The gap there is just, I think, too great at this point. So let's track over, get back to the Care Bear car. If we can, our race leader, who believe that there
that
he
might
is,
be him right there,
coming under the Toyota bridge. So those racers we were watching, they will get one more lap. But Robbie Wilson looking to sweep the weekend here in Spec Boxster as he comes out of turn 10, checkered flag in the air, and Robbie Wilson, driver out of Frostburg, Maryland, takes the win in Spec Boxster. Coming out of turn 10 now, and looking at the checkered flag, finishing second, Daniel Rubel. He manages to hold off Hunt McMahon here in race number 2. Margin 1 second on the nose. Ryan Farragut now. We're going to see him coming over the crest of the hill. Farragut, is he able to hold off Calcagno? He's got the position as they come out of 10, and as they come to the line, can Calcagno draft past? No, he cannot.
He cannot.
And Ryan Farragut will finish 4th. William Calcagno will finish 5th. I keep thinking of the oh my gosh, I'm thinking of the. Never mind. I'll get back to it. Hoyt Amadon
Not thinking
will
of
finish
anything
6th.
right now.
Yeah, I can't think of anything after that. Sam Halabi will finish 7th. Peter Kaufman, John Beadler, and Bill Thomas will round out your top 10. Actually, before we say that, Beadler now just coming across the line with Bill Thomas 2 seconds back from there. And look at that again, Brian. On the last time through, Ian Bryant resets his personal best, and he was 1.5 seconds faster than Bill Thomas ahead. He cut that gap from 2 seconds a couple laps ago down to 0.5 second, but not enough to work into the top 10. So that wraps up our Spec Boxster race presented by OG Racing. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call for our Blue Group racers. Please head to the grid. Blue Group racers, please head to the grid. And now we're going to take a quick break, and as we do, I'm going to think about the commercial from the 70s that I had going on in my head that I could not vocalize there at the end of the race. But everybody, it is the 2025 Rock the Summit presented by PCA Potomac region of the Porsche Club of America. And Brian and I will be back in just a moment.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
It's the 2025 Rock the Summit presented by the Founders Region of the Porsche Club of America, PCA Potomac. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Bryan Donati. Next up, our Blue Group racers. We just saw Spec Boxster. Now we got Spec Cayman, and we've got so many other great racing classes here as well. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, he was by far your fastest driver in race number 1 in his Spec Cayman. It's Wahid Shahadi in the number 147 2006 Porsche Cayman. Franklin Prey will start on the outside of the front row. He's driving the 777 J-Class Black 2010 911. Greg Rochik will start third. Greg's in the number 320 SP3 class Red 944 with Ryan McGrath starting in fourth. He's driving the number 77 H class 2008 Porsche 911. That's the gray machine. Ken Agna will start fifth today. He is driving the appropriately numbered number 5 SP3 class blue Porsche 944 S2 with Dominic Belvedere, starting sixth. He's driving the 556 Spec Cayman. That's the silver machine. Kenyatta Jenkins will drive the 1999 Porsche 911 silver machine in the H class. That's the 027 machine, starting eighth, starting seventh, starting eighth in the number 159 H class 1990 Porsche 911, the white machine, the Terrence Judge. Then we got Andrew Murphy. He is in one of our Spec Caymans, a 2007 Cayman. The black car is wearing the number 47, and he starts ninth. Starting 10th, Jordan Simon. In the 2004 Porsche Boxster, the red G-Class machine will start 10th. Starting 11th is Sam Amano. In the blue number 4 2014 Porsche Cayman S, starting 12th, David Nissenbaum. He is driving the number 411 in G-Class 2000 white and orange Porsche Boxster. Then we got Mark Salvador in a 2005 Boxster. Orange, obviously popular there on that area of the field. He's in the orange and black number 667, starts lucky 13th. Starting 14th is James Clemens. He's driving the 06 G-Class 2000 Porsche Boxster. That is the gray machine. And then we got John Patton, starting 15th. He's in the number 2 Porsche 968. That's an SP3 car. He's going to start right alongside Connor Henderson, also an SP3 968. The gray machine starts 16th. As the starter now looks over the field, if he likes what he sees, we'll get the green flag. And green flag's in the air, Bryan. And we are racing once again here at the 2025 Rock the Summit with Shahadi, with Franklin Prey on the front row. Prey jumps out to an early lead in his Porsche 911, gets ahead of our Spec Cayman leader, Shahadi. Shahadi was the fastest driver in the morning race. And then we got Greg Rochik, Ryan McGrath, Ken Agna, who just did not have a great start this morning. And also not having a great start, I think that was Andrew Murphy in the 47 Spec Cayman back in ninth. We're going to see he's likely going to fall back a number more positions here as he's getting swallowed up coming through turn 3.
Yeah, definitely went too far left there coming out of turn number 2. Not going to get swallowed up by too much. I think he's going to be able to tuck back in. You see him right there kind of battling a little bit further back. Looks like Henderson's going to get around him coming down through turn number 5. So going to drop a few spots, but was able to keep that car straight and moving forward now. And now it looks like he's going to try to go really far driver's left coming through turn 6 and then into turn 7, Greg. And as you well know, that's where it really kind of tightens up, especially through here. So you definitely want to make sure that you get back in line through that with for Andrew Murphy.
All right, I'm sure we saw Connor Henderson get around that car as he was in the battle with John Patton. And I believe they also had Steven Wilson in that fight as well. And that driver now, Murphy, trying to fight back as he went side by side with another driver coming through turn 10. Not the fastest way around, as we now have heading onto the pit lane. Bryan, John Patton in the yellow 968 machine, the SP3 car. He does not complete a lap. He will finish this race very early.
Yeah, I think he had a problem earlier this morning as well, I believe, maybe kind of pulling off a little bit in that number 2 machine. So, again, a rough day there for John in that number 2.
All right, as they head down the hill now, getting not bottled up, but it looks like a big grouping behind Jordan Simon's red Boxster, currently in 9th position. We got Nissenbaum, Clemens, Sam Amano, and Mark Salvador back behind us. We were just watching that group filter through, and Ken Agna in that the Rothmans blue and white Porsche 944. We saw early on in this morning's race where he started in 4th position, dropped back a little bit, moved back up to 4th, but just didn't seem to have the raw pace that he had in qualifying, Brian. And again, he is now sitting back in a pretty distant, not that distant, but he's sitting back in 7th position there with a number of drivers that he has to contend with just to get up to Greg Rochik. He's got Kenyatta Jenkins and Dominic Belvedere, 2 out-of-class cars between he and the Rochik number 320 machine.
Yeah, Rochik, him and, Rochik went at it early on in the race this morning before Ken was able to, propel himself and pull up a little bit after a couple of laps. It's going to be really tough to see whether or not Ken's going to be able to get that car rolling. Again, another terrible start for that number 5 machine. So again, going to have to go a long way here in this 30-minute race. And I think if there's anybody that can do it, it is Ken in that number 5 machine. But as you just said, right, Kenyatta Jenkins and Dominic Belvedere in between him and in that 320 machine of Greg Rochik.
Yeah, and Belvedere with a big brake lockup going into turn 5, just behind the Rochik machine, the red 320 Porsche 944, and I don't think he expected the Rochik machine to be on the brakes as early as it was. As Agnon now comes underneath Kenyatta Jenkins going into turn 10, gets that pass made, gets it done early enough, I think, to not really affect his speed. As for the second day in a row, or probably the second race in a row today, Brian, we're seeing Franklin Prey in that black 777 machine now really walking away from the rest of the field. He is one of 2 J-Class cars, Stephen Corrali in the 551 Cayman being the other, but Corrali sitting all the way back in 20th position.
Yeah, not much of a battle there in that J-Class. You're right. Franklin Prey really going out. Remember, Franklin had that, in that silver group yesterday, had that problem. So now really focusing on this car here in that 777 machine. Again, another heavy brake lockup there by, I believe that was Dominic Belvedere. And Greg, remember, earlier on this morning, we saw Belvedere where he went off in turn 5. Again, not able to get turn 5 consistently in that number 556 machine. So again, Dominic Belvedere having some problems. Not sure if he's having a brake problem, Greg, where he gets in there and it just tends to lock up, or he is just misreading the entry going into turn 5 and is trying to really run hard down the hill.
Well, we'll have to see if those are the rear brakes locking up. It's not that big a deal. There's not a lot of weight on the rear tires as that car is loaded up coming down the hill. Most of the weight transfers to the very front of the car. But if it's the front tires, that's only going to get worse for him as time goes on. Brian, we've got Joel Agana in the chat right now, and he says, Ken will get there. So that just came in. Joel,
he's there. There's no doubt about it. You can see it right now coming through there.
Yeah,
he is there.
He's only about a car length and a half back now from Greg Rochik in the red 320 machine, and Rochik just grabbed a whole bunch of curbing at the apex of turn 3, really lifted up the rear end of that car, and very stiff setup it looks like for the Rochik machine. Agana's machine looks like it has a little bit more compliance, which should, I think, especially through this section of the track, help him considerably. But you also notice, and contrast this to what we saw in the last race from, say, a Ryan Farragut, who was going middle of track to even drivers right through this section that we're watching right now. Both at this point, Ken Agana and Greg Rochik opening that turn up all the way, going to the outside, not loading up the car at this point.
Right. Tell you what, Greg, I was looking a little bit further up in that camera shot there. Waleed Chahadi, I tell you what, he may be holding up Ryan McGrath and Dominic Belvedere, or he may start to be having a problem, because there it is. You can see it there heading down in turn one. McGrath looks like he's going to try to make that move, just not going to be able to get that done. But those three cars just behind them, Belvedere, Rochik, and Agno, tell you what, they were a little bit further back from Waleed, and now all of a sudden they started to close. So we got a car sitting over on driver's left. So again, I think that could be where they were able to.
And I think
gain
that's
some of that.
Jordan Simon in the 54 machine, Brian, that is
Yep, 'cause
off.
he's dropping down.
Yeah, Simon in the G class in a Porsche Boxster. Although I'm showing Simon as being in a red Boxster.
He is. It's a red with a silver front end.
Got it, with the silver front, exactly.
Yeah, so, he's definitely, I can see here out the window, he's definitely pulled over into driver's left, kind of in a tough spot. So they should be able to do a nice little hot pull and pull him out and get him moved.
All right, so McGrath
really
taking
quickly.
a look now, trying to get underneath Waleed Chahadi. And Brian, you called it out. Chahadi, who has had a best lap time of a 1:23.5, he's lapping almost a second off of those times right now. That is 2 seconds off of his fastest lap from this morning's race. And 2 seconds is an eternity here at Summit Point Raceway.
Absolutely, and I'm going to find out tonight when we go down into dinner. So I'm going to look for somebody from that team. Did they go out on new tires this morning again? And now they've kind of materialized. As McGrath looks like he's going to try to make that move down in the driver's right to make that pass, and it looks like he's going to be able to successfully do it before they get to that standing yellow there, Greg. So good move by McGrath, knowing where that yellow flag is going to be in order to get that done. But I'm wondering if Waleed went out on new tires or newer tires, and now that they've materialized with everybody else's tires within that car just isn't as fast as it was early this morning.
Well, also, Brian, he really started to up the pace in the last half of the race.
Yeah.
And it could be just a sign of, once fuel starts burning off, once the car gets a little lighter and there's less of a load on those rear tires, that the car might run a little bit more smoothly, But again, also the sun is a lot higher in the sky than when these racers ran this morning, and the track is definitely more slick. And a setup that he had this morning might not work very well right now.
Yeah, McGrath getting in front of him, and now, like I said, you've got Dominic Belvedere here, trying to put a heavy attack on him as well. But Ken Agnon now has moved ahead of Greg Rochek.
There you go.
In that SP3 for that lead there. So again, it took a couple minutes, but once he got up there, it definitely starting to take off now. We'll see whether or not he's able to run down Dominic Belvedere. Again, this morning, Belvedere didn't, once he had that off, he was able to get himself back in to this race and really kind of move around. So, again, Greg, the other thing here is they've dropped that standing yellow there because everybody has seen it for at least 2 laps to know where Jordan Simon is. So now it becomes where they know that car is, but you can go ahead and make those passes without that flag there.
Hey, want to welcome Peter Kraus to the chat. And Peter, of course, Brian, hopefully we'll see Peter up at Watkins Glen next week. Great driver coach and has an absolutely beautiful Porsche it's not a Porsche 914, it's a Fiat X19, I'm sorry. But he's pointing out, of course, James Clemens, who's currently running 9th overall in his white 2003 Boxster, and he is currently your leader in the G class, and he's got a fight on his hands from David Nissenbaum in the white and orange machine directly behind. If we can just stay on this shot for a moment here, Jordan, they should be coming up and over the crest of the hill here almost now. There they are. Yeah, actually, there they are. There they are right there coming through turn 10.
We think they're coming? I think
maybe.
I think I can.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So, and they both Clemens and Nissenbaum just ran their fastest laps of the race. For Clemens, though, he just pulled out an extra 7/10 of a second. What was a 3/10 of a second advantage now is getting close to a full second between them. So that's why I was a little concerned. Great job cheering them on, Peter.
Yep. One of the other chats there, we got David Rodenroth there. Greg, he is PCA Club Racing Chair checking in the live stream from Venice, Italy.
That's right.
So again, sitting at the restaurant, probably, a little vino and some pasta.
That's right.
Watching the live stream. So, David, glad you could do it. I think it's 5-6 hours ahead of us from over there. So it's 9:30. So yeah, definitely sitting. That's because everybody just woke up from their nap, right? They take a nap from 12 to 3:30. So. But again, you see most of these cars. Again, here comes the Nissenbaum battle. And Nissenbaum just loses a little bit coming out of turn number 9 to Clemens in that 06 machine. But he's able to reel back in a little bit as they go down the front stretch and get down into turn 1. And again, that's a product of, I think, looking at James Clemens and the line that he takes, maybe turning in a little bit early, Greg, or a little bit late, actually, not early. If you watch there, see, that's a turn in late there, and Nissenbaum
he's
gets
right
in a
back
little bit
on him
early.
under braking going into 1.
Yep.
And they're coming up on a slower car at the moment. I believe that is Martin Harrison in the number 31 machine as they work their way through, and both they and just ahead of this battle right now, we're just also had the shot Terrence Judge in the white number 159 H class 1990 machine, and Judge had just turned in his fastest lap, as did Nissenbaum. So good fight there.
Again, this is where you see some of these drivers, and again, if you've never been and you've never raced here at Summit Point, when you come out of that turn 6, when we have that camera angle, you can see, all the cars go all the way over to driver's left. That actually, the track does throw you over there. So
That's
it's
right.
not like you're, like, oh, I missed it. No, that's the track. There is a little bit of a banking there, a little bit of I'm going to call it a berm. It's not really a berm, but the track does kind of tilt there a little bit, and so it will throw your car out there. That is actually the preferred line where you really will be.
All right, so Brian, I wanted to just highlight here as we've got, looks like maybe giving a little bit of look down in the turn 1, just ahead of this battle. Terrence Judge currently running 3rd in the H class. He is now calls Naples, Florida home, but he is a PCA Potomac member, been racing and racing cars for 10 years. He started karting when he was just a teenager. And he's a wealth management advisor, likes running and cycling. And, this is when you know that you've bought fully into the Porsche experience. He says he trains German dogs, dachshunds.
Good, I've got one he can train.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, that's why I was telling you, is I know you have one that might need a little bit of encouragement.
Being unspoiled, that's really what I need. Right?
Yeah, exactly. And he says that the team name of Holman Racing was named after their dachshunds, Holly and Manilow. German bred, just like a Porsche.
Yeah. Yeah, we keep looking at this battle, and here's another battle down here again. Rochek still trying to get past Ken Agnaw again. Got some of the slower cars there that they're going to go around. We'll see whether or not Rochek is going to be able to get around him and come through there. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to, as one of our slower cars is going to drop a little bit of tires off there on the right-hand side, open that corner up as wide as you can through the dirt. Going to do a little bit of dirt track and get down up and over that hill.
And Brian, we have in the chat, I love this, Rick Snyder. I guess he heard your description of Connor Henderson's Porsche 968 and what the livery was. He's told us that it's actually not, it's not camouflage. It's not the livery of a fighter jet. It's actually based on the Ohio State Buckeyes football helmet. I'm sorry, the Ohio State Buckeyes football helmet, who happened to play the Ohio Bobcats tonight at 7 p.m.
I have to take a look at that. I don't remember having the Ohio State having the sharp teeth in the front of the car.
Who knows?
Maybe he's changed it, but yeah, not Not a big Buckeyes fan up here, you know. So.
Well, Rick is apparently. He says go Bucks and go Connor.
Well, I'll say go Connor, but I think, you know, we can't go Penn State. No, I'm sorry, did I say that out loud?
Oh my.
As we bring the college football season into play.
Well,
here
Brian, we're quite a bit past halfway here now. So let's do this. Let's take our break, because I don't think we've taken our break yet. We're going to make a call to the grid for our next race group, and when we come back, more racing action here from Summit Point Road. There's a lot of racing action right now at Summit Point Raceway going into turn 10, but let's make that call to the grid. Attention in the paddock. Red Group Racers, please head to the grid. Red Group Racers, please head to the grid. Your final race of the day is next. And with that, now we're going to take that quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments. We'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here at Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 Rock the Summit.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit HankookMotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities, a spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manibal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manibaltequila.com.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Rock the Summit, presented by the Porsche Club of America and the Founders Region, PCA Potomac. This race brought to you and presented by PMR. All right, so as we're watching now, Connor Henderson in that, well, we don't think it's an Ohio State helmet.
It's the Ohio State stripe that goes up the front on a gray car, and I think he has like and we were just talking about it up here in the non-air conditioning tower, the P51 side teeth on the side of the car. So
like a P51 Mustang type deal?
Absolutely.
Exactly. All right, there you go. As he just gets by Sam Mamano in the blue number 4, which doesn't look like a college football helmet. And Mamano at the moment running. Where is he? He's running all by himself in the I class.
Yes. He's sitting in 12th overall. So
yeah.
Connor going by Mamano that time. Hey, pretty good run by Connor, right? He doesn't get to race all the time here. And sitting there back in 11th overall, sitting in 3rd in SP3. He's running, 3 seconds slower than Ken Agnon and Greg Rochick, but tell you what, it's got a pretty big gap over Steve Wilson in that number 215. So pretty good run there. just captured Greg Rochek and Ken Agnall. Agnall starting to open it up. He's got some of the slower cars in between them, so he's going to have a little bit of room to play with here with, with about 8 minutes left to go.
Minutes?
I'll get that out. Whoa, that's like Chia Pet, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, since it took us to get to break for me to figure out I was trying to recreate a Chia Pet commercial. At least we don't have anybody with a. Who do we have? Oh yeah, when James Clemens crosses the line, maybe I'll try and reproduce that. Anyway,
well, he is under heavy
Yeah.
attack here by Nissenbaum in that G class. I tell you what, so that's the battle for the win there in G class. Last time by it was about a tenth, but I tell you what, Greg, it was closer than that.
all right. Well, let's see if we can pick up that battle for a moment, if we can. It's the white. The white 06 car, and then the white with orange down the hood of David Nissenbaum.
Just now coming by the
Start-finish.
start-finish line, and that position is now going to change as David Nissenbaum is going to move to the lead in the G class in that 411 over the 06 of James Clemens. Again, the only other driver in that class is Jordan Simon, and actually he's going to watch them go by here because they're getting ready to pass him again as he's sitting driver's left here just now coming out of turn number 2.
He's waving right now. There you
He's
go.
going to wave at him right there saying, go ahead, guys. You guys go ahead and battle it out for the lead. So, yeah, Nissenbaum running that time. He was a full second faster that last time by than James Clemens. So Clemens having a little bit of a problem there at some point on the backside of this racetrack, because when they went by the last time, it was about 2.5, 3 car lengths, and now it is a car length ahead for Nissenbaum.
All right, well, let's see here see if Clemens can close things down a little bit. It'd be interesting to see. Now he does open up that corner just a little bit, try to put a little bit less load on the tires, and gets the car to rotate very well through there, Bryan. Let's see if he can get a run up the hill on the 411 machine.
Well, this is where Nissenbaum's been a little bit faster than James Clemens in that 06, right? Really coming out of turn number 8
and you see it right
turn
there.
Number 9. Yeah, you can really see it. Like I said, once he gets up through the carousel, he is much faster than Clemens in that 06 machine, and that's where the gap's starting to open. And like I said, he was 6-7 car lengths back 2 laps ago, and now it's within a car length and a half. But he does extend that lead a little bit as they come up that hill.
Yeah, so getting ahead of Clemens was obviously what he needed, but the places where he is faster, he's now not being restricted by that car by having the other car ahead of him. All right, so as we watch that race unfold, I'm trying to see if we've got something else maybe a little further back in the pack that we can look at. We talked about Sam Amano earlier in that blue number 4 machine. Also has, and again, it's an H-class car, but the orange and black of Salvador directly behind, and that is shown to be a nice little fight. Let's see. That's not the one there.
Yeah, I was going to say, not really seeing anything on timing and scoring. I mean, right there, going down through the chute down into turn number 5, you can see it. That's actually Franklin Prey going around, I believe, Salvador. Through there. So
there's Amano right there.
Right, and then there's Prey, and there's
and then Salvador. So it looks like that. It looks like that has opened up just a little bit in the last lap or so.
Again, your overall leader, Franklin Prey, lapping all the way up to Mark Salvador in 13th. So the next competitor that he's going to try to lap is going to be Sam Amano, and then Connor Henderson in that 341 machine there. So again, with just right around 3.5 minutes left to go, so probably 2, maybe 3 laps.
Yeah, probably like with Prey just now starting this lap, probably this one and 2 more.
And 2 more, yeah. So 3 laps in total, but yes, this again just got by Amano going down there.
Tension in the paddock. Second call to the grid for our red group racers. Please head to the grid. Bryan, as you were saying.
Oh, I was going to say he just got past Amano. Didn't know we were going to do that, but guess I got to pay attention to the clock. But yeah, got past Romano, getting ready to come up on Connor Henderson right now. I don't think Connor will hold him up. I think Connor will let him go all the way through as quickly as possible. He'll stay down driver's left right there. Let Franklin Prey take the the line there outside, get through. You probably see a little wave by the hand out the window there, maybe.
That's right.
And
would that be the Ohio State wave?
yeah, that would be the Ohio State. You know what? Yeah.
Hey.
Not the Tulane. Yep.
The Tulane green wave, exactly. You know that Tulane's mascot's called Gumby.
That's it, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. No, not Gumbo, Gumby, as in like the little claymation character.
We get ready to go through here again, Greg. I think you're right. I think again, Franklin Prey is going to end up getting one more lap here, and then I think next time he comes by, he should be getting that one to go there again. There's Romano. There is Salvador right there. So that's really the battle for 12th and 13th overall in this blue group right now. So again, pretty good battle going on. For position on the racetrack, just not in the class.
Not in the class.
Yep. And we saw them earlier this morning, right? They were kind of nose to tail, kind of in a little bit of a, other classes here, and one would get out of it and the other one would get out of it just so that they didn't mess up those other races as they were coming up to lap some other cars. So we'll have to see. If we take a little bit further look back here, we talked about the Nissenbaum and the Clemens battle. That's still within our car length and a half as they head down into turn number one now. And it looks like Clemens really tried to open up that corner, Greg, and really tried to get as much momentum as he can.
Oh, and he's getting a great run out of the outside from the outside here.
Yeah. Which again, we've seen this. You in some of these cars, you can take that outside line and get a ton of grip and get back on the throttle earlier than you can when you hit the actual apex of that corner.
Yeah, and there for just a moment, Bryan, looked like James Clemens might have had a good run on Nissenbaum ahead, coming out of 3 and starting to make the way down the hill through the chute. And unfortunately, looks can be deceiving as he drops back behind. Also wanted to mention here as things are winding down, Wahid Shahadi, who is leading the Spec Cayman class by just about 4 seconds over Dominic Belvedere. Belvedere running 5th overall, 2nd in the class. We surmise that maybe Shahadi's car was set up for the long run and maybe a little bit quicker. Maybe once you burned a little bit of fuel off and it got a little lighter. That hasn't been the case. He's still lapping, and actually now lapping almost 2 seconds off of the pace that we saw earlier back in the 125s, and that's letting Ken Agna come up much closer on him. But Bryan, more importantly, coming across the checkered and taking the checkered flag, there we go. It is Franklin Prey, and he reset the last lap on the very last lap. Talking about a car that's set up for the long run with a 121.4. And I believe, I'll have to double check, but I think that is his fastest lap of the weekend. Indeed, he came into this race with a fast lap of 121.574, and so he knocked like 15 hundredths of a second off of that lap time.
Keep an eye on this coming out of turn 10.
I was just going to say that battle in SP3 coming through the final corner. And let's take a look as we run down here as Greg Rochek gets back ahead of Belvedere on the last lap. It's going to be McGrath who takes the win in H, finishing 2nd overall. Shahadi, only a 1.5 seconds back from there, takes the win in Spec Cayman, 3rd overall. Ken Agana finishes up in 4th, beating Greg Rochek to the line. Margin of victory there for Ken Agana, 9/10 of a second. So there you go. Family member, who was it a little bit earlier in the chat? It was Joel. Who knew that was going to be the case, as we had a good time there. You see there's a yellow flag out at 1. There's a car that took the escape route escape road out towards the skid pad. So Rocek finishes in 5th behind Ken Agana. Then Dominic Belvedere finishes 2nd. Inspec Kamen finishes 6th overall. Taking the win in the H class, or probably finishing 2nd in the H class to Ryan McGrath, is Kenyatta Jenkins, finished 7th overall. David Nissenbaum holds off James Clemens for the win in the G class. Margin there at the line, 6/10 of a second. Terrence Judge will take the last step on the podium in H, finishes 10th overall. Then Connor Henderson, who takes 2nd place in SP3. He's going to finish just outside the top 10 in 11th position. If we look at some of these other classes a little bit further back in the field, in the ME1 class, Christopher Fahey takes the win by almost 25 seconds over Frank Osborne, with Gene Raimondi finishing in 3rd. In GT5, John Haas will take the win over Richard Glickel. Glickel finished 2 laps down. In the G class, we talked about Nissenbaum, Clemens, Jordan Simon finished in 3rd. And let's move over to the J class. Franklin Prey takes the win. Of course, he was our overall winner. Stephen Corrali finishes in 2nd. Sam Amano, our sole racer in the I class. Bart Welty, our sole SP1 racer. And that rounds out our blue group. So, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention the paddock, red group, this is your final call to the grid. Red group drivers, please head to the grid. And so, Brian, let's take that break. We'll be back here in just a moment. One final race remaining here today on the 2nd of 3 days of action at Rock the Summit 2025. We'll be right back. Founders Region Racing is comprised of dedicated PCA Potomac Founders Region members who have united to become a gold-level sponsor for 2025's Rock the Summit. We're proud to support this premier event for our region and thank the hundreds of volunteers, racers, crew, and spectators who make this event the best club race in the nation. As we say, it's not just the cars, it's the people. Here's to Rock the Summit 2025.
Kansas City region is excited to host their 2nd annual club race in the rolling hills of the Ozarks. The 2025 Race the Roller Coaster Club Race will be held on September 27th and 28th at Ozark International Raceway. The challenging 3.97-mile, 19-quarter course has almost 1,500 feet of combined elevation change per lap. The track is in Gravois Mills, Missouri, a few hours from Kansas City. There will be 3 sprint races, one on Saturday, followed by a happy hour with drinks and refreshments, and 2 on Sunday. Both days will have charity parade laps during lunch and give friends and family a taste of the roller coaster. The points races at this club race will earn points towards the 2025 Mid-America Series as well as the 2025 PCA National Championship Points Series. Register at clubregistration.net.
With almost 250 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion and he wants to share it with you. Although there are recipes, Paul's emphasis is on creating from what you have on hand at the time as an inspiration and using old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul provides ideas on variations of the dishes, but really hopes that you'll see opportunities to put your own twist and add the flavors and ingredients that you prefer. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations, so come and join along on this voyage. Paul tries to post a new episode every Saturday and hopes that you enjoy. As a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2025, Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday Volunteer Dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who make this event possible.
The last PCA East Coast race of the season is at Carolina Motorsports Park, October 17th through 19th. The Carolinas Challenge is held at the 2.3-mile road course that's about an hour south of Charlotte. The event will feature the vintage class runoffs, 3 sprint races, and a 65-minute endurance race on Sunday. Wind down after Friday's practice with a social presented by Narrow Escape Motorsports, and after Saturday's sprint races, enjoy the award ceremony in full Southern hospitality with music and barbecue. Visit clubregistration.net to sign up.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. It is getting down to the wire here. Day number 2 of 3 of the 2025 Rock the Summit, presented by the PCA Potomac region, the founders region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Bryan Donati, and these are the big boys. It's our red group with all of our cup cars and club sports, and let's take a look at the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving the 014. 2019 Cup car in the GTA 3 class, it's Corey Friedman. Michael Levitas will start on the outside of row number 1. He's in the number 236 2022 Cup car, that's the silver machine. Joseph Viola will start third today. He is driving the number 262 2022 Cup car. The yellow and blue machine is running in the GTC 8 class. In the GTC 7 class, starting fourth, driving the 64 machine, it is Dwayne Moses. He's in a 2019 White Cup car. Then we've got Jeff Smith. He starts fifth inside of row number 3. He drives the 924 car. This is what confuses me, that he's running the 924 machine. But he's in a 2016 911 Cup car. Then, starting in 6th, Jeff Koster. He's driving the 573 machine. He's also in GTC 6. He is in a 2015 Cup car. And then we've got David Dunnigan. He starts 7th. He's in the number 400 machine. He's in a 2014 Blue Cup car, and that car also in the GTC 6 class, along with Kerry Brown, who's starting alongside him in 8th. Kerry's driving the number 707 White 2016 Cup car. Now let's move over to a couple of GT4 club sports. Starting 9th, we've got the number 751 GTD3 entry of Chris Dooley. He's in the white club sport with Rami Farid in the blue and orange 2019 chassis. That's a GTD2 car. The number 53 machine starts 10th. Starting 11th, driving the 125 2016 GT4 Club Sport, the green and black GTD1 entry of Peter DeBusman. And then starting on the outside of row number 6, it is the number 62 machine of Jonathan Draper. He's in the blue and yellow 2015 Cup car, also in GTC 6. As the field all strung out, coming through turn 10, the starter's going to look over the field. If he likes what he sees, he'll throw the green flag. And he throws the green flag. There it is, off in the distance. Headlights on for safety as we've got our field barreling down into turn number 1, and that is Joseph Viola coming up right behind Corey Friedman and Michael Levitas. And who was that running wide? Was that Dwayne Moses in the 64
Moses
car?
Right there running wide. I thought he was going to hold on to that. He said, I'm taking the outside line. The heck with those rocks out there. I'm going around it.
Well, I hear a bunch of folks in the Porsche Club of America, and at least PCA Potomac, really love that skid pad there on the outside. Maybe that
he
was
wanted
the
to get
goal.
a first-hand look. I tell you what.
Yeah,
that,
and he just missed the access road.
Yeah, he missed everything there going down through there. So good to see him back out there, Doug. It doesn't look like there's any harm or any damage to that front nose of that car, but he's going to have a long way to work back if he wants to get back up to where he was. But I tell you what. What a heck of a start. And a heck of a start by Joseph Viola in that 262 machine, Greg, because he is right up there with Michael Levitas. And Viola was a little bit further back in the first race today.
Yeah.
And Levitas was sitting up there in second, but now Viola has got in front of Michael Levitas in there, and that is not a battle for position in class, but a battle for position on the racetrack.
Yeah, indeed. And I got a little confused, Brian, because for some reason, our timing and scoring folks are convinced that Corey Friedman's car is red.
So his paint scheme last year was red. He has not changed any of his stuff through there. We had that same conversation at Road America a couple weeks ago. Corey Friedman does not drive the red and white car anymore.
Exactly.
And it just has not been updated.
It's yellow, much like Joseph Viola's, much like Michael Levitas, as Levitas gives up position to Joseph Viola. So move the GTC 8 machine of Joseph Viola now up into second and a little bit further back in the pack, Brian. And that was pretty hectic there for a moment as we had 3 drivers barreling down in the turn 1 door to door. And as they came through, I believe, I'm looking to see who was involved with that. I think that it was pretty sure that it was Moses, Dunn, and Hoyer that were in that group.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dwayne Moses really trying to get back up to where he was.
Yeah.
Definitely pushing the issue down through turn one. But I think you're right. That was a 61 of Hoyer along with the 98 of Ed Dunn. Trying to do that. Ed Dunn tried to do that. Or Dwayne Moses really pushed the envelope there with Jonathan Draper in that 62 machine last time by when they were headed up into turn three as well. So really trying to get back there, where he was up in the front of this field.
All right, as they now start to make their way, just saw Rami Farid in his GT4 Club Sport. And I think we mentioned earlier that that Farid, track record holder at the Thunderbolt circuit. He also has the GTV3 track record at VIR, I should mention. So it's not like, they didn't just repay VIR when he got the track record.
Right.
So I don't think he has anything to worry about there. Farid currently running 8th overall right now in the 53 machine. That's the fairly dark blue with the orange on the front, and also the orange down the drip rails, not the drip rails, pardon me, but the along the bottom of the car as well. And Farid finished up this morning's race in 10th position, and I think took the win in GTD2.
I think he did. Yep, absolutely. Again, some of these drivers in this group here, Greg, we saw them a couple weeks ago at Road America. So pretty much long haul travels for some of these race teams over the last 2 weeks as we went to Labor Day up there at Road America, and then basically taking that week off and then towing down in here. So again, a different setup in racetracks too. So there's a lot of changes that they had to do within those. Within those 2 week time frames to go from Road America, big, open, long, wide track, or not wide.
Lots of very long straightaways.
Yeah, a lot of speed. Not very wide. It's probably about as wide as it is here.
Yeah, about 55 feet. Yeah, about the same.
So, yeah.
And of course, this race presented by Pirelli Racing Tires, and a couple of drivers taking big use of those Pirelli tires coming down the hill. Coming down the hill right there. I think one of them, and we talked about him a little bit earlier, Kyle Hoyer, in the German flag liveried 2010 Porsche Cayman, the GTB1 car, and he came just barreling right down behind. I think he had
that's Moses in front of him.
And Moses had started the lap behind Hoyer and actually managed to get around coming out of turn 3. So we'll watch that fight. I know we were watching a little bit earlier, but at the moment, Moses really seems to be on a charge.
Yeah. Well, trying to get back up there, right? I mean, he was the one who went really, really wide down in turn 1, had to get hard on the brakes, and ended up taking the long way around, and then again tried to take the long way around out of turn 2. So that car may be suffering just a little bit. You talked about it earlier. You go and you get those dust and some of those rocks and everything, especially over in that area with that pea gravel down there. It ends up getting up underneath the car, and it makes that car very, very difficult to drive throughout a 30-minute race here as well.
Now, if we can continue just now cresting over the top of the hill, Jordan, again, that is Kyle Hoyer in the number 61 Cayman. He's got Mitch Bowling. This is a battle in class. This is the battle, I believe, for third in GTB1. Thank you very much.
Yep.
There, as Bowling on the last lap was 0.7 of a second faster than Kyle Hoyer. Now, some of that might have been as Dwayne Moses was working his way around, might have slowed Hoyer up just a little bit. But I'd be keen to continue to watch this, as I really think Bowling now, the 51 machine, starting to close things up on the 61.
Yeah, definitely getting through, the backside of this racetrack a little bit better is Mitch Bowling over Kyle Hoyer. And again, remember, we saw earlier on with Hoyer and Dunn, along with Chuck Palmer in the very first race. Well, now Chuck Palmer's made that the best of that and moved up ahead. But yeah, Mitch Bowling starting to reel in Kyle Hoyer in that 61. Kyle's car just not looking like it's very settled in some of the turns, and I see a lot of these guys really taking a wide run there, Greg, out of turn number 1, trying to use as much of that grip as they can. That's what they're trying to search around and find on those Pirellis.
All right, so bowling out of Parker, Colorado, right outside of Denver. Sixth season of racing for him. Another one, Bryan, who decided to become a cager. He's been a PCA member for 24 years. He does have the SP3 track record at VIR as well as out at High Plains Raceway, and he says unofficially at Indy and Laguna Seca. I don't know what makes that unofficial, but he also finished second in the SP3 national standings 3 years ago. So great history for him behind the wheel, and he continues to close things up on Kyle Hoyer. That last time by, let's see. Actually, Hoyer managed to battle back and open up maybe an extra 0.2 of a second there as we watch him coming down into turn one.
Yeah, definitely got a good lap that time. Moved ahead by about 3/4 of a second. Again, Kyle Hoyer, not his fastest time, missed that by about 1/10. But Mitch Bowling runs his fastest lap and still loses time. I think this is where, after 6 laps in, this is where Kyle Hoyer's car starts to come in a little bit more. And you can see now he's starting to pull away a little bit from Mitch Bowling. He's still got a long way to go if he wants to catch Ed Dunn for that second in that GTB1 class. But again, with 30 minutes in this race, Greg, it's anybody's game there when it comes down to GTB1. We have seen some top-notch racing throughout the entire season.
Yeah, and Bryan, we're going to see a lot of top-notch racing tomorrow for the third day of coverage here at Summit Point and the 2025 Rock the Summit. Tomorrow is Endurance Day at the Point, at the Summit, as we're going to have 2 90-minute enduros. Action starts tomorrow morning, 9:25 a.m. Eastern, so make sure to join us.
We may end up having to do our 5-minute pit stop up here in the booth tomorrow that these guys are going to have to do just to be able to open the door and get out because the AC unit's not working. So it's a good thing we're doing these enduros in the morning because we're going to be just as hot as they are out on the racetrack.
Yeah, no kidding. So, Bryan, I was wondering, are the folks from PCA Potomac, are they bringing up any of the Kona ice for you guys up in the booth today?
No, but I tell you what, they're here till 4:30. Well, they were supposed to be here till 4:30, and they left a little bit early.
A little bit early? It's only 4:16.
I was going to make that call. And maybe they're driving around to come up here to bring us some of these Kona ices to where we can get some. But no, it looks like they may have gone. So if you wanted your Kona ice and you did not get it, well,
maybe tomorrow.
Neither did we.
Yeah. Yeah. And oh my, I'm so sorry. All right, as we now have a little bit under 20 minutes remaining in this 30-minute race, and a great fight going on right now. We're just watching coming through the carousel. I love this section of the track, Bryan. I mean, this is my favorite part of the race course, and I think we were watching there as it was Jeff Smith, Costa, and Dunnigan going through here, but so many people think it's difficult to pass through this section of the course, but even as we saw earlier in Spec Boxster, if you set somebody up right going into turn 7, you could definitely get the pass made, as our leader, Corey Friedman, in the not red 2019 GT3 Cup car comes through turn 10 with the headlights ablazing, letting everybody know that he is coming through, and he ended up catching a lot of traffic. And now look at this, Bryan, trying to catch a draft off of that machine. I think that was, as I'm looking through the field, in the red, white, and blue, right behind the red, white, and blue car. Was that Chris Karras, I think, in the 138, in the white 138, trying to get a draft off of our leader, Corey Friedman, going down in the 1, maybe picking up a position.
Yeah, I'll have to look at that. That may be, actually, that may be the 127 there. But well, no, I was going to say maybe that is Steve Garrison.
Garrison, maybe?
But no, but Garrison's in the black, so this would have been the white.
Yeah, no, matter of fact, you know who it was. Let's see. So the red, white, and blue, the American flag livery car, that's David Felker in the 45 machine. Yep. All right. So I think it was Jimmy Martin directly behind him.
Yep. And I believe that is a battle in class, right?
Yeah,
so that
yeah,
is
matter of
Felker
fact.
and Martin, and we talked about them earlier this morning too.
Yeah.
So
And that is the battle in GTD 1, currently for, where is it? That is the battle for second. Much like this morning, Peter DeBusman opening up a pretty big lead over these two racers, but it hasn't stopped them from just going at it tooth and nail all day. You see now as David Felker defending, puts the car down the center of the track just as we've got Joseph Viola and Michael Levitas starting to make their way through some of this slower traffic, trying to put them a lap down, and that's probably going to complicate things just a little bit for Jimmy Martin, as he had to hold that car all the way to the outside there as Viola was coming through.
yeah. And Viola getting underneath them there, so good run by him. And he's got Michael Levitas right on his back bumper as well, working his way through. You know, the last time by when you were talking about Corey Freeman, he came by down into turn 10 when he was passing this group here, kind of side by side with Charles Liu. I don't think Charles really knew that Corey was going to be in there and, you know, kind of stick it in that tight going down into turn 10, but, you know, ended up moving over a little bit, but it was for a moment there. That became a little bit of a situation. I wasn't sure both of those cars were going to make it out of there.
All right, is Charles Liu there over with, who's that with him? Is it Garrison? I think he's got Charles Garrison, or probably Steve Garrison, directly behind him. Nice little fight there in the GT3 class, currently running 22nd and 23rd overall. And that is, those are the only two drivers in that GT3 class, Brian. So, it might be a fight that we want to continue to watch as Garrison closed things down to about a quarter of a second there. And last time by, Lou was almost 0.3 off of Garrison's pace behind. Let's see. We'll see here if they've closed things up a little bit in the next group.
Yeah, we'll see if they do that. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to close it down right now.
All right. Well, you know what? We'll give him a couple more laps, Brian, because what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break. Our final commercial break well, it's not our final commercial break. We got one at the very end of the show. Our second to last commercial break. It's the penultimate commercial break.
There you go.
And when we come back, we'll take you to the checkered flag and wrap up day 2 of coverage here from Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 Rock the Summit with this race presented by Pirelli. We'll be right back.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, LMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your Porsche today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Rock the Summit. And Brian, I'll tell you, as the time is winding down here, the racing isn't getting any. The racers aren't getting any more complacent, that's for sure, as this stuff is just so exciting now with 12 minutes remaining.
I tell you what, Joseph Viola and Michael Levitas are definitely going at it. They went through as we were going to break, going through there. You can see Joseph Viola now flashing the lights at one of the other cars, and you know, Levitas is trying to go inside there, and that's the Hoyer machine there, passing the Hoyer and the Mitch Bowling machine. But Michael Levitas just stuck to the rear bumper there of Joseph Viola in that 262 machine. Again, this is for battle for second overall, and Levitas is going to stick it in to try to go through turn number 3. Not going to be able to make it through there. Looks like Viola is going to come out, but I tell you what, Michael really had that thought of this is where I'm going to make that move, and just not able to make that stick.
You know, but Viola is doing a masterful job of using the slower traffic to his advantage and using some of these cars as picks and really putting Michael Levitas in a position where that he just can't get out of in many cases. And we'll see here as Levitas takes a look to the inside, tries to come underneath Joseph Viola coming through turn 6B. Now as they come up the hill, out of turn 8 and underneath the bridge, again, Viola waiting as long as he can. We've got a car that goes around that they just got by, and he's center of track.
Hold on to it.
Block the brakes down, sir. There we go. And he should be able to get that car back underway. Luckily, he's got a nice little gap. But he's going to get that car moving. We'll get the number on that machine here in just a moment.
They were just getting ready to pass him, and Greg, that was a product of that left rear, giving those lead lap cars, giving them as much room as they can. Ended up getting his left side tire on that rumble strip and that dirt strip right there as Michael Levitas again tries to make it up through turn number 3, and he's going to make it stick this time, gentlemen. He is going to go by Joseph Viola in turn 3, Greg. That is a power move because you normally do not see that type of move going into turn number 3.
Yeah, indeed. Great move as he moved to the inside there, and Viola got held out. As Viola, as I've been saying, has just been masterful with car positioning here. And Levitas, after watching Viola lap after lap and seeing what his tendencies were, found a way, decided rather than trying to go around the outside, which is what he'd done the last 3 laps, decided to move to the inside. And I don't think Viola was really ready for it here as they come up in the turn 10 now. And Brian, you're right that on the previous lap, it looked like the driver that both Viola and Levitas were coming underneath might have put the right rear wheel, or probably the left rear wheel, into the dirt under braking there that sent him around as he was probably busy watching his passenger door mirror to see if those cars cleared. As Levitas gets very close under braking to one of the slower cars there.
I believe that's Jonathan Draper in the 62 that he went. And that's because Draper doesn't have a number on the door. He has it on the window. And so I do believe it is Draper. But, yeah, you're right, Greg. Moved over driver's left, thought he had already cleared him, and Draper was still sitting there. So, again, able to make that pass along with Viola making that pass. But I tell you what, that was such a power move that he has actually moved ahead of Viola by about 4.5 car lengths, Greg. And that's just that product of really kind of knowing where that car was going to handle coming up out of turn number 3.
Yeah, and being able to work the traffic. I mean, so we saw Viola working traffic to hold Levitas back. And the difference is that it seemed like Viola was always very defensive. As we've got a car, a couple cars that have gone around at turn 1. I think we've got one of our Club Sport cars on the inside there, Brian.
Is that Charles Liu in the 70?
I was just going to say, it looks like...
Yep, that's Charles Liu right there coming around. Going to have some...
And there's another car there as well. Is that Steve Garrison possibly?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, and there's some heavy.
Yeah, with the orange number boards, that is Steve Garrison. Both of those drivers in the GT3 class, and it looks like Garrison has got a lot. Well, they both have damage, lots of damage. As we got white smoke coming out of the back of Charles Liu, and Garrison had a lot of damage to the nose. I'm starting to wonder, Brian, which car got hit from behind.
Yeah.
And they're both
and now they're going to be right
off
next
the
to
pace.
each other again as they're going to come down the hill. So they're going to kind of be in some of these other drivers there. I'd be shocked if Garrison continues to try to make it all the way around. This would be a product of Greg. We talked about this at the opening. Right there, that end of that track, just over to driver's right, he needs to get probably off there and kind of stay to the driver's right as much as he can, because that whole left front wheel assembly pretty much bent up underneath the underneath the front of that car.
All right, well, we'll see if with 7 minutes or 7.5 minutes remaining, if we can remain with a local caution. And the way I see some of our flaggers pulling their yellow flags up, Ryan, I think we might be going to we'll see here. No, it's just a white flag to let the racers know that there's a slower moving vehicle, which is usually for an emergency services vehicle on the track surface. So hopefully we're going to be able to keep things under a local caution here as Michael Liu makes it all the way back and to the pit lane. So he is now going to retire.
Well, unless Charles has changed his name, it's actually Charles Liu.
Charles Liu, I'm sorry.
You're getting everybody all in the same. They're not going to know whether or not they're pitting or not.
No, well, if he doesn't know he's pitting. And so we'll have to see, Bryan, because at the beginning of the last lap, Steve Garrison was your leader in the GT3 class with Charles Liu second. And if neither of them cross the line, I think that's how it's going to finish up.
Well, I was going to say, you're right. That's going to be it with Garrison finishing, unless they go ahead and accept Charles Liu that came down the pit lane. Unless they consider him to get a little bit
I think he would actually have to go out on track and finish another lap
go
here as we still very hectic now coming through turns 1 and 2 back behind that red, white, and blue American flag liveried machine of Don Felker. And I think that's, again, some of the faster traffic starting to make their way through.
Yeah.
It looks like Rami Farid right at the back of that group. He's got Chris Dooley, David Dunnigan, and I think Dwayne Moses ahead of him as well as they're coming down into that incident zone. Now, the interesting thing, Bryan, because of where that machine is over on driver's left, that's being covered by the local caution up at the top of the hill, the turn 4 flag stand. And that's why you don't see a caution flag down at turn 5, because that's actually already past the incident. The issue is for these drivers, they can't make a pass until they get past the incident, however.
Well, I'm wondering if the turn 4, tower there doesn't know that car is actually there and may think he is further down, because when we went to that last shot, Greg, I didn't see the yellow flag. Now, that could have been because of the sun right there, so I didn't see them holding that out there. Well, next time we go by there, we'll take a look at that next shot. See, I'm not seeing the yellow flag. Well, now it is.
Yeah, there it is now.
I think now it was.
Maybe they're listening to us.
Well, I think turn 5 may have made that call up there and saying, hey, we do have that car here. It's before us. Right there for you, but you are absolutely correct. Yeah. That is covered by the turn 4, flaggers up there, because they're just not to turn 5.
Yep. And so as long as they, again, the drivers, they can't pass until they get past the incident, and he's far enough upstream that, if I were on it, I'd probably, again, wait to get past that incident and then just push my car all the way down to the inside.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if I caught somebody unawares there as we continue to watch this fight for second overall with Michael Levitas now opening up a bit more of a gap to Joseph Viola. Levitas, the third car in this little group here. And then Viola, he's got 2 more cars between he and Michael Levitas, and he just continues to get balked by traffic here. No fault of the slower cars. They're running their races, but just Viola's coming up on them at all the wrong places.
Yeah, Viola dropped back right there coming out of turn number 10. Michael Levitas just now crossing the start-finish line. So, yeah, you're right, Greg. Viola really struggling now as this race goes on. Doesn't have the opportunity to use any of those cars as a pick to hold off Levitas. And remember, I talked about this earlier this morning. I talked to Michael last night, and they made some really wholesale changes on the rear end of that car for the setup. He just did not like it. Ran really, really well this morning and has run really, really well this afternoon. So whatever the changes was what they made is definitely played into a factor today in this race.
Yeah, and he's running about a half second off of his fastest laps from this morning's race, but it is, Bryan, a lot warmer right now than it was when they were out this morning. The sun is much higher in the sky. The track is definitely much greasier, and I think almost as importantly, I think that the track just seems much more congested. I mean, there just seems to be more traffic that Michael Levitas is having to contend with. That being said, Corey Friedman, who we just saw a few moments ago coming onto the front straight, Corey Friedman in the 014 Cup car, your overall leader, has got now almost 5 seconds on Michael Levitas. And, he just continues to motor on as he's done all weekend long.
Yeah, Corey Freeman been pretty quick through here. The entire event. One of the other, battles I want to kind of look forward, if we can move a little bit forward, it's going to be down past that incident. It's going to be the 573, which is going to be kind of the multi. It's going to be a black, yellow, and white of John Coster and then Dwayne Moses, right? So we saw Dwayne Moses, early on go pretty wide through turn one and then have the incident where he kind of went off in turn two. I believe that's them right there coming through there. That may not be them. That may be them a little bit further back. Anyway, Dwayne Moses was right up on the back bumper when they went by the start-finish line. Coster opened it up by about another 5/10 when they got down in turn number one. So we'll look to see them. But
they're coming out of turn 10 now onto the front straight, Brian, and to the line.
Yeah. And, Corey Freeman comes through there as well, and he kind of went driver's right. Moses went with it. Dwayne, I said Morgan Moses, and that's a big boy to get in that car.
Shoot and score.
Yeah. So, actually, Moses he's an offensive lineman, but again, that would be where he used a little bit of Corey's draft and Corey's pick, because Coster tried to give him as much room as he could, meaning the leader of Corey Friedman. And Moses took advantage of that and really went right by him. So now he's opened it up, by about 6 or 7 car lengths. Again, not for a battle in class. We've been talking about that all day long, but a battle for position on the racetrack. That's 5th and 6th. So moved Dwayne Moses all the way back up into 5th place here after dropping all the way back down into the teens.
All right, Brian, while we're on the very last lap, under 30 seconds left on the clock, and Corey Friedman in that 014 machine, he is making his way through the final corners of this track. And we see him coming under the bridge here in just a moment.
Just went by the start-finish line.
Yeah, I would say
so
there he is,
he's quicker
taking
than
the
we
checkered
think.
flag and the win here at Summit Point.
Yeah, pretty dominant run with Corey Freeman in both of these races today. Again, in that GTA 3 machine, but really got that settled in pretty quickly. And Corey's been pretty fast every time he's been here as well.
All right, so now coming across the line, taking the win in the GTA 4 class, finishing second overall, Michael Levitas, with Joseph Viola finishing at the end, Brian. And this is the issue with multi-class racing and lots of traffic. Joseph Viola. Now again, this was not a battle for class with Michael Levitas, but Viola took the win in GTC 8, but finished 8.8 seconds back from the second place overall. Jeff Smith will take the win in GTC 6. He finishes 4th overall as he just now comes across the line. Dwayne Moses in GTC 7. He's who we would expect to cross the line next in the number 64 machine, with John Coster finishing second in GTC 6, 6th overall. Taking the win in GTD 3 is Chris Dooley, with David Dunnigan finishing third in GTC 6, 8th overall. Rami Farid will take the win in GTD 2, and Chuck Palmer will round out your top 10. He takes the win in GTB 1. All right, if we take a look at some of the other classes here, we talked about, let's take a look at some of our single car classes. James Wilson in the 129 machine, of course, ran Chip Santis in GTC 4. Rami Farid, we already mentioned, who was in the top 10, our sole racer in GTD 2. If we take a look at GTB1, it was Chuck Palmer taking the win with Ed Dunn second, Kyle Hoyer finishing in third. Mitch Boland finishes just off the podium. In GTD1, Peter DeBusman takes the win over Jimmy Martin and David Felker. And at the line, only 12 hundredths of a second separating Martin and Felker in the race that we had been watching earlier. And as we move back through in GTC 7, Dwayne Moses taking the win over Glenn Spiegler. In GT3, Steve Garrison. We'll let the stewards figure this one out, Brian. In GT3,
yep, not going down that road.
Yeah, both Steve Garrison and Charles Liu only complete 15 laps, so they finish, 9 laps down overall. But obviously, they had a little coming together over by turn 1, and so that's going to wrap up our second day of coverage from the 2025 Rock the Summit out, but we've still got one more day of racing action from Summit Point. It's Endurance Day tomorrow, and the action starts at 9:25 tomorrow morning. But before we do that, we got it right on the screen here tonight, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Head on over to the Porsche Club of America YouTube channel, where it is the 70 for 70 special celebrating the Porsche Club of America's 70th anniversary with some great sim racing. That's going to take place from the virtual Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Again, that's the Porsche Club of America YouTube channel, and it starts at 8:30 p.m. Brian, any last thoughts before we not only rock the summit, but rock the social tonight at Summit Point?
Yeah, I tell you what, again, another great day of racing. We always see this here. Looking forward to the Enduros. That's really where it's going to be when we talk strategy. So I'm looking for another exciting day tomorrow. The weather's going to be pretty much the same as it was today, so that should come into play. But yeah, definitely for the social tonight. Come on down. I think I am going to help out a little bit with the trophy awards. So hope to meet some more of the drivers and talk about their racing today so that we can talk more about them tomorrow.
Well, we're going to have a lot of time to talk about them tomorrow with 3 hours of racing coming up starting tomorrow morning. So for Brian Donati, for our wonderful, I say everything's wonderful, our great, he is without a doubt the most knowledgeable person about every sport that I know, Jordan Worth, and of course Brendan Kazmarek, our producer from Drivers Eye Live. I want to thank you all for joining us today, and we'll see you tomorrow morning, 9:25 a.m. Eastern Time, for day number 3 of the 2025 Rock the Summit. Have a great evening, everybody. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Repaired Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit hankookmotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities, a spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manibal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manibaltequila.com.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your portion today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of two components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche Performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Founders Region Racing is comprised of dedicated PCA Potomac Founders Region members who have united to become a gold-level sponsor for 2025's Rock the Summit. We're proud to support this premier event for our region and thank the hundreds of volunteers, racers, crew, and spectators who make this event the best club race in the nation. As we say, it's not just the cars, it's the people. Here's to Rock the Summit 2025.
Kansas City region is excited to host their second annual club race in the rolling hills of the Ozarks. The 2025 Race the Roller Coaster Club Race will be held on September 27th and 28th at Ozark International Raceway. The challenging 3.97-mile, 19-quarter course has almost 1,500 feet of combined elevation change per lap. The track is in Gravois Mills, Missouri, a few hours from Kansas City. There will be 3 sprint races, one on Saturday, followed by a happy hour with drinks and refreshments, and 2 on Sunday. Both days will have charity parade laps during lunch and give friends and family a taste of the roller coaster. The points races at this club race will earn points towards the 2025 Mid-America Series as well as the 2025 PCA National Championship Points Series. Register at clubregistration.net.
With almost 250 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion and he wants to share it with you. Although there are recipes, Paul's emphasis is on creating from what you have on hand at the time as an inspiration and using old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul provides ideas on variations of the dishes, but really hopes that you'll see opportunities to put your own twist and add the flavors and ingredients that you prefer. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations, so come and join along on this voyage. Paul tries to post a new episode every Saturday and hopes that you enjoy. As a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2025, Paul's recipes will be featured at the Friday Volunteer Dinner as a thank you to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who make this event possible.
The last PCA East Coast race of the season is at Carolina Motorsports Park, October 17th through 19th. The Carolinas Challenge is held at the 2.3-mile road course that's about an hour south of Charlotte. The event will feature the vintage class runoffs, 3 sprint races, and a 65-minute endurance race on Sunday. Wind down after Friday's practice with a social presented by Narrow Escape Motorsports, and after Saturday's sprint races, enjoy the award ceremony in full Southern hospitality with music and barbecue. Visit clubregistration.net to sign up.
At Foundry Wealth Advisors, we believe that every client deserves our full and focused attention, the kind of attention required for smarter decision-making and effective goals-based financial planning. The atmosphere at Foundry Wealth Advisors is one of camaraderie and collaboration. Our people work together intensely, giving you a top-to-bottom, big-picture perspective. At Foundry Wealth Advisors, we view wealth management differently. To us, it's not only about investing your money, it's about investing in a relationship. Redefining wealth management means we really get to know our clients, their businesses, and their needs, and that we take a bird's eye view of your financial picture. Ask the right questions and hard work to help you understand the issues and risks you face. Our clients call us their financial therapists or their personal CFOs, but no matter how they describe us, it's clear they're experiencing a different way of working. By remaining in continual contact and checking frequently, we're able to achieve the type of working relationship where there are no surprises, which means our clients are able to make a more informed decision in achieving their goals. Foundry Wealth Advisors is proud to be a platinum sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2025, and we thank all the volunteers, racers, and crew for their participation.
Maverick Region PCA is excited to announce their Eagles Canyon 2 Club race on October 11th and 12th. They will be racing the counterclockwise 2.7-mile course with 15 turns and over 200 feet of elevation change. All races have points towards the PCA National and Mid-America Championships. Expect 2 practices, qualifying, and a 30-minute sprint race on Saturday, and 2 additional sprint races on Sunday, one 30 minutes long and one 40 minutes long. Podium-winning trophies for race classes with a 4+ car count and additional awards will be presented at the Saturday evening banquet at the Over the Top Bar and Grill at Eagles Canyon Raceway. Register today at clubregistration.net.
The Aaron Levitas Foundation was founded to prevent sexual assault by educating youth about boundaries, consent, and empathy using restorative approaches. Our mission is to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and help those who have experienced it heal. If we can stop sexual harassment early, we can reduce sexual assault and rape. To learn more about our many programs and initiatives, please visit our website at aaronlevitas.org. The Aaron Levitas Foundation is honored to be the charity partner for this year's Rock the Summit PCA Founders Region Club race. We thank all the racers and volunteers for helping support our cause. Please check out our auction in person or online by scanning the QR code. All monies raised help support our mission. Located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and serving the entire Washington, D.C. metro area for over 20 years, Europro's Collision Center is a family-owned and operated business specializing in high-end European and Asian collision repair. Their owner, Derek Ford, and his team of highly trained certified technicians are dedicated to providing exceptional service and ensuring that your vehicle receives the highest level of care. As a certified collision center for Porsche, Audi, and Lexus, and accepting all major insurance coverage, Europros is well known for its expertise in luxury vehicles, utilizing utilizing state-of-the-art equipment and techniques in conjunction with OEM parts to ensure quality repairs and customer satisfaction, returning your vehicle to pre-accident condition. To find out more, visit them at europroscollisioncenter.com or call them at 301-977-7475. As a gold sponsor of this year's Rock the Summit 2025, Europros Collision Center is pleased to support PCA Club Racing and this premier annual event.
The Carrera of the Americas on November 22nd and 23rd at COTA in Austin, Texas, is the final PCA Club race of the 2025 season. Hosted by the Hill Country, Lone Star, and Maverick regions, the Circuit of the Americas, a Formula One venue, is a 3.4-mile, 20-turn track and is one of the most challenging in the United States. There will be 2 race groups contesting for the final season points toward the 2025 PCA Club Racing National Point Series and the 2025 Mid-America Championship Series. This event is limited to just 100 racers. To mark your calendars for registration, open October 6th at clubregistration.net.
Radial Tire Company is your trusted provider of high-quality, new tires, custom aftermarket wheels, and tire repair and maintenance services. We are dedicated to giving you the very best tire experience, focusing on upfront and honest quotes, timely response to issues, and quality products and parts. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has provided the Washington, D.C. area, including Bethesda, Arlington, Washington, and surrounding areas with quality tires and the most exemplary service. We have earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications, stocking tires from all top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs and trucks. Our mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them at 301-585-2740. Radial Tire Company is pleased to provide gold-level sponsorship to this year's Rock the Summit 2025. Thank you to all the volunteers who make this year's event such a success. Decision Technologies' experienced team of engineering and management specialists have significantly contributed to a wide array of crucial Department of Defense initiatives. Our streamlined management structures flexibly respond to customer requirements. Decision Technologies is driven by the foresight and knowledge required to advance the technical capabilities of our clients and help the nation succeed in most critical missions. Using a total systems approach, Decision Technologies provides high-quality, cost-effective technical support services. Decision Technologies' capabilities include system performance assessment, requirements definition, design trade studies, system architecture analysis, cost schedule trade studies, risk assessment, and operational evaluation. We match our capabilities to the needs of our customers. To see if they're a match for you, visit decision-tech.com. As a platinum sponsor, Decision Technologies is proud to support Rock the Summit 2025, the PCA Potomac Founders Region Club Race. We thank the 100-plus volunteers, the event planning team, and all the racers for this year's event.
Get ready for Rocky Mountain Thunder, the PCA race at High Plains Raceway in Colorado on September 20th and 21st. Rocky Mountain Region hosted the very first PCA Club race in 1992 at Second Creek Racetrack, and the members of the Rocky Mountain Region take pride in this historic event. The region has run the race at Second Creek, at Puebla Motorsports Park, and now at High Plains Raceway. This race will earn points towards the 2025 Mid-America Series, the 2025 West Coast Series, as well as the 2025 PCA National Championship Point Series. The race weekend will feature 2 30-minute sprint races on Saturday and a 65-minute endurance race on Sunday. Registration can be found at clubregistration.net.
Fitzwater & Dean PLC is an accounting firm which dates back to 1954. We're proud that a number of clients who began with us over 50 years ago remain with us today, and we're equally proud that our business constantly grows with new clients. Our goal with all of our clients is to serve them for the next 50 years because we value relationships. We view every client relationship as a partnership and recognize that our success is a result of our clients' successes. Fitzwater & Dean are proud to be a gold-level sponsor helping support live streaming for PCA Club Racing, the first in the nation to do so. We thank all of the racers, crew, and their families, volunteers and spectators both at the track and now with live streaming, watching from around the world.